Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Hello, Gawain. By the time you read this letter, I may already be gone. Perhaps not, but I can't leave things to chance. I've devoted nearly everything I have to the restitutionists. Even my life, if needed. I'll never stop fighting for what I believe in. But there's one thing I can't leave behind without worry: my daughter Mia. She's only 10 years old. I'm all she has left in this world. Gawain, I know this is a lot to ask, but you're the only person I can turn to. Enclosed with this letter are 8 gold bars, everything I've saved.
It's for Mia. For her future.
She's currently living at 37 Crow Street, in the Trost district.
Please find her. I trust you, Gawain. I trust your heart. Mark Mantin.
The letter was brief, the handwriting uneven, as if written in haste, or with trembling hands. But its contents struck me harder than I expected.
Mark had a daughter?
A long breath escaped my lips as I folded the letter and looked at the box resting on my lap. I gave a bitter smile. You've always trusted me too much, Mark. Still, I owed him this much. For his memory, for his daughter, and for the promise woven between the lines of that letter. Tomorrow, I'd find a way to slip away unnoticed.
I'd go to Mia.
Whether or not I'd care for her long term, that would depend on her wishes.
The next morning,
Gisha remained behind to care for Carla at the warehouse. Meanwhile, I joined Aaron and Mikasa to collect the daily ration of relief food. Once I got my share of bread, I turned to the three of them. I have something to take care of. You head back first. Aaron furrowed his brows. Where are you going? Just delivering something. I lifted the wooden box slightly to show him. I'll go with you, Mikasa said quickly, tugging at the corner of my shirt. No need, I replied, trying to shake her off gently. I won't be long. But Mikasa's expression changed in an instant. Soft, wide eyes full of silent protest, like a kitten left out in the rain. Ugh, I sighed, defeated by her look. All right, Mikasa can come with me. Aaron, Armin, bring the rest of the bread back to Uncle and Aunt, okay? With a grin that arrived faster than a magician's sleight of hand, Mikasa beamed. I couldn't help but wonder where she learned to weaponize that much cuteness. Aaron gave me a nod and headed off with Armin in tow. Mikasa and I set off, biting into our bread as we walked through the bustling streets toward Crow Street. Gawain, who are we delivering this to? What's in the box? Mikasa asked between mouthfuls. It's for a friend's daughter, I said, chewing quietly. Eventually, we reached Crow Street and started walking down its length. I scanned each house until I spotted the number, 37. Mia Mantin, I said softly. She's the same age as you.
Mikasa blinked. Your friend had a daughter? How old is he?
I flicked her forehead lightly.
No more questions. We're here.
She pouted, rubbing her forehead, but obediently followed my gaze. In front of us stood a simple wooden cottage, weathered and a little lopsided. A faded sign reading No. 37 hung crookedly on the door. I felt the weight of the box again in my hands, not from its contents, but from the responsibility it now carried. I stepped forward and knocked on the wooden door. From inside, I heard the faint scuffle of movement, shuffling feet, maybe the creak of a chair, but no one answered. I knocked again, louder this time.
Hello?
I'm a friend of Mark. I came to deliver something.
Silence.
Then, a sharp voice rang out from within. It was young, sweet in tone but laced with fire. I told you already, leave me alone. Don't come back.
Click.
The door creaked open, and a shotgun barrel immediately greeted me. It was steady, aimed directly at my chest. Behind it stood a girl, no more than 10, maybe 11. She had striking blue eyes and shoulder-length gray hair tied back in a loose braid. A plain beige dress clung to her slender frame, her arms and calves bare. She stood on the wooden floor barefoot. For a second, she looked less like a real person and more like a porcelain doll wielding a weapon.
I froze. My breath caught. So this is Mark's daughter?
I hadn't expected this. Honestly, with Mark's gruff nature, I'd half expected a wild little brawler, not her. Mikasa tensed beside me, ready to act. I caught the shift in her stance and subtly shook my head. The girl might have had a weapon, but my instincts told me she wasn't going to pull the trigger. More importantly, there was no scent of gunpowder.
No bullets.
She was bluffing. I don't know who you think I am, I said calmly, meeting her glare. But I'm not with whoever's been bothering you. I'm here on behalf of your father.
Save it, she barked.
I won't fall for your cheap tricks. Get lost, or I swear I'll shoot. You can't, I said, shrugging. Your gun's not even loaded. That was the last straw. A blur of black shot past me, Mikasa lunging forward, her fist aimed at the girl's face. But the girl was fast. She twisted the gun and struck with the butt, aiming for Mikasa's ribs. Mikasa blocked with her left arm, then threw a sharp right jab. The girl dropped the weapon mid-motion, ducked under the blow, and swept her leg low. Mikasa countered with a leg sweep of her own. Their strikes collided mid-air, two pale limbs smacking together, and both leapt back, unharmed but bristling with tension.
Then it hit me.
The way she moved, the way she reacted.
Mark's style. There was no doubt. She was Mia. Enough. I shouted.
We're not here to fight, we came to deliver something. The clash ended in an instant. Both girls lowered their fists, though neither took their eyes off the other. Mikasa let out a low huff. Mia made a sharp, dismissive TCH and stepped back. I held out the box toward her. Mia, your father asked me to give this to you.
She blinked, startled.
Slowly, she reached out and took the box, her fingers brushing mine. My father. Her voice was quiet now.
Hesitant. How is he?
I felt the words lodge in my throat. My breath caught, and for a long moment, I couldn't speak.
He's gone, I said softly.
Mark, he sacrificed himself.
Silence. Then, liar.
Mia shouted and lunged, her small fist flying toward my face. I caught it gently, holding it there as she trembled. Why would I lie to you? I asked quietly.
Her voice cracked.
Because you want something from me. You're trying to trick me. There's no way my father could, he was strong. He was invincible. She wrenched her hand away, grabbed the box, and flung it at me. Take your stupid box back.
I don't want it.
Mikasa stepped in, intercepting the throw. With a swift chop of her hand, she struck the box midair, knocking it to the ground. It hit with a thud.
Clink, clink, clink. The lid slid open.
Bars of gold spilled across the wooden floor, gleaming in the morning light.
Gold bars, Mia exclaimed, and immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Mikasa also blinked in disbelief, and said, "These gold bars are enough to buy here." Boom! I turned around and closed the door to isolate the inside and outside of the house. Then I picked up the gold bar and the letter and put it in the box, and handed it to Mia again. "There is still a letter your father left for me, you can confirm it yourself," I said. Mia's breathing became much faster. She took the box with some trembling hands, opened it, took out the letter and began to look at it. A few seconds later, Mia covered her mouth, tears streaming out of her eyes. She cried in a low voice, and then turned into a big cry. She knelt on the ground and cried, covering her face with her hands. Tears flowed from her fingers, making Mikasa and I feel a little uncomfortable as bystanders. "I'm sorry." Mikasa apologized in a low voice, but I walked to Mia and squatted down, took her into my arms, and patted her back with my hands to comfort. "Cry as much as you want if you want." Mia hugged me with her hands, buried her face in my arms and continued to cry. My clothes soon became wet, and Mika squatted down and put her hand on her shoulder and said, "Me will get better. Yeah, everything will get her up. Thank you, thank you." Mia's cries gradually subsided, and she whispered and said, "Don't worry, I will take care of you. I promised." Mia hummed slightly, leaning her head on my chest and fell asleep. I sighed softly. "Mark, you really left me with a big problem." Reached out and took Mia up and walked to the bedroom, put her on the bed and covered her with her quilt, and said to Mikasa, "Help me take care of her. She is her." Mikasa lowered her head and gave a hum. Mia's incident apparently evoked her bad memories of the previous human trafficking incident. Seeing Mikasa's moodiness, I walked forward and touched her head. Also gave her a hug. "Gane, will you die?" Mikasa suddenly asked. I was taken aback, and smiled bitterly. "Of course, no one can die." Mikasa was silent. "Rest assured, I don't die that easily." I rubbed Mikasa's head again and comforted, and then walked out of the room. Like Mark, Mia also has a trace of werewolf blood, but it is already weak to the point that even the characteristics of a werewolf cannot be seen. This thread of blood has a small effect on Mia's physique, which is why she blocked Mikasa's several tricks at first. I was still thinking about whether to leave after delivery or let Mia join in, and take care of her. Now that I see her fragile after knowing the news, I have a decision. She dried her clothes with holy flame, then sat on a chair and waited for more than an hour before Mia woke up. "Mia, what are you going to do in the future?" I went back to the room and asked. Mia lowered her head, her hands unconsciously twisted the quilt, and she was silent for a while before whispering, Brother Gane, I can talk to you. Do you live together? Seeing Mia's timid and helpless look like a deer, I couldn't help but sympathize with her. I reached out and rubbed her head. I said in a gentle tone, of course, it's just us. Now they live in a warehouse, if you don't mind, we can move in. Listen to brother. Mia replied quietly. I am a little surprised by Mia's current attitude, which is not in line with her sturdy behavior when she first met. Dad mentioned my brother many times before. Mia continued, which is also an explanation. Attitude at the time, Dad said that if one day he is gone, he will let me go to Brother Gane. He said that Brother Gane is someone I can trust unconditionally. I just didn't expect that Dad would. Mia said. I started to cry again. I quickly took her into my arms to comfort. Somehow, I actually heard a trace of worship in Mia's tone. Mal is here, you really dug a big hole for me? And it's still a big pit that I willingly jump into. While sighing in my heart, I patted Mia on the back to comfort her. Bang bang bang. There was a violent slamming of the door from outside, and the three of us immediately looked at the door. Little girl, get out. Our boss Farley comes out and see you on your knees. Little girl, this time I want you to feel it. The loss I've eaten before. Get out of here, bitch. A filthy word came into our ears, making my and Mikasa's faces suddenly gloomy. Mia, who are they? I asked. They are from the killing club in Troost district. My father had a conflict with them because of me. Later, their harassment was also defeated by my father. These days they somehow knew that my father was not there, so they came to trouble me every day. I want to take the opportunity to take me away, and then, Mia explained in a low voice in my arms. I could feel her trembling slightly. Who is Farley? Mikasa suddenly asked. Mia looked up at Mikasa and replied said, Fairy is the son of Korof, the president of the killing club. This time it's a big trouble. Go away. It's really impossible for me. Okay. I interrupted Mia and drew the holy silver dagger from the scabbard. You stay here. I ordered. I'll be with you. Mikasa shook his head and said, I'll kill someone. I said blankly. Mikasa was slightly startled, but then took another step. I'll be with you. My heart warmed, and then reached out and rubbed her head vigorously, and said in a commanding tone, Stay for me. Mikasa wrinkled her cute nose, and finally stayed in the room. I changed the dagger from a forward grip to a reverse grip and walked out of the room. I opened the door, and the guys were still screaming. Seeing that someone else came out of the room, they were a little stunned, followed by a more arrogant mockery. Haha Mia, is this the help you found? Look. You look vulnerable when you get up. Is this your love brother? Don't be funny. Come out brothers to satisfy you, and promise to make you want to die. All words end with my sword. When the one who called the happiest fell on the ground, clutching his neck, the remaining few people were completely shocked. Kill him. A young man in a golden and red dress pointed at me and shouted. Coaxed, but for me who is proficient in killing, it is just a gift. Huh? A few blood flowers splashed out again, and all the who rushed forward fell to the ground, leaving only the young man in Chinese clothes and his two personal guards. The two guards glanced at each other, drew out short knives and rushed towards me, slashing with one knife, and everything up. It was a tacit understanding. All the people nearby have been dispersed by them. Only the four of us and a few corpses are present. I used teleport unscrupulously. 2 backstabs ended the lives of the 2 guards. Then, in Farley's begging for mercy, Lieutenant General he wiped his neck. Finally, I threw the holy flame in my hand, and the holy flame fell on their corpses, burning all traces in just a few tens of seconds. It is indeed a home trip, murder, arson, and destruction. Excellent skills? Cough. I respect myself. Standing on the street watching the little ashes of them disappear with the wind, I couldn't help but touch my face. Is it too murderous these days? I said to myself, and suddenly it meant something. An important thing. The restorationists seem to be able to find a new foothold. The side of the killing society is a good choice. It doesn't matter, let's focus on killing. I stretched my waist and turned back to the house. They have been dealt with by me, and the corpses have been taken care of. I said to Mia, reaching out and rubbing Mia's head. Mikasa and I will go back first. Everyone should be here in the afternoon. You remember to eat at noon. And, don't talk about the restorationist to anyone. Okay, brother. Mia nodded obediently. Let's go Mikasa. I waved to Mikasa and left the house. Does Gane like Mia better? Walking on the road, Mikasa suddenly asked. Huh. I looked at Mikasa who was a little unhappy. She was jealous. Mikasa stretched out her hand and shook my arm to show her dissatisfaction. Huh, Gane, you still ignore me. Mikasa said spoiledly. Compared with the cold-faced Mikasa in the anime, I almost thought the one next to me was so piercing. Up. Seeing that Mikasa was a little angry, I quickly reached out and rubbed her head and kissed her profile. Of course I like you better. I said. Mikasa's pretty face turned red, but she snorted and deliberately turned her head away, looking away, facing me with her long hair. Okay, go back quickly, Aunt Carla and they may be waiting anxiously. I stretched out my hand and squeezed Mikasa's face, and the latter reluctantly hugged my arm and quickened his pace. In the afternoon, all 5 of us came to Mia's house. As for Mia's identity, I covered the past with an orphan left by Grisha's friend. Regarding the restitution, Grisha has no longer dealt with it completely, and Lance and I are fully responsible. Although I am very dissatisfied with Grisha's approach, I decided to let him rest first because of his current distress. Say it for a while. In the next 3 days, Lance was responsible for pacifying the combat troops of the restorationists and reorganizing the armed forces. I commanded the intelligence team to conduct a thorough investigation of the gang situation in the Tolos area, and prepared to attack the Killing Society. The logistics team and the scientific research department temporarily don't transfer. There are currently 2 major gangs in the Troost district, the Killing Club and the Wild Wolf Gang. There are no small gangs. They are all monopolized by the 2 gangs. However, the 2 gangs also have many disagreements. After the chaos here became more chaotic, the number of weapon fights also rose sharply. Both gangs were recruiting new members to take the opportunity to destroy each other, but no matter what, the 2 local snakes are now swallowed by the powerful dragon of the Restorationist. An ordinary troop's casualty tolerance limit is usually about 1/3. If it exceeds this value, it will collapse. If it can continue to fight after exceeding this value, then this troop can be called elite. With more than half of the casualties still maintaining sufficient combat effectiveness, then this force will be defeated by the Iron Army, will be hyped and praised in the military. If this unit can still fight to death when the casualties reach 2/3, then they will be called trump cards, will have a special designation that is different from other troops, and become a Class N force that can be sent to determine the battle. German Skeleton Division, China's Long Live Army, American Ranger Troops, etc., they are all classic examples of trump card troops. They all have their own unique military spirit, which can be passed on from veterans to recruits, so that the entire army will survive. Constantly, as long as someone survives, the troop will not disappear. The combat troops of the Rejuvenation faction have obviously reached the level of trump cards. I myself never thought they would reach this point. Although their equipment was ahead of their opponents by a whole generation in some respects, their performance in the battle was there is no doubt that there is no moisture. According to Lance's detailed dictation later, whether they were dealing with artillery attacks, tactical coordination during marching, or fire cover, all were done according to what I, a half-hearted military fan, taught them during training. To be perfect, such a troop can transform into a trump card with a little guidance. It will also be of great use in the future against Murray. The first invasion by the Murray warriors was not long ago. The wall was completely defeated and 1/3 of the territory was lost. The second invasion 5 years later, if not for Eren, awakened Titan. If you rely on this ability to plug the hole kicked by the super large Titan, the wall may be defeated again. I don't know why Murray will only send Murray warriors with the power of Titan to capture the ancestor Titan, but I know that once Murray decides to attack Eldia on Parade Island, if an all-out war is launched, the technology in the wall can only be defeated. All I can do now is Wii Mimo, and continue to strengthen the power of the restorationists in order to be able to fight in the future. There will be more than 120 people killed, and there will be 140 people in the Wild Wolf Gang, but it's not bad that these miscellaneous fish can warm up the restoratives. What I value more is the resources that the restoratives can get after they are destroyed. These resources will help the restorionists to re-recruit manpower to restore their vitality. In 5 years, until the Troost district is breached, there will be a restoring place for restitutionists. Due to the great actions of the restorationist in the royal city, the name reintegrationist must not appear openly. After a brief discussion with Lance, we decided to name the gang as the Scimitar Gang, and then we stayed in Mia. On the 4th day of the family, an attack was launched against the Killing Society and the Wild Wolf Gang. Use a team that can have the upper hand against the Central Military Police to deal with some gangsters, and use the fighters strengthened with the unique physical strengthening method of the Demon Hunter to deal with a group of people who are still a little malnourished. No matter what happened to alleviate the burden of food, the battle undoubtedly ended in the victory of the restitution after a morning. On an ordinary morning, the headquarters of the 2 major gangs Killing Club and Wild Wolf Gang in the Troost district were suddenly attacked by unknown forces. Those unknown forces have strong combat power, and they also have continuous attacks, short-barreled firearms and a weird scimitar perfect for close combat. After more than half an hour of fierce fighting, the leader of the Killing Society, Korov, and the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, the Grey Wolf, were killed. The headquarters of the 2 major forces were destroyed. 63 people surrendered to unknown forces and 31 people fled. The rest all died in the melee, and above their corpses, a new force called the Machete Gang rose to unify the dark forces in the Troost district. Are we going to absorb all these people into the restorationists? Lance asked. No, they are not trustworthy. I shook my head decisively. Then what do we want them to do? Lance was a little confused. Make up for it. We are short-handed. I smiled and said, this group of guys can just use to look at the place, so that the force team can free up half of the manpower to our stronghold in the Wall of Rose and Hina. Stationed, and we can also rely on these local snakes to recruit people, and we can slowly screen out reliable people from among them to join the reinstatement party, and gradually restore vitality. Is this too slow? Lance frowned. Is there no faster way? I can't eat fat in one go, Lance. I sighed and said, and I'm waiting for an opportunity. Huh? What's the opportunity? Lance asked puzzledly. After the Wall of Maria was lost, mankind lost 1/3 of the land, but not 1/3 of the population. With population and land basically in balance, the sudden loss of a large amount of land will inevitably lead to food serious shortcomings. One way to solve this problem is to open up wasteland and develop idle land to grow food, but this method can only alleviate the food crisis, and the food produced cannot fill everyone's stomachs. It must be thorough. There are only two options for overcoming the crisis. One is to wait until the people start a civil war because they cannot bear hunger, and use war and plague to reduce the excess population, and the second is a more favorable method for the ruler. I paused here. Then, looking straight into Lance's eyes, he said what would happen in the future. In order to ensure the stability of the wall and deal with the excess population, the government will definitely launch the Wall of Mary to fight back. If it can win, it will naturally be extremely well. If you lose, the excess population will be reduced. This. Lance couldn't help shaking. Hundreds of thousands of lives, could it be? He swallowed, and asked in disbelief. I sneered. After watching anime, I naturally know how many nobles are. Cold-blooded, corrupt, and conservative, compared to the low-level untouchables, they are probably more concerned about their status. Lance gradually calmed down after listening to my words. So, what can we do? He asked Tao. We have to do a lot. I replied. First, let the Arnolds rebuild the airship to ensure that we have at least 3 airships. Secondly, the number of machine guns and revolvers must be restored to the previous level, and the bullets must be added. Large production and reserves. Then, dozens of more 3-dimensional mobile devices were obtained, which were of great use in the recapture battle, and, starting from the Troost district, the penetration of Wangjiang was increased, and the surrounding area was radiated from here as a starting point. Proliferation, training on the armed forces cannot be left behind. Pay attention to the collection of mechanical talents. At the headquarters of the Killing Club, Lance and I talked for more than 2 hours. We finally worked out the development plan for the restoring party in the next year, from military force to intelligence collection, to talent collection and fighting for 1 year. There will be a total of 39 plans in the future preparations for the recapture of Maria, as well as the promotion and fine-tuning of some of the current reinstatement personnel. Grisha did not participate in the whole process, and seemed to have forgotten his identity as the leader of the restitutionist. I guess it may be that Grisha's mistake caused the information to be leaked in the previous battle to capture the ancestor titan, which caused heavy losses for the restitutionist. I was so guilty that I didn't dare to face the current restitutionists, and there was nothing I could do about it. On the 4th day after drawing up the plan with Reims, the government announced the development plan, requiring all refugees without shelter to unconditionally participate in the development of wasteland in exchange for food and temporary shelter, and sent military police to maintain order and suppress troublemakers. Although we live in Mia's house and belong to the category of shelters, in order to solve the food problem, Aaron, Mikasa, and Mia still participated in the pioneering field. Grisha continued to be a doctor in exchange for food, and I went out with Lan every day. SI handles the affairs of the restorationists, and goes back to the nearby forest to hunt for food. Days passed like this. Under Grisha's inaction, the power of the restoratives actually fell into my hands. Lance acted as my assistant and the leader of the Scimitar gang, and the restoratives slowly recovered from the dormant. With vitality. Since the siege of Titan was just when the autumn grain was harvested in the fall, the barns in the area from the Wall of Maria to the Wall of Rose did not accumulate a large amount of grain. In order to further alleviate the food crisis, the government encouraged people to stand up and become brave warriors to get food inside the Wall of Mary, and provide weapons and equipment for the team that set off, and even use the fixed cannon on the wall to help them clear the Titan outside the door. But when you come back, you have to hand in 1/3 of your harvest. Thousands of people were forced to make a living and were instigated by the government to join the so-called expedition. More than 100 teams were formed to go out of the city to explore food. I also sent Lance and 11 restitution fighters to hone their combat capabilities. A month later, only 17 teams of 65 people, including Lance, came back alive, and the plan to obtain food failed. The food they brought back was only enough for their own week. Thanks to the gold bars left by Mark, we can still maintain the standard of living before Titan broke the city. Grisha finally started to take charge of the restorative affairs under my persuasion, and I participated in the pioneering work with Aaron. After Carla recovered physically, he began to take care of the housework at home, and a peaceful life began again. 1 year after the fall of the Wall of Mary in 846. Despite the continuous development of wasteland and sowing of grain, the output is still not balanced with consumption. The government's grain reserves are still declining, and the people's enthusiasm for pioneering is also obliterated by endless labor and grievances that have been unable to fill their stomachs. Some local riots even occurred. Although the military police suppressed all riots, the dissatisfaction of the people cannot be resolved. Over the past year, people's dissatisfaction has been accumulating, and now it has finally reached its limit. The frequency of fighting has been increasing, and the time interval between riots has become shorter and shorter. Now the refugees are like a person filled with explosives. The gunpowder barrel, as long as there is a fuse, and someone pushes it slightly behind the incident, this gunpowder barrel will blow all the order to pieces. Thanks to my order to send the restoration to the Wall of Roses to store food before the Wall of Maria was broken by Armor's Titan, the restorationists still have no food crisis and the Scimitar gang is also stable. Status: the number of outlying members, non-reverters, increased to 186, and another 32 were recruited to reverters. Although the number is small, considering the population base of the Troost district and the chaotic situation among refugees, this is already normal. Moreover, the highlight of the development of the restorationists is not here, but in the upcoming Maria Wall. Still fighting. In the animation, the general description of the Wall of Mary recapture is, in order to solve the food crisis, the government decided to launch the refugees to carry out the Wall of Maria recapture to reduce the excess population. There are a total of 50,000 refugees participated in this war, accounting for 1/5 of the total population. Unsurprisingly, the battle ended in failure. 250,000 people were reduced to the dead souls of Titan, and only a few hundred people returned alive. This is based on the setting of 1.25 million people in the animation. In fact, the total population in the wall is nearly 4 million people. According to the ratio of 1/5, there will be 80 people. 10,000 people went out to die. Of course, there may not be so many people due to various factors. I estimate that the ratio is 1 in 8, and about 500,000 people will die in the mouth of Titan. Rather than letting them die in vain, I'm more inclined to let Lance, Gisha, and some of the elites who led the restoratives to join the fight for the restitution, and use the power of Titan as much as possible in the process. To save people, at the same time, it can also attract a large number of people to join the restitutionist, so that the power of the restitution can have an explosive growth. To this end, I discussed with Gisha and Lance for a long time, and for this purpose, we formulated 3 plans to deal with different schemes and the selection of people who are going to participate. The most troublesome thing for me is the number of rehabilitators participating and Grisha's lifespan. There are currently 269 people in the reinstatement force group, with 40 sets of 3-dimensional mobile devices, and how many of them are required to participate in the fight for the return is a huge question. There are fewer people who go and worry that they won't be able to control the scene when they go too much. They are afraid that they will not be able to protect them when Titan strikes, and these precious warriors will be damaged. It's not easy for the members to recruit people like that, and Grisha's life is only 2 months left. If he doesn't appear after his appearance in the recapture battle, it's easy for the members who don't know the truth to think about it. Lance is also difficult to suppress everyone, and it is easy to cause civil unrest among the restoratives. After some discussion, we finally decided to set the number of people sent out at 100. The list of people sent out was drawn up by Lance. Regarding Gisha, we can only let him try not to make any moves and try to hide his identity. For this we have no solution for the problem. After 3 hours of discussion, when Gisha and I went home, it was 11 o'clock in the evening. We were walking on the almost empty street. I couldn't help feeling a little bit. I don't know when I started. People of the situation, life is really amazing. The bright moonlight shines on the stone road in front of you, making people feel peaceful, but underneath it is the dark tide. The government has not yet proposed a battle for the Wall of Maria, but Gisha and Lance completely believe in my judgment. This trust makes me very warm, and I also feel pressured and heavy. Guilt. Gisha, we can actually prevent this from happening. I suddenly grabbed Grisha's hand and said, stop. Gisha didn't react. We can lead the refugees in an uprising. Kill Wang Zheng's greedy, cold-blooded, and corrupt nobles. We can clean up the military police here, open the arsenal to distribute weapons to the refugees, and lead them to the Hina Wall. At the same time, we can use airships. Perform a blitzkrieg to quickly control the gates of Hina's wall to ensure that the team will not be blocked outside the Hina's wall. Then use the food raided from the warehouses of those nobles to support another year, and then the new land will be produced. Grain should be able to guarantee the food supply in the wall, and hundreds of thousands of people will not be sent to die. I said, although this plan is somewhat idealistic, it may not be impossible to achieve it with hard work. Gane, Gisha stopped, closed his eyes and took a breath and opened again. How are you sure that there will be fewer people who die like this than Maria? I suddenly for a moment, the gendarmes, garrisons, investigators, central gendarmes, and the private soldiers of the various nobles add up to 10,000 people, Gisha said. Even if they are only 80% of them participating in the war, how many people do you think can be killed? How do you make sure that we can control the entrance and exit of the Wall of Hina? How do you make sure that the refugees will be given our leadership? How do you make sure that they will not fight for power and gain after the overthrow of the king? How do you make sure that the food raided will allow all one more year? A series of problems made me sober up immediately. Yet, I can't guarantee these things. If they are enforced, it will push the restorionists to a dead end, just because I can't bear it. The helplessness in my heart made me sigh. I know that the tragedy is about to happen, but I can't stop it. It's a bad feeling. My mood was a little depressed. Gisha took a deep breath and reached out to pat my shoulder. Gane has done his best. No, I don't. I shook my head. I didn't prevent the death of Mikasa's parents. I didn't avoid the heavy losses of the restitutionists, and there was no way to save those who were going to go out to die. Even I couldn't save your life. As I spoke, tears couldn't help streaming down. Gisha, I don't know. I am afraid that I will not be able to be a qualified leader like you. I am worried that I will fail those who rely on me. Gane, you are already a qualified leader. You must believe in yourself, and be cruel. Gisha held my shoulders with both hands and said to me. I looked into Grisha's eyes and waited for him. Below, Gao Wen, you should also know that I am the leader of the reinstatement outside the wall. Gisha said. His tone was a bit bitter. The reinstatement is far less powerful than this, and its ultimate destruction is not because of horses. Last blow was because of my betrayal. I betrayed them to save Dana, but in the end I didn't save anything. What? My eyes widened suddenly, and I couldn't believe Grisha's words. For them, I am not a qualified leader because I didn't make the right decision, Grisha said, and she shed too much effort. Tears, Gane, you have done your best, you have tried your best, sometimes you must learn to give up. Abandon a small part to protect more people. This is the only thing I can teach you, Grisha said firmly. Thank you, Grisha. I calmed down completely, wiped away my tears and said, I'm sorry, but let you mention the sad things before. Nothing. Grisha shook his head, turned around and said, let's go home. No words all the way. When they got home, they were already asleep. Mikasa and Mia slept in a room, Grisha and Carla slept in a room, and Aaron and I slept on a new bed in the living room, although it was a bit crowded, but it's better than sleeping in a warehouse. After a brief wash, I lay down next to Aaron and fell asleep. Early the next morning, we received the news of the Wangzhang's recapture of the Wall of Mary. In an open space in the pioneering land of the Wall of Rosette, dozens of boxes are piled together, and an officer wearing a military police costume is giving a speech to the gathered people. Why do you work hard every day? Why do you always have to go hungry and live in cramped wooden houses? It's because of those Titan? They broke through the Wall of Maria and took away the blockbuster that should belong to you. The land and property have killed your relatives, making you refugees and living here. Are you going to succumb to them? Can humans only be slaughtered like slaves? No? Why are we intelligent? People have to be afraid of those who have no brains. We have to get back what belongs to us. We have to fight for the right to survive for ourselves. We have to drive those out of the wall and restore our previous lives. On the wooden box, the officer was giving a passionate speech. Many people below listened with enthusiasm and loudly followed the officer's words, but more people still looked at it with numb eyes, without saying a word, as if walking dead. Aaron also belongs to the kind of enthusiasm. He jumped up several times and responded loudly to the officer's words. Mikasa and I took a lot of effort to press this guy down, and my eyes followed the officer's speech. It's getting colder and colder. This is Wangzhang's sect, high-sounding, fooling people to death. Enough. Aaron, can't you see the truth of this recapture battle? After pressing Aaron again, I grabbed his collar and shouted. The eyes stared at him fiercely. I said it was a fight for a fight, but in fact it was just asking the refugees to die. Don't do any more dreams of going home. Aaron looked at me blankly. Maybe it was frightened by my cold eyes. He didn't speak for a long time. Brother Gao Wen, don't be angry. Aaron brother is just homesick. That's why. Mia quickly grabbed me to persuade, and at the same time looked at Aiming for help. Brother Aiming, are you right? Aiming was still muttering to herself, hearing Mia. His voice came back to his senses. What? All right. I loosened Aaron and helped him fix his collar. I was impulsive. Sorry, Aaron. No, I should be the one who should say sorry. Right. Aaron blushed, and finally asked without giving up, they really only have to send it one way. There is no way to prevent civil war due to hunger. Ming replied. He lowered his head and said to himself in loss, this is hundreds of thousands of lives, that's it. Aaron was also silent, and everyone's mood was very low. Well, those who want to join the Wall of Maria to take the fight back can sign up there, and then participate in a month-long training. You can eat all you can eat. The officer finally finished his speech. After the all-you-can-eat condition, the crowd immediately flocked to the registration office pointed by the officer, scrambling to start registration, and at the same time, open the land to distribute food for free today. Let's go, let's get food, and then go home. I sighed and said, I can't change this situation, and can only let it go. The registration lasted for a total of 5 days, and 350,000 people signed up. Then the government eliminated 60,000 people aged 16 and below, and forced another 190,000 refugees into the team. I also took the opportunity to restore 50 people. The fighters were sent in. In the next month, the task of those of us who did not join the crusade team changed from pioneering to assisting the soldiers in the corps to prepare materials for the recapture battle. The garrison regiment was mainly responsible for this content, and Uncle Hans helped us. This made our task a lot easier than the previous development, but the Battle of the Wall of Maria still weighed on me like a big rock. Amin's grandfather was also forced to join the crusade team as in the plot, but I was fortunate to finally leave the team under the operation of the Power Restorationists and the Seduf Chamber of Commerce. 1 month passed quickly, and the battle for the Wall of Maria was about to begin. We also saw the investigative corps in the team. According to internal intelligence, some soldiers of the investigation corps and garrison corps will also participate in the battle and lead the team. Lance and Grisha are concerned about this situation. They are worried that the participation of soldiers will affect the plan of the restorationists. I have a little expectation for the participation of the investigative corps. Maybe I can meet Su Jenin among them. Uncertain, I haven't heard from him since I met him in Shina district a year ago. The head of the investigative corps moved from Keith after the Wall of Mary fell. Shades was replaced by Irvine Smith. I also lost the way to meet Su Jenin through the investigation team. And this time, maybe I have a chance to meet him again, or even fight side by side. A demon hunter is not terrible, because the racial characteristics determine that the demon hunter is very balanced in all aspects at the same level. There is no particularly prominent attribute. The blood race and werewolf can quickly defeat the demon hunter by using their racial expertise. Or run away. When a group of demon hunters come, those aliens usually have only two options: flee in the wind and wait to die in place. The unique battle formations and spell cards of the demon hunters are enough to make the aliens miserable and unable to fight back. This is also the reason why the gods of Olympus were quickly annihilated by the demon hunters at the end of the Myth Age. If I can join forces with Su Jenin now, we can even attack the royal city again with the power of 2. But these are not the key points. The key point is the skills of his spell card experts and the modern theoretical knowledge in his mind. If Su Jenin joins the restoring faction, our technology can make further breakthroughs. After all, what he read back then was all mechanical books, and I spent that time watching war documentaries and science fiction. Gane, we are here. Mikasa interrupted my cranky thinking. I looked up and saw that the flag of the Investigation Corps Wings of Freedom was flying over the camp, and 2 investigators stood at the entrance to the training of the Crusade team. At present, the Investigation Corps is mainly responsible, and the 5 of us are here to deliver supplies. After showing them the transportation certificate, we walked into the camp with a 4-wheeled cart full of boxes. This is the station of the Investigation Corps. Aaron looked around and said, "No, this is the station of the Crusade Army. The Investigation Corps is only here to assist in the fight." I corrected. "Oh," Aaron nodded, "no wonder it's messy." Me, if I say that this is the station of the Investigation Corps, he must not say that. Do you believe it? There are so many people here, and some confusion is inevitable. Now they have all gone to training, so we can't see a few people. Ammon also said. Aaron hummed, "No more words." We pushed the cart all the way to the inside of the camp. "Little ghosts, the warehouse is over there. You are on the wrong path." A word suddenly came from the side. We turned around and saw a man in the uniform of the Investigation Corps leaning against the wall of a wooden house, watching it seems a little short to go up. "Sorry, we are here for the first time. I don't know the way. Thanks for reminding." Although I was a little confused about why I didn't find him just now, I thanked him in time. "Well, also, remember to put the box on the warehouse before entering the warehouse." Cleaned up the dust. He turned his head to look at us and said. I was stunned when I saw his face. It was not someone else who was talking, but Liviar, the commander of the man known as the strongest soldier in the anime, but he did not seem to have this title yet. "Do you know me?" Luel asked with squinting eyes. Although my performance was not obvious, he still keenly noticed my changes. "Yeah." I nodded and immediately compiled a reasonable one. "Reason, I saw you when the investigative corps passed by in the Higashina area." Luel screamed, and returned to the previously relaxed state. "Go." Aaron, they started to switch the board. In the direction of the car, I stood there and didn't move. It's not the place to talk, but I don't want to wait for the next chance. "Do you know Su Jenin?" I asked, and Luel immediately fixed his gaze on me, and touched his waist with his right hand calmly. "What are you looking for?" he asked coldly, with a bad tone. Although I don't know why Luel reacted this way, I still continued unaffected. "Can you help me pass a word to him? Just say that Gane is looking for him at Crow Street in Trost." Levely didn't respond, but stared at me with bitter eyes, and an invisible aura oppressed me. I was not afraid to stare at him with his dead fish eyes, to dissolve all his aura, and to stare at each other for 30 seconds until they felt something was wrong with Aaron. Smiled. "Interesting, I'll pass it on for you." I nodded to him and turned back to Aaron next to them. "Let's go," I whispered, pushing the cart with them towards the warehouse. After walking far away from Luel, Aaron asked me in a low voice, "Gavin, I always think that person is fierce. How would you know that he must know your friend? Why can't he know my friend because he is fierce?" I asked. "I didn't mean that, but..." Aaron frowned, and didn't say what he wanted to say. "He looks like Gane." Aaron nodded, agreeing with Mikasa's words. Mikasa suddenly added, "Yes. You also know that I have some extraordinary powers, such as those spell cards." I said, "In the long time with them, I would sometimes accidentally expose my unusualness, such as when I was at the house of Aaron. I was too lazy to climb the stairs and teleported directly to the 2nd floor. For example, Aaron happened to break in when making a spell card in the room. For example, the injury was very serious but he fully recovered within a few days. For example, a person carried a very heavy beam of the room. Although they didn't ask, there must be doubts in their hearts, and when I said this, I just picked things out." "Gavin, you..." Ming stopped talking. "Gavin, you admitted? Then can you teach me?" Aaron said excitedly. "Ahem, this is not the point." I was timely. The topic was pulled back. "The point is that Su Jenin has superpowers just like me, and that person just happens to be equipped with a hidden spell card made by Su Jenin." "Oh, then can we learn it?" "Some." Aaron, I asked without giving up. "Want to learn?" I asked. Aaron nodded quickly. "Then do you have Ackerman's blood?" No." Aaron replied awkwardly, and I knocked him on the head with a violent shudder. "Then this is a natural ability. What do you learn?" I said angrily. "Oh." Aaron touched his head somewhat depressed, and asked, "Where is Mikasa?" Mikasa's face flushed suddenly, and he hit Aaron with his hand, and said, "You ask so much. Well, why are you so fierce all of a sudden?" The voice of Aaron suddenly became quieter, and continued to push the cart to the warehouse. At this moment, a steel wire suddenly hit the box of the pallet truck, and then there was the sound of jets and steel wire rewinding, and a figure fell on the pallet truck. "I heard you are looking for me." Listening to the familiar voice and seeing the familiar figure, I stopped for a while. Su Jenin was wearing a 3-dimensional mobile device and standing on the pallet. He smiled at me condescendingly. Gavin, long time no see. My throat squirmed a few times, and my eyes were staring at him. The words in my stomach finally converged into one sentence, hurry down, otherwise, you can drag the cart back to the warehouse by yourself. Haha. Su Jenin laughed twice, jumped off the cart, stepped forward and gave me a bear hug. It's been 3 years, the first thing you said when you met me turned out to be such bullshit. He jokingly said, haha, long time no see. I also laughed, and I couldn't help feeling a little bit. It has been 3 years, from the gate of Sheningia to the world of Attack on Titan, so long has passed. Time, just because of the back of time at the gate of return, we were 16 when we were separated, and when we were together again I was 12 and he was 15. Somehow, it always feels weird. Su Jenin and I looked at each other, and both read a meaning from each other's eyes. This is not a place to talk. Introduce you, they are my friends. This is Aaron, this is Sanli, Aiming, Mia. I spoke first, and Su Jenin nodded to them. Hello, my name is Su Jenin and I am also a friend of Gawen. Hello. Aaron and others responded one after another. Let's finish the matter first, and we'll talk about the rest later. I said to Su Jenin. Okay, he nodded. I'll help. Under Su Jenin's care, we quickly completed the task for this morning, and went to the food collection office to receive today's food. In the afternoon, we just sat down. Are you free now? Let's find a place to talk. I asked. Of course, I've been quite idle lately. Su Jenin replied. Let's go. I said, and waved to them in Aaron. You go first, and maybe they won't come back for lunch at noon. Aaron they also nodded interestingly, and didn't bother us anymore. Where to go? Su Jenin asked. There is a forest of giant trees nearby. It should be quite quiet there. I replied. Just go there. Okay, I'll lead the horse. You go to the camp entrance and wait. Me. Su Jenin nodded, and then controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to shoot out the hook and anchor, jetting out gas to fly away. I set out to walk towards the entrance of the camp. After waiting for only 2 minutes at the entrance, Su Jenin rode a horse and ran over. Can you ride a horse? Su Jenin stopped in front of me and said, of course. I expertly said. Turn on the horse and ride him towards the giant wood forest. On the trunk, Su Jenin and I were sitting side by side, but no one spoke. There was a lot to say, but when it came time to speak, I didn't know where to start. After passing through the door of return, what did you encounter? After a few minutes of silence, I was the first to speak. This is a long story, Su Jenin said, but before I say that ask you something. He turned his head and looked at me and said, huh? What's the matter? I was a little puzzled. Is this an anime world? I remember you seem to let it go in front of me. What is it called? Titan, and Aaron, Mikasa, Ackerman, these names I seem to have heard in anime. Su Jenin asked a little uncertainly. I suddenly remembered that Su Jenin did not. I've watched this anime completely. When I was still on the Earth, I had watched Attack on Titan anime next to Su Jenin. At that time, he was reading novels on his mobile phone and didn't pay attention to the content of the anime. So compared to me who knew the plot, he could. The golden finger of prophecy is missing. This is indeed an anime world. The name of the anime is Attack on Titan. I replied, but I have only watched the first season of this movie, and I have no idea about the subsequent plot. But I also got a lot of information from unexpected places. Then let's share our respective experiences, and I also found some unexpected things. Su Jenin said. Who said first? I asked. Let me first. Su Jenin said, and he paused for a while. Seems to be sorting out my thoughts, and then said, after falling into the door of return, I completely lost my consciousness. When I woke up again, I found myself lying in bed and being rescued by Lul and others. My body age has become 12 years old, and all the injuries on my body have disappeared. After waking up and resting for a few hours, I was kicked out by them. Huh? Then why are you with them now? His eyes widened when he heard this, and he couldn't help but interrupted. That's why I said it's a long story. Su Jenin said unhurriedly. They saved me just by doing it easily, saying that they didn't want to see me lying in the middle of the road and being crushed by a carriage. I woke up. Then they naturally let me go from where to go. Then I started wandering around, collecting information to figure out where I was, and the sneaky gangsters snatched their things to survive. It took me 3 days to do it. I understood that the place I was in was called an underground street and the rules of survival and the basic situation of the world, and then I started to think of ways to go to the earthly world. When I met Levier again, he was taking his gang to fight with another gang. I used the bursting spell card to attack Levier and their enemies. Then I joined Levier's gang with the help of this favor and got to know the 3 cores in the gang: Leville, Fran, Isabel. It took me 3 months to also become one of them, and I also got a set of 3-dimensional mobile devices, and then it took 7 days to get it fully grasp. After half a year at work, Levier received an entrustment from the president of the Robov Chamber of Commerce, asking us to break into the investigative core and find a document on the team leader Erwin Smith. The reward is that we can get it on the ground. 3 weeks later, the investigation corps was invited by the gendarmerie to deal with the thieves in the underground street. We deliberately released water and were caught, and then Erwin used us as a bargaining chip to join the investigation. The core, it's with our heart. The action was exposed. In order to deal with the strange species of Titan and protect Fran and Isabel, I had to expose my abilities as a witcher, and Levier was also a witcher. In short, the situation is very complicated. Robbo fell, and the four of us really joined the investigative corps. Levier disappeared for a while after returning to the wall. After returning, he told us his surname was Ackerman. Su Jenin talked about his experience for 2 hours. What caught my attention most was Lowell's condition. His condition was the same as that of Mikasa. The strength is amazing. He has a strong fighting instinct. Almost it can be described as Titan, but in terms of the Holy Flame, Teleport, and spell cards that the demon hunter must know, the talent is surprisingly poor, as if the gene has been mutated. I immediately took my findings. I shared it with Su Jenin, and discussed with him the instinctive reaction of the demon hunter to Titan, but there was no result. In short, what we know now is that Ackerman is equal to the demon hunter, and other aspects of intelligence are really insufficient to infer. Su Jenin concluded. I nodded in agreement. Also, my current full name is Su Jenin. Kerman, where are you now? He suddenly asked. Gavin Ackerman. I changed my name to this when I discovered that the demon hunter is equal to Ackerman 3 years ago. I replied, smoothly. Tuko Su Jenin said, the eastern name plus the western surname. Your name is now like a paste. Su Jenin stretched out his hand and punched me. It's your turn to talk about your experience. I didn't have as good luck as you at the beginning. When I woke up, I was lying in an alley, my body age became 9 years old, and then I was inexplicably confused with a bunch of gangsters. I said, you were beaten badly. Su Jenin asked, yes, you were beaten badly. I sighed, but I finally beat them all to the ground, and then fell into a coma and was taken by Mikasa and her mother. Yan who picked it up, I said. Next you will live in their house. Yeah, a lot of things have happened, let's talk about it slowly. I replied, from the time I moved into Mikasa's house to when Hank and Yanto were killed by human traffickers, I went to rescue Mikasa and revenge, and then join the restorative party. To strengthen the Fuquan faction, as well as the truth of the world and the struggle for the first ancestor Titan, all of which also took 2 hours. After I finished speaking, Su Jenin was still in a stunned state. It took more than 10 seconds to come back to his senses. I have to say, your ability to do things is much better than me. He patted my shoulder, sincerely. Said, the only time I am famous is that I successfully improved the 3-dimensional mobile device, which reduced the gas consumption speed by 1/4 and made the holy silver blade without changing its performance. Have you disclosed your abilities to the investigation corps? I asked. No, only a small number of people know that I have special abilities. Others only know 1.5 claws. Su Jenin said, in terms of popularity, I can't compare to Levi, who is hailed by the corps as the strongest soldier in mankind. Soldier, I've heard that there will be a large-scale publicity campaign for him for a while. This is a star-making plan within the wall. Yeah. I stretched my waist and looked up at the position of the sun. I guessed it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I have been talking for so long. I said to myself and looked at Su Jenin. We haven't even eaten lunch till now. Would you like to have afternoon tea with me? Are you a treat? Su Jenin asked. Okay, go to the Trosts area, I'll treat. I nodded. Su Jenin after blowing a whistle, the 2 horses were called. Let's go, I'm a little hungry. Are you willing to join the restorationist? Riding on the horse, I suddenly asked Su Jenin. He paused, then touched his nose with his left hand, and replied, yes, but what position can I hold in it? I can give you a position as a consultant, and all the secrets of the restitutionists will be open to you. I thought for a while and answered, and finally added, and the power of a consultant depends on prestige. As long as you have the ability and power, naturally it will be bigger. Don't worry, I am definitely capable. Su Jenin said confidently. Headquarters of the Machete Gang, Troost District. Looking at the 2 waists at the door with Nepalese sabers pinned to their waists and an arrogant doorman, Su Jenin asked uncertainly, are you sure this is the place where we have afternoon tea? I drink a lot, but the 2 of them don't necessarily know me. I said embarrassingly, not necessarily, what do you mean? Su Jenin asked, if the members of the restorative faction must know me as an assistant to the leader, but they are just ordinary gang members, although Lance usually takes me in and out of here, I don't know if they have seen me. I explained. What should we do then? Otherwise, shall we wait here or change places? Let's go directly in and try. If it doesn't work, we'll fight in. Anyway, there must be someone from the reinstatement. I gritted my teeth and said, it would be better if Lance was inside. It won't be too long. Go and smash your own place by yourself, you are really reliable. Su Jenin spit me and started walking towards the gate of the Scimitar Gang headquarters. Stop, what do you 2 do? The guard on the left reached out and stopped us, and asked arrogantly, I am Lance's friend, I have something to look for him. I replied, cut. Do you still dare say it is a friend of the boss, kid, and don't brag and don't make a draft? The door guard on the right said disdainfully, get out, or beat you up. Respect? Is this your attitude towards soldiers? Su Jenin shouted. Oh, let me see, it turned out to be sent to the Death Corps? Look at this, you are scared by Titan outside the wall. The guard on the left pointed at the Wings of Freedom sign on the left chest of Su Jenin's clothes and laughed. I don't know if Every has a stinky mouth. He is particularly good at irritating others, but this time he shouldn't provoke Su Jenin. This guy really doesn't want to die. He will hit the key point directly and make Su Jenin's angry value added to the highest. Boom! Su Jenin smashed his face with a fist, making half of his face deformed, and then slammed into the door frame. Without awakening the personnel on the spot, I slammed in and hit the other doorman in the stomach with an elbow. beating him down. Chong! I yelled, and broke into the door first. Su Jenin also followed me. I ignored the others, and ran straight to Lance's usual office, trying to find Lance before the fight or meet other restorative members. There is an intruder. An unfamiliar voice rang from behind, and several scimitar gangs ran out all around. 8 people surrounded me and Su Jenin and saw that none of them were members of the restorationist group. At the time, I couldn't help smiling bitterly. It seemed that fighting was inevitable. Su Jenin glanced at me, his eyes clearly saying, "What should I do now?" I glanced in the direction of Lance's office and motioned for him to break through. Su Jenin nodded and moved at the same time with me tacitly. Before coming up, Su Jenin smashed a person away with a brutal impact, and then hit the other person's chest with a punch and knocked him back 2 steps, abruptly tore open a hole. "Turn right ahead," I shouted, and rushed out of the encirclement after Su Jenin. "Who?" 2 screams came from the front right side, and 2 more people came running with a revolver in their left hand and a saber in their right. This time, both of them are rehabilitated. When they saw me, they froze for a moment, and the operation inevitably stopped. "My own person? Don't do it." I hurriedly stopped Su Jenin, who wanted to start, and ran in front of them. "My own people, they are all misunderstandings." I opened the mouth and gave the reason, and they immediately reacted and stepped forward. The 8 people behind Su Jenin and I stopped, and explained, "It's our own, let's go away." "Brother Yuri, they..." The leader of the 8 asked in disbelief. "They are friends of the helper, don't ask too much." Yuri shouted, "Yes, Brother Yuri." The 8 people responded quickly, and then they scattered. It seems that Lance is indeed a great deterrent for them. After they left, another member of the restorationist looked at me and then at Su Jenin. He wanted to say something but stopped. I immediately understood and said, "Jordan, he is his own, so let's say anything." "Yes, Lord Ackerman." Yatun and Yuri stretched their right hand, raised their right hand 45 degrees, and said after saluting, "You are really a talent." Su Jenin whispered, "Master Flynn has gone to base 3, not here?" Yuri said, "It's okay." I shrugged, "I'll look for him again then, and now I'll go to his office later, and you can bring some food, I haven't eaten lunch yet. Also, his name is Su Jenin Ackerman. From today on, he will be a consultant for the restitutionist." I patted Su Jenin's shoulder and said, Yuri and Yadin were taken aback immediately, nodded, yes. After spending more than an hour in Lance's office with Su Jenin, I called the rehabilitated members of the scimitar gang's headquarters and introduced them to Su Jenin before leaving. During the meal, I had already briefed Su Jenin about the situation of the rejuvenationists, but some things have to be seen with my own eyes before we can know the problem, and our focus is also on the Marias, which will be carried out in a few days. The wall is still fighting, so Su Jenin has not made any comments for the time being. Before the sky was completely dark, we returned to our respective places. 2 days later, Gisha and I left our home on the excuse that we had to go to a distant door for a medical visit, and went to the secret base of the Fuquinists. There were 3 airships parked there and 50 members who were about to participate in combat. The plan was at the dawn of the day when the recapture war started, the airship sneaked out of the wall, and then at the right time for the recapture war, it met with 50 combat personnel in the crusade. On the 4th day, the battle for the Wall of Mary officially began. On this day, the truced area was crowded with members of the Crusades who were about to leave. The roar of the fixed railgun on the city wall continued from the morning to the evening. The Titan who dared to come were all killed by shells. After a month of simple training, the refugees who were called the Crusaders also took the opportunity to leave the truced area and march towards the Wall of Mary. I stood in the hanging basket of an airship, using eagle eye technique to look at the team going out of the city from a distance, holding the messenger card Su Jenin gave me in my hand. I took a total of 4 of this kind of messenger cards, 1 for each of the 3 airships, and 1 for the team in the crusade. The effective range is 10 kilometers. It is a very useful thing. Report, we are out of the city. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, the voice of the captain of the ground troops suddenly came from the spell card. After receiving the news, I immediately ordered, all airships are fully rudder right, ready to move to friendly forces. The reinstated airship, with a speed of 60 km per hour, is equipped with 2 weapon revolver guns, 50 throwing burst spell cards, 25 full members, and low protection capabilities. These are my general summary of the airship. Although there are many defects, it is still a powerful weapon for the inside of the wall. On the one hand, I transferred the airship to detect the movement of Titan, and on the other hand, I came to the town scene. Anyway, there must be it can come in handy. Increase the firepower, let's go higher, try not to be discovered by them. Under my order, the airship was slowly rising, and the crowd in the distance gradually became black spots. Gane, when will we do it? Gisha asked in a message from another airship. No hurry, wait until the front team is defeated before you set out to disturb the survivors. Lance and I are in another. The 2 airships will move forward with the team below until the Titan strikes and the soldiers of this group of people are broken, and then we will send a message to inform you to come and meet. This step will take at least 1 day. I answered. Deo, even though I had sympathized with these people before, now it is time to give priority to the interests of restitutionists. According to the information provided by Su Jenin, these 480,000 people were divided into 7 legions and set off in 3 batches. The first batch was the weakest 1st and 2nd Corps with a total of 200,000 people. Wang Zhang's is called the decoy, and the route is to go directly to the Wall of Mary from the truest area, attracting Titan to gather in the middle area. They will start at 4 in the morning, and at 8 o'clock, some people will go out first, and then from 8 to 12 o'clock, some of the elite 3rd, 4th, and 5th legions will go out of the city wall and spread the reconnaissance around. The next time was the 1st and 2nd legions heading straight to the Wall of Mary. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th legions were divided into 2 parts and detoured from the left and right sides, and finally the 6th and 7th legions directly pressed on. Although they were sending the refugees to their deaths, they at least made a decent plan, and I also made targeted changes to the restoratives plan. Originally thought that they would make refugees swarm to achieve the goal of reducing the population in this battle, but never thought that they also had plans, but in this way we can also make choices. Abandon the old, weak, sick, and disabled, and mainly rescue those who are strong, and those who are weak can just be used as cover for our escape. It sounds cruel, but the reality is like this. Restorationists cannot save everyone, they are just doing their best. Listen to my order, attack. An officer rode on the horse and drew his blade to the front of the 10-level Titan and shouted, kill. Dozens of refugees held machete, axe, and pitchfork towards Titan. They rushed, their eyes were full of fear, but in order to survive, they had to participate in this recapture battle. In order to survive, they had to kill the previous Titan. Kill. A man with a beard rushed towards the right foot of Titan with a machete, ready to chop off its hamstrings and release it, and then everyone killed it according to the training method. But they obviously forgot a very important point: the Titan target they used for training is different from the living Titan. The Titan in front of them can move. Boom! Titan took a sudden step forward, stomping its beard into meat sauce, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on its face. It stretched out its hands and grabbed the people who rushed towards it. Although not wise, it was instinctive. Still enough to drive it to prey on humans. No, get out of the way. The officer hurriedly called, but it was too late. Titan grabbed the humans who were turning to flee with one hand, and slowly raised them in front of him. Damn, let me go. One of them cursed with a machete in his hand and struggling to chop the fingers of Titan. No, please don't. The other was so scared that he lost his weapon and kept begging. Titan, roar. Titan roared, squeezed the rebelling person to death with a strong right hand, and then stuffed the upper body of another begging person into his mouth. The upper and lower teeth suddenly closed. Sneer. Blood splattered all over the faces of everyone who was still in a daze. Run. Someone yelled, turned around and ran away, and the others broke away. Damn, you cowards. This is a deserter behavior. Come back to me, or you'll kill you. The officer yelled. He brandished his blade and tried to drive everyone to fight Titan, but no one obeyed his orders. Boom. The heavy footsteps of Titan sounded more than 10 meters behind him. Damn it, don't care about them? It's important to save your life. The officer gritted his teeth and glanced at the people who were escaping around. Drive. Riding a horse to Gisha away. As for the other people who fled on foot, they couldn't match the speed of Titan. They were overtaken one by one and ended up with their lives. Only the officer and 2 lucky guys escaped alive. This is just a small scene of the recapture of the Wall of Maria, but it is a microcosm of the entire battlefield. Facts have proved that without a 3-dimensional mobile device and after a long period of training or equipped with heavy weapons, humans cannot be the opponent of Titan. The result of the battle can only be slaughtered one-sidedly. This is a war doomed to fail. The sad thing is that there are still people in the so-called criminal army who believe that their side will win. They don't know that they were only pushed to death by Wang Zhang. After a day, the forward of the front legion has been declared disintegrated. Gisha will go to the front to rescue those disintegrated as much as possible. Even if they can't escape their lives, they will use them to delay Titan. Our people are in the 5th Legion, and there is still a long time since they were exposed to Titan. Don't be so nervous, relax and recharge. I said to the nervous restorative members around me, dealing with humans. It's a good hand, but Titan, this kind of creature, is not what they are good at. Listen well, giving you 3-dimensional mobile devices is not for you to deal with Titan, but for you to use to escape. Titan will naturally be dealt with by specialized people. You only need to be responsible. Use the revolver to control the crowd below, and then lead them to evacuate under the guidance of the airship. Do you understand? I emphasized again, yes, Lord Ackerman. Standing up straight, facing me, I stretched my right hand diagonally upwards to show respect. Go and rest. I suppressed my somewhat airy mood, waved my hand to signal them to disperse, and sat on the ground and started to rest. I rested in a daze for an unknown period of time. I didn't wake up until the restorative people woke me up. I looked up and found that it was already night. In this place without industrial pollution, I could easily see the sky full of stars. And a round of meniscus, and Titan relies on sunlight to move. They have no ability to move at night, so they are absolutely safe at night. I looked down from the hanging basket. The people who came down had already camped. It seemed that there were still people in the carnival. It seemed that none of the lucky ones in the day made them very relaxed. The itinerary is full of confidence, really ignorant and fearless. Master Ackerman. The subordinate's voice drew my attention back to the airship. I turned my head and glanced at the speaker. It took a few seconds to recall his name. What's wrong with Yake? Lord Kerman. It seemed that he was a little excited because I called out his name all at once. Yake stepped back and said, "Our fuel is insufficient, we need to replenish it." I was stunned for a moment. I forgot to think about this problem before I set off, but it was quite easy to solve. There is a giant wood forest nearby. Go there and chop down the wood. You will be fighting tomorrow. Be careful not to be too tired. I ordered. Rode, motioned them to go to work. At noon the next day, 5 hours after the 5th Legion opened. Boom! A corpse of Titan crashed to the ground. A soldier in the uniform of the Investigative Corps controlled a three-dimensional mobile device and fell back to the ground. He looked around. There were human corpses everywhere, and there were still a few wandering around. Titan, where the corpse is picked up and eaten, has blood flowing into a river, and the corpses are everywhere. Now this scene is not too much to call it hell. It's over. The 5th Legion is over. The gang has achieved the goal of reducing the population. The soldier spit blood to the ground, gasping and cursing. He thrust the double knife in his hand. Back in the wooden box on both sides of his waist, he slid the blade back into the wooden box, held the control device on the handle of the knife in his hand, and then blew a whistle to summon his horse. For a long time, the war horse did not come, but there was a 7-meter class Titan who noticed this little human being alone, running towards him as a girl. Hey, disgusting stuff. The soldier's disdain. He glanced at Titan, pulled out the blade again, and shot the hook and anchor at the leg of Titan, and then pressed the button for recycling the steel wire with his index finger. Chick. Gas blasted from the rear propeller, pushing the soldier towards the right leg of Titan. Die bastard. He roared, and suddenly, the gas jet from the propeller stopped. What? The soldier suddenly lost his balance in the air, fell heavily to the ground, slid forward for a few meters, and stopped in front of Titan. It's over. Looking at the bloodthirsty smile of Titan on his head, the soldier murmured to himself. Titan stretched out his right hand to grab his prey, and his simple brain was full of joy. At the moment when the giant hand came to his body, the soldier suddenly yelled, clasped the 2 knives firmly and rotated in a circle, and cut off all the 5 fingers of Titan. Blood was splashed, and the soldier took advantage of this timing, quickly ran to the calf of Titan, trying to cut its leg muscles and temporarily lose its mobility. Roar. Titan roared, took a step back, and pressed his palm against the soldier. The soldier smiled bitterly and stopped his steps. Failed. At this time, the sound of the blade piercing the flesh came from above. Titan fell like a doll whose battery was suddenly removed, and at the same time it was crushed on the soldier. Who? The soldier said to himself in doubt. After a few words, the gas was exhausted, and there was no time for a few seconds to escape from the suppressed area. The soldier had given up hope. At the last moment, he just wanted to know who gave this Titan a fatal blow. Suddenly a huge thrust came from behind and pushed the soldier out, fell aside, and then, boom. The body of Titan smashed in front of the soldier. I survived. The soldier looked at the scene in a daze and couldn't believe it. Who pushed me just now? He muttered to himself, until someone patted him on the shoulder. He didn't come back to his senses. The soldier turned his head and saw a boy who looked 12 or 13 years old with a steaming silver dagger in his right hand. The black-haired and black-eyed teenager was looking at him. Are there any other survivors besides you here? The boy asked. The soldier took a look at the boy and found that he was wearing ordinary clothes without a three-dimensional mobile device, but the short sword in his hand with the blood of Titan that was constantly turning into steam also explained. One fact: Titan was homicided. The soldier's lips squirmed, but in the end he said nothing. Is it scary? I stretched out my hand and shook it in front of the soldier, feeling a little regretful. This guy is pretty good, just killed 2 Titan alone. I planned to save him and draw him. Joining the restorationist, he turned out to be silly. There are no survivors. The soldier shook his head and said, it turned out not to be scared. I secretly said in my heart, scanned the surroundings, and then looked at the Titan corpse that had basically turned into steam next to it. He sighed, sorry, come with us. You? The soldier asked in confusion. Master Ackerman. At this time, 2 members of the reinstatement were coming down from above in due course, and one ship was slowing down. Airship falling. What is this? The soldier stared at the airship and asked, airship, you will come up first. I briefly explained, and then I took the soldier and teleported him to the airship. Are you a god? Seeing the sudden change in the scene, the soldier stayed for a while, then looked at me and asked, I am not. I shook my head decisively, and ordered the others, raise the height, turn to the right to meet Lance and the others. Yes. The crowd saluted and started to work. I glanced at the soldiers who were still in a sluggish state, and asked casually, what is your name? Damo said off. The soldier replied, and the entire airship suddenly became quiet. For a while, everyone's eyes widened and looked at Damo, their eyes filled with disbelief. Said off, so 7. I secretly said in my heart, and asked again without believing in evil, what is your last name? Siduf, what's the matter? Damo returned to his senses, and asked in a puzzled manner, what is the relationship between Ross Siduf and you? Acker asked suddenly, he is my father. Damo replied subconsciously, and then reacted, do you know my father? I'm actually very curious. I didn't answer Damo's question, but rubbed my chin and said, why does my father be the president of the Chamber of Commerce, but my son has to come to investigate the Corps and be an ordinary soldier? There is only death in the wall. Damo suddenly became excited when he heard these words, and he said loudly, I am different from my father who knows fighting for power in the wall. I want to investigate the truth of this world, give human beings are truly free, not just staying inside the wall like a bird in a cage. I never thought that Rose would have a son, let alone that his son's personality would be completely opposite to him. If we tell you the truth of this world, but you want to join us, what do you think? I asked, do you know the truth? Damo rushed forward, grabbing my collar and yelling in gloom. Deo, the restorative members on the side quickly took out a revolver and put it on his head. Don't move. Yake shouted, otherwise, you will blow your head. Well, Yake, don't be nervous. I waved my hand, and then looked at Damo and said, I can't tell you the truth because of time, but we need your help now. We will replenish you with gas and blades. You will be responsible for killing Titan for a while. But be careful not to hurt yourself. Your own? Are you saying that some of you can become Titan? Damo asked in surprise, unknowingly letting go of his hand. We will explain to you then. Just accept what you see. I smiled, and at the same time motioned to others to take him to replenish the gas and the blade. Damo nodded blankly and followed Yaden. I took the messenger card and started contacting Grisha. Grisha, please answer when you hear it. The card was silent for a few seconds, and then Grisha's voice came. What's wrong with Gawain? Is there anything new? Bring everyone on your side closer to Lance. Titan has destroyed the forward of the 5th Legion and is approaching the main force of the 5th Legion. Come here quickly. We need your combat power. I said, I received it. I have gathered more than 300 people here, and I will rush to Lance's direction now. Grisha responded, and then cut off the communication. The airship flew quickly in the direction where Lance was. I leaned on the guardrail and looked down. A few Titan were walking in the same direction as us, and blood was flowing along the way. This is not a fight for a fight, it's a one-sided slaughter. Yake suddenly said on the side, this is simply giving snacks to Titan. We can't change these, we can only try to save more. Many people, Yake. I comforted. Looking at the tragic sight below, I couldn't help but feel a deep hatred for Murray, the culprit who caused this situation. Sooner or later, I will make you pay a huge amount. To pay for it all, I muttered to myself, looking at the huge human formation in the distance. They have not yet come into contact with Titan, so there is still high morale. Today is destined to be many people die here because of a war that shouldn't have happened, but they will not die in vain. We will definitely help them get revenge. I said. Kill this Titan. With a roar, Titan with its hamstring cut off fell to the ground, and several restorative members wearing three-dimensional mobile devices took the opportunity to fly towards Titan at the back of the neck. They showed their double knives ready to kill Titan, and farther away, there are a group of panicked refugees. They are orderly under the control of other restorative members retreat. Lance chose the right time, just when the officers and soldiers who led the refugees were killed by Titan or escaped first, and the refugees had not yet dispersed. The emergence of the rejuvenation faction when the refugees are headless is just enough to calm the scene. Boom! A yellow lightning appeared out of nowhere. In the center of the lightning, a silver skin, blonde hair with short ears, and streamlined muscles. The 16-meter-high Titan slowly stood up. Its face was similar to that of Lance. 70% to 80% similar, a pair of eyes are as fascinating as the stars in the sky. The first ancestor Titan has appeared. Roar. Lance, the ancestor Titan, roared. A swing fist hit Titan in the face beside him, and the force directly deflected the head of the Titan, falling back at 180 degrees. Lance did not stop, and then stepped forward and hit the other side of Titan with an elbow, then opened his mouth and bit on the neck of Titan severely. Tear off one end with force, then lift your foot and slam on the neck of the fallen Titan. Slam the back of the neck with force. Double kill. 7-meter class, strange species, Lord Lance, be careful, a reinstatement member suddenly yelled at Lance's right. Lance turned to look and saw a 7-meter class Titan. He sneaked towards him in a crawling posture. After seeing that he was discovered, Chi Xingzhong raised his head and showed a bloodthirsty smile at Lance, and then jumped up to Lance. Boom! The hardened fist slammed into the big face of Chi Xingzhong, knocking half of its face, and because of inertia, it fell to the side in embarrassment, hitting the ground a few times before stopping. Roar! Lance stretched out his hand and pointed at the strange species that fell on the ground. A tiny electric spark flashed across his finger, and the coordinate ability was activated. Oh! The Titan walking slowly around rushed towards the strange species as if they were stimulated by something. The strange species was thrown down by several Titan as soon as they got up from the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. A few minutes later, Chi Xingzhong was bitten by one of the heads in the back of the neck and lost his life. After solving the strange species, the Titan turned their attention to Lance, 5-headed Titan, 2 15 meters, 2 10 meters, 1 5 meters. Lance, I couldn't help but take a step back. The coordinate ability of the Ancestor Titan is easy to use, but only people with royal blood can fully use the abilities of the Ancestor Titan. Others can barely use part of their abilities, and it's not very easy to control, just like the current situation. Lance moved his legs slightly to stand in a T-step, his hands were in a fighting position, and the front end of his fist was stabbed with hardening ability. Just when Lance adjusted his posture and prepared to take one enemy 5, a hook anchor attached to a steel wire suddenly shot a 10-meter class Titan. A figure wearing a green cloak of the Investigation Corps fiercely flew out from behind Lance. Whoosh! The figure manipulated the three-dimensional mobile device to fall down to avoid the giant palm of Titan, then retracted the previous wire, and at the same time shot another hook and anchor onto the calf of Titan, and then turned the body holding the 2 knives in his hand forward and backward. He quickly approached in a spiral slash, cutting off a calf of Titan. When Titan lost its balance and leaned forward, the figure shot the steel wire into the center of the back neck of Titan, and then violently accelerated and rotated the body again to cut off the spiral. Titan, the back of the neck. This set works smoothly, killing one's own goals before other Titan has not reacted. This kind of battle seems to be a visual pleasure. After killing a head of Titan, the figure kept moving, and shot a hook and anchor onto a 15-meter class Titan arm, and then suddenly accelerated and cut Titan. One of the arms of Titan changed its direction again and a spiral cut to abolish the eyes of Titan, and then a beautiful backflip landed on the top of Titan. Roar. Lance also reacted at this time. He roared and kicked the 5-meter class Titan alive with his leg, and then he threw a fist of the 15-meter class Titan. Titan fell to the ground, and at the end he overwhelmed a 10-meter class Titan. Within a few seconds, the figure also beheaded the remaining 15-meter level Titan. He fell on the ground, throwing the blunt blade in his hand to the ground, and took 2 more from his waist. A pair of new ones was pulled out from the wooden box on the side, and then he opened his hood and shook one of his black shattered hair. He looked up at Lance, who was killing Titan. This guy is the ancestor of Titan? The strength is not bad. Su Jenin stretched out his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was the one who killed 2 Titan just now, and he had already killed 4 Titan. I've killed 6. How long will you have to fight with soy sauce, Gao Wen? Come here. Su Jenin took out the messenger card and said, "What's the hurry? I'm using Hawkeye to confirm the movements of each Titan." I replied, "You have a 10-meter Titan approaching at 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock. There are 2 15-meter class ones in the direction, and the 10-meter class one is handed over to me, and the other 2 ends. One is Lance and the other is the gas. Isn't it enough gas? Is it enough?" Su Jenin waved and then whistled, summoned his horse, mounted it in a dexterous posture, and galloped to his left. Lance followed him and ran towards Titan. "It's almost done. Go to the refugees' side. Hold them firmly. Only a few operators will be left on the airship," I ordered. "Master Ackerman, then how do you go down to deal with the other side Titan?" Yake asked suspiciously. Of course I just jumped down. I stretched out my hand and patted Yake on the shoulder, and then leaped off the airship with a sudden force. This must be at least 100 meters above the ground. Damo yelled from above, and I smiled slightly. The reason for going down this way is to show my strength in front of everyone. After all, I am regaining power. If the next leader of the faction has no strength, how can he restrain the people below? Especially for those who are new to the Restorationist, I have enough prestige among the old members, and I have to establish prestige among these newcomers. With a thought in my heart, a pair of radiant magic wings condensed from my back. Relying on the magical wings on my back, I first dived and quickly narrowed the distance between myself and Titan, until I was 5 meters above Titan. I made an emergency lift and changed direction to avoid Titan waved the giant hand, and then suddenly withdrew its wings and pulled out the holy silver dagger and fell from the air. Roar. Seeing me falling towards me, Titan roared in excitement and stretched out his hand again. I said, "It's time." I muttered a silent sentence in my heart and began to control my body to spin in the air. Relying on the acceleration of gravity and the sharp holy silver dagger in my hand, I forcibly created the effect of spiral cutting with a 3-dimensional mobile device. Chi 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 chi. In just 2 seconds, I had 5 big cuts in the right arm of Titan, blood spurted all over the whole arm, and the arm dropped weakly. Chop. I was sharp. With a drink, he teleported to the back of the neck of Titan, and slashed out with a sword. The back of the neck of Titan suddenly splashed with blood, his body stiffened, and he fell straight forward. I jumped slightly, and the magical wings appeared again. I controlled the wings to glide in the air for 2 times and landed in a cool manner. I got a lot of awe in the eyes. After landing on the ground with my feet, I immediately removed the magic wings. The set of actions just now was extremely cool, but there were a lot of extra actions, and this short 10 seconds consumed 2/5 of my magic power. I would not do that if it were not for Liwei. You guy is pretending to be pretty good. Su Jenin's voice came from the transmission spell card. I turned my head and looked in his direction. I saw 2 Titan corpses lying on the ground steaming. He also solved his goal. It's not for standing up yet. I replied helplessly, and started to teleport towards the crowd. With a flash of white light, I appeared in front of the crowd. Such an amazing way of appearance made the first few people kneel down, and then crouched down and shouted, "God, are you finally present? Please help. Save us. We are willing to follow you to the death." With the leader, the refugees behind also knelt down and repeated the above words. I have to say that the scene of thousands of people kneeling together is really spectacular, and when they enshrine me as a god, it makes me feel a little airy. At this moment, I suddenly understood why so many aliens in the age of mythology had to call themselves gods. The people of this era are ignorant and simple. Through telepathic magic, I can feel that most of them worship me as a god instead of just talking. Moreover, compared with the gods propagated by various religions in the wall, my god is a real existence, and I also beheaded a head in front of them without using a 3-dimensional mobile device. They were unable to make huge sacrifices before. They killed Titan. These are also reasons for their faith. It's almost time to pretend, and then it's time to actually command. Get up. I said. The sound is not loud, but it can be clearly transmitted to each slave's ear. This kind of magic trick, the original intention of the creator was to make speeches better on important occasions or to issue orders clearly at certain moments. Now I use it in such occasions. No one in the audience rose up, including the members of the restorative party. I paused and continued to say, I am not a so-called god, but a stronger human being. Similarly, I cannot save all of you. I can only save your lives as much as possible and try to keep you alive. Bring back to the wall of Roselle. If you want to believe me, just walk with me. Over there, Titan and the black-robed people among you will protect you, and we will have reinforcements later. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was in an uproar, but only a few minutes later, after Lance killed another Titan, they all chose to accept, we are willing to follow you to the death. They said together, and at the same time prostrate again. Yidi, get up, let's set off. I spoke again, this time everyone immediately stood up, turned their eyes on me, and waited for me to guide them. We are heading east, there is nothing Titan over there for the time being. I pointed to the east and said, everyone immediately headed east under the leadership of the restorative members. Do you think this is effective? As far as I think they are not qualified to join the reinstatement. A few minutes later, Lance, who had left the titanization, walked up to me and asked, do you think they is the loyalty not enough? I asked, yes. Lance nodded and said bluntly, as far as their qualities are concerned, as long as they can live back into the wall, I guess it will be full the next day. It's all yours and my legend. I smiled and turned to look at Lance, what is the ability of the ancestor Titan? Manipulate Titan, and brainwash. Lance replied, and then suddenly reacted, you want me to brainwash them? Sometimes we have to do whatever we can to win. The key is that I don't have royal blood, I can't fully use the ancestor's Titan ability, and I have never used the brainwashing ability. Lance said helplessly, it's simple. I smiled. Do you remember Rose Skidov? Of course. Lance nodded, and asked in confusion, but isn't your ability troublesome to use? I can try to stimulate your ability. At that time, you can just follow my command. I replied, if it's not possible, I can also ask Su Jenin to help with a mental influence formation, first hold them steady before speaking. As soon as the voice fell, Su Jenin controlled the three-dimensional mobile device. Falling next to me, I try my best, but the effect may not be guaranteed. Su Jenin said, I nodded, and continued on. Relying on the airship's reconnaissance, I managed to lead a team of thousands of people to bypass most of Titan, and the few who couldn't escape were killed by me, Su Jenin, Lance, and Damo. In the evening, we successfully rendezvous with Grisha's more than 200 people. The original team of more than 300 people lost a lot due to various reasons. At the same time, I also saw a person in the team who made me unexpected. Captain Keith. Damo cried out in surprise. I followed his vision and saw a middle-aged man riding a horse wearing a green cloak, Keith Shotties. I mumbled to myself, thinking of the unpleasant meeting with him last time in my mind, why does this guy show up here? I said a little unhappy. As the former commander of the Investigation Corps, Keith's strength is actually beyond doubt. You must know that when he led the Investigation Corps, the countermeasure he used was to kill when he saw Titan. This strategy also led to the investigation of the Corps. The casualty rate remains high, and in the process of implementing this countermeasure against Titan, Keith, as the head of the regiment, must have taken the lead to convince the crowd. Under this circumstance, the soldiers of the Investigating Corps changed batch after batch, but Keith, the commander by his side, remained intact until he stepped down as the commander of the Corps, which proved his strength. From the perspective of the restitutionists, it is naturally a good thing to have Keith's participation to increase our combat power, even though the restitutionist and Keith are only allies, but from my personal point of view, this is of course, the guy who underestimated me when we first met. Of course, the farther he rolled the better. Gavin, we met again. It seems that you haven't grown much taller during this period of time. Kistley walked up to me and said in the manner of a mansion, hey. I turned my head and did not look at him. Squeezed his fist and released it, barely suppressing his urge to hit someone, and said, what are you doing here? I took advantage of this battle of the Wall of Maria to see what I could find out, and then happened to ran into Grisha, and I knew your plan. Keith replied with a shrug, and I quit. Posing his lips, he ignored Keith, turned and shouted to the crowd who stopped after the meeting, go ahead. We have to reach the giant woods forest for a rest before nightfall. After that, I rode on a horse brought by my hand. Drove forward, leaving Grisha and the others behind the team to chat. Su Jenin also called his horse to ride forward like me. The two of us let Ma trot forward, watching the refugees next to him remain silent. After a few minutes, Su Jenin broke the silence, I want to think about a question. Huh. I turned to look at him. Su Jenin raised his chin to the refugees next to him, lowered his voice and asked, so many people, can you afford to raise them? Who said I want to raise these people? I asked, oh. Su Jenin looked surprised. To me, then what are you doing so much effort to save them and prepare to brainwash them? Of course it is for the reinstatementists to become completely powerful. I laughed, stop talking about those imaginary things, you just tell me what you are going to do. Su Jenin waved his hand and said with some dissatisfaction. Yeah, I touched my nose and began to organize language in my brain. Well, do you know s.h.i.e.l.d.h.i.e.l.d? I asked. Yes, Su Jenin said. What are you asking about? Then do you remember what Hydra did to s.h.i.e.l.d? I asked again. Oh, you want to? Su Jenin opened his eyes fiercely. Yes, I nodded. Think about it, these people are just a small part of the people in the battle. We will save more people in the future. 480,000 people participated in the battle. Even if we only save 10, one of them also has 48,000 people. After brainwashing them, this is a force that cannot be underestimated, and it is the perfect reserve force for the restitutionists. But what does this have to do with penetration? This is my next plan. When these people return to the wall, when the food crisis has basically been resolved, Wang Zheng will certainly give them good treatment to appease the hearts of the people, and at the same time help them distribute jobs. Even the various corps will pick some from them. Renai supplements the previous attrition caused by the fall of the Wall of Mary. You see, in this way, the reinstatementists have planted nails in various places. We can also select people in advance to become internal members of the reinstatement to completely expand the restoration. The former reinstatement faction was strong, but after all, Cheng Nai did not become the actual controller inside the wall. Now, if the plan is successful, the restoration faction is the actual controller inside the wall, and we can even change the king when necessary. I said proudly. Don't be too happy, it's not certain whether brainwashing can be done. You'd better have a plan B. Su Jenin unceremoniously poured cold water on me. Of course there is a plan B. I nodded. Actually, the plan just now was only made temporarily based on the brainwashing ability of the ancestor titan. Plan B was the original plan of the restitutionists. I have a stomach of MMP and don't know where to speak. Su Jenin said silently. I smiled awkwardly and began to talk about Plan B. We tried our best to rescue those refugees while hiding our identities as much as possible, gathering them together and selecting suitable people from them to join the restoratives, and then aroused their concern for them through speeches. Wang Zheng's hatred, and then form a big alliance to include them, so that on the one hand, they can provide us with some help, on the other hand, they can also attract Wang Zheng's attention and allow the restorers to hide in the dark. The enhancement effects of these two plans on the restoring factions are simply worlds apart. Su Jenin sighed. Plan B can only allow the restoring parties to increase their strength, but they must continue to hide in the dark. But Plan A can. Let the restorationist become the uncrowned king in the wall. But you should have a lot of difficulties, right? That's for sure. I will not let it go when I have the opportunity to spit out bitterness. All the helplessness of the restorative was poured out. The restoratives are in a mess right now. If the time is not for the fight for recapture, the restoratives are expected to survive in the next 5 years. I am pessimistic about whether they can recover their strength within 5 years. There is a shortage of talents, and talents in any field are extremely lacking. In the battle to capture the ancestors, many important management talents were killed. The military team also suffered heavy losses and urgently needed personnel to supplement. The current researchers in the scientific research team are only me and the Arnolds. Fundamentally, not enough to promote technological progress. Because the Wall of Maria was broken, the intelligence network of the intelligence group was also greatly affected. Coupled with the killing of the Central Gendarmerie, this intelligence network is basically abolished. Thank you. The Dove Chamber of Commerce and Keith, they both support the restorationists based on Grisha. Keith is very good at wooing them, but the Seduf Chamber of Commerce is not easy to deal with. I complained. Tisk, it seems that you have encountered a lot of difficulties. Su Jenin said, that's why I need talents to help me solve the difficulties. I smiled and looked at Su Jenin. Fortunately I have found the best help. Ha, you have a vision. Su Jenin also laughed. Are you forming your own team? Of course, I have been worried that my new leader will not be able to hold the ground after Grisha leaves. I answered truthfully. Said, then I suggest you start with the Seduf Chamber of Commerce first. Su Jenin said, huh. I frowned in confusion. The source of funds is always the key to the existence of an organization. Su Jenin explained. Said, I used my authority to check the source of funds for the restoring party. Guess what? I was embarrassed to realize that I had never paid attention to the source of funds for the restoringists, so I simply asked Su Jenin to ask, what? Some small industries that are currently dying. Su Jenin said helplessly, let's put it this way, once there is a problem with the Seduf Chamber of Commerce, the restoring party will not be far from the end, and you can't support so many people without funds. Hearing these words, my pupils couldn't help but shrink. Sure enough, my own abilities were still not strong enough, and such a serious problem of funds was ignored by me. Fortunately, what do you plan to do in this regard? I asked. Anyway, we must first control the Chamber of Commerce Seduf, let the actual controller of the Chamber of Commerce become us, and then rely on our modern business knowledge to reform the Chamber of Commerce. We can wait until we return to the wall to talk about the specific rules. Su Jenin replied, you should think about the marching route and future arrangements first. I'll go patrolling. Su Jenin slid his horse back into the wall. Jueshan when I went, I continued to move slowly on my horse, thinking about the next plan. Before the sun completely set, our team of more than 1,000 people finally arrived at the forest of giant trees and crashed into a group of more than 100 refugees. Their team was defeated by Titan and barely escaped here. We have successfully incorporated them. At night, the refugees began to build camps with materials on the spot and start a campfire. Because there is no sunlight at night and Titan needs to rely on sunlight to have the ability to move, everyone does not need to guard against Titan. Many people randomly set up a shelter and ate the food they brought today and fell asleep. Before 8 o'clock, the only people in the camp who were awake were Keith, Damo, and the restorationist. Of the people, didn't you mean to brainwash them? Su Jenin asked, and you don't plan to give a speech? What if they are all asleep now? Master Ackerman, do you want to wake them up? Yake asked. No need. I shook my head and expressed a helpless look to Su Jenin. Yake's loyalty is sufficient, but he is lacking in such aspects as resourcefulness. I really need resourcefulness now. People help? Lance, you go to a far place and turn your body down. We try to brainwash them while they are sleeping, I said to Lance. Lance nodded, mounted his horse and headed away from the camp. You two, it's time to get some spell cards to aid brainwashing. I looked at Su Jenin. I received it. Su Jenin nodded and turned to leave. Gisha stays and the others go to rest. I waved away. Everyone, boom. The sound of Lance's transformation was neither loud nor small, but the refugees slept deeply and were not awakened. After a while, the Titan Lance walked back lightly, so be careful. I couldn't help but make me want to laugh. A teleporter stood on Lance's right shoulder. Use the power, I said softly to his ears. Lance nodded, and I pressed my hand to his side face, closing my eyes and preparing to sense fluctuations in his ability. After a long time, there is no response. Hey, Lance, hurry up and activate your abilities. What are you waiting for? I couldn't help but patted Lance's head. Lance tilted his head, and after a few more seconds, chirp. Lance's body was pulled out from the back of the neck of Titan. Gane, how do you activate the brainwashing ability? Lance asked. Puff. I sprayed it on the spot. You ask me who I ask. I am not even a Titan-capable person. How do I know how to activate the Titan ability? I really think I am omnipotent, he said grimly. Lance looked embarrassed, and his eyes were still connected to the double blood-red flesh band at a point below his eyes. As he turned to look at Gisha, Titan's head is also deflected to the right. Damn, Lance, please pay attention to your actions, I yelled, and quickly jumped from the shoulder of Titan to the trunk of a huge tree next to him. Sorry, Gane. Lance, he apologized, stretched out his right hand to tear off the fleshy belt attached to his right face, and asked Gisha, Leader, how do you activate the ability of Titan? Gisha thought for a while, and said with some distress, this is not very easy to describe. After all, I am not the master of the ancestor Titan. How about you first describe how you felt when you activated the coordinate ability? Lance groaned for a while, then slowly said, when I activate the coordinate ability, it seems that I have placed my will on other unsullied Titan and can order them to treat a certain Titan launch an attack, but this ability can only simply allow Titan to attack the same kind, unable to carry out more complicated commands. Perhaps it is because I do not have royal blood and are not proficient in this ability. Then you try to bring your will to those refugees. You just imagine that you are the center. There is a net spreading to other people. Gisha instructed. I will try. Lance nodded. Head, the whole person retracted into the back of the neck of Titan. When Lance tried, I jumped from the trunk back to Titan, turned my head to look at Gisha and asked, I am actually very curious, what are the special abilities of Attack on Titan? Attack on Titan can instantly return to its heyday at the time of death. However, within a few minutes after rebirth, sanity will be affected. Influences. Gisha said here. I suddenly remembered the anime Eren using Attack on Titan, and the female Titan Yani was seriously injured and dying when fighting in the Southeast district. Suddenly resurrected and turned his own Titan into a completely black Titan with fire on his body. It turned out that it was the ability to rebirth. There is no mention of attack in the anime. On Titan, what special abilities? The second ability is to spy on the memory of the masters of Attack on Titan in the past, including the future. Gisha continued. My eyes widened. Attack on Titan could spy on the future. Is there such a bug? This ability is not as powerful as you think. Seeing the shocked look on my face, Gisha explained. What can be spied on in the future is completely random. If this ability is really that powerful, AI the Erdia people will not fall to this point. I opened my mouth and wanted to say something more. Suddenly, a strong mental shock wave swept across Lance's body, and the air was distorted by the naked eye. Suddenly, a very faint Titan, the sound of roaring. The sound is full of majesty and indomitable. The strange thing is that such a strong mental shock wave did not affect me at all. I can clearly feel the strength of this shock, but it is completely unaffected like a bystander. At this moment, what Hank has said seems to be I heard. The Ackerman clan was persecuted by Wangjiang for being unable to be brainwashed. Ackerman, the demon hunter, what does it have to do with the power of Titan? I couldn't help muttering. Language. Everyone who was asleep was awakened by this mental shock wave. They all got up and looked in the direction of Lance, and then a blank expression appeared on their faces. They all walked to Lance, kneeled to the ground, and fell into in the state of insanity. The only people in the audience who were safe and sound were me, Lance, Gisha and Su Jenin. Bang! The shocked Su Jenin immediately flew over the three-dimensional mobile device. Is it successful? He asked. Is it a successful launch of the ability? I replied, next to my operation, help, I'll protect the law. Okay. Su Jenin nodded, and flew to the tree trunk aside to start to watch. I pressed my hand on the back of the neck of Titan, closed my eyes, and plunged my mental power into it, and began to sense the power of the ancestor Titan. In a moment, I see and saw a golden in the light group. There are many thin lines extending to one side of the light group, and there are many white light spots connected by thin lines on that side. The golden light group should be Lance/Ancestor Titan, and those white light spots should be other Eldia. I made a judgment in my heart. Let's get in touch with Lance first. I began to carefully explore the spiritual power towards the golden light group and stay here. Call Lance's name in the spiritual world. The light group suddenly fluctuated. Gane. Lance's voice sounded in the space. Is this a success? It should be regarded as it. I replied, but now is not the time to chat. Hurry up and cooperate with me. How to cooperate? Lance asked. Just don't resist. I said, combining mental power with the ball of light connected together. Oh, good. Lance replied. With his cooperation, I quickly gained control of the power of the ancestor titan. You know, the demon hunter has already in the 10,000 years of inheritance, various skills have been developed to the peak during this period, and the power of titan still depends entirely on self-exploration, not to mention that Lance is not resisting. Even if he desperately resists me, it is just some effort. Through the power of the ancestor titan, I easily grasped the thoughts of thousands of Eldia people. This is a very strange feeling. Thousands of people's thoughts, wills, and memories are fully displayed in front of me, and I can change these things at will according to my own will. This feeling is really sinking. If I am not the will, the words of a firm person might really sink into it. Let's get started. I said silently in my heart, and I began to urge my mental energy to modify their will, and brainwashed them into people who are loyal to the restitutionists and loyal to me. Thousands of light spots began to instinctively resist me. Will, confronting me in the spiritual world, my spiritual power and magic power were immediately consumed. Oops, how could this happen? I cried secretly in my heart. This is the first time I have experienced this brainwashing method. I have no experience at all. And who knows that they would instinctively resist? It stands to reason that the ancestor titan, shouldn't it be possible to completely suppress them? Otherwise, how did King Fritz brainwash millions of Eldia with the ancestor titan? The battle in the spiritual world is difficult to describe in words. If you have to say it, it will be like two torrents colliding and consuming each other. It depends on who can't hold on first. With the help of the ancestor titan, I can barely stand on it. A place of defeat, but firstly, I don't have the so-called royal blood, and secondly, I am not the ancestor titan. It is like fighting in an unpowered power armor. It looks mighty and invincible, but it is actually very expensive. Fortunately, the opponent was only an instinctive counterattack. I barely relied on circuitous defense to prevent myself from being defeated, but I couldn't reverse my slip to failure. I wonder what will happen if I fail? Maybe it's just being ejected. Maybe I'll be shocked and turned into an idiot. My mental power and magic power have been consumed more than half, even though the opponent is only instinctively using the torrent to shock, and I control my side to become a sword, gun shield to save energy, and to fight step by step. Let's go back, but the amount that can't stand the opponent is too big. Merely crushing makes me tired. I can't perceive the passage of time in the spiritual world. Maybe a few hours have passed, maybe only a few seconds have passed. My mental power and magic power reserves have changed from 1/2 to 1/3, and the other party has nothing. As a sign of weakness, I was prepared to fight to the death, but I don't know if it will work. Suddenly, another force appeared in the spiritual world. It appeared in the image of a golden Chinese dragon. As soon as it appeared, a divine dragon swung its tail and blocked the attack for me. With such a pretending style, how can I not guess who is here? Why are you here? I asked with a mental wave. The mental wave outside has completely changed, and I can see that your face is getting paler and I know you have an accident. Come in and save you quickly. Su Jenin replied and started. Join me against the torrent of each other. Also, Gisha asked me to bring a sentence. He said that he spied a sentence from the memory of the previous controller. The power of the ancestor controls everything. Su Jenin said again, the power of the ancestor controls one shot. I repeated, and began to think about the meaning of this sentence. Su Jenin tacitly helped me block all attacks, allowing me to concentrate on thinking. To fully inspire the power of the ancestor titan, the only option is to have the royal bloodline army. This is simply nonsense to Su Jenin and me. The Lei's family is almost extinct. Now where do we go to find the royal blood? A dead horse is a living horse, doctor. I made up my mind, and then shared my plan with Su Jenin. I will use my remaining mental power to forcibly activate the power of the ancestors. If I fail, I will rely on you protect me. Okay. Su Jenin replied briefly, and I began to compress my mental power and prepared to launch it. I condensed my mental power into a huge golden hammer and smashed it at the golden light ball. Boom! I suddenly lost consciousness. The desolate land that can't be seen at a glance, there is no star in the sky, only a huge road starts from one end, divides into 9 in the middle, and reaches the other end of the sky. Where is this place? I stood on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. 9 roads. What exactly is this place, and what does it have to do with the power of Titan? Demon Hunter, this is not where you should be. A neutral voice sounded behind me. Who? I suddenly turned around, but only saw the world crumble before my eyes and threw me fiercely. After going out, this time, I really lost consciousness. I don't know how long I have been in a coma. The severe headache caused me to wake up from the coma. I opened my eyes and saw Su Jenin, Gisha, and Lance waiting by my side. The sky was still dark. I sat up with my head, and the headache sequelae caused by exhaustion of mental energy made me groan. You wake up. How do you feel? Gane, are you okay? Where is it? The three asked questions at the same time. I didn't answer, just pointed my head. Su Jenin immediately stuck a blue spell card on my forehead, and a rush of coolness poured into my head, instantly suppressing my violent headache. How long have I been in a coma? I asked with a hoarse voice. About 4 hours, not too long. Su Jenin replied. What about the others, have we succeeded? I endured the headache and looked around. It should be considered a success. Lance said hesitantly. Huh. I turned my head to look at Lance, a little puzzled. They treat you as a god, Gane. Gisha smiled bitterly. It's right. You worshipped for half an hour, and finally you were rushed back to sleep by the three of us on the grounds that God asked you to rest. What's the matter, everyone? I didn't react for a while, everyone except Keith who went on patrol. They all regard you as a god, because you suddenly hovered in the air with a golden light, which made everyone strengthen their physique and heal their wounds. Huh? I didn't even know that I was so powerful. I said with some disbelief, but suddenly thought of the mysterious space in my heart. They worship you not only because you performed the so-called miracle. There is also a part of the success of brainwashing. Su Jenin said. Well, I waved weakly and lay down again. Anyway, it's good if you succeed. Gisha, Lance, you go and rest. I'll talk to Su Jenin again. Then you take a good rest. The two nodded, got up and left. What happened? I have to distract them. Su Jenin saw my thoughts all at once. Enduring the headache, I told Su Jenin about my arrival in the mysterious space. The latter frowned immediately. The demon hunter, does anyone know who we are? Su Jenin said in surprise. Well, it seems that there is still a secret between the demon hunter and the power of Titan. I said weakly. No matter, I need to rest for a while. You think about it yourself, right? I said, closing my eyes again. For the next 3 days, I was in a coma for 2/3 of the time to supplement my excessive consumption of mental power, while the team continued to work under the leadership of Gisha, Lance, and Su Jenin. Moving east, the team continued to rescue and harass the team defeated by Titan and search for food along the way. In 3 days, the number of the team was increased to more than 5,000. It's turned 5 times. Grain was also found in the barns in various places that had been stored a year ago, most of which were kept in good condition and could be eaten. There was no need to worry about the food in the team at all, and the morale was also improved a lot. There are about 80,000 people in the east. None of them have been attacked by Titan or dispersed. The situation in the middle is unknown, but most of the people in the middle are old, weak, sick, and disabled. I am pessimistic towards them. Presumably not much better than the east, their former team must have been disintegrated. Now, in my opinion, the efficiency of all the main forces staying in the east is too low. I suggest that we divide our forces to the west to rescue the survivors, and finally think about it. We can meet the teachers. Su Jenin pointed to the map and analyzed, while Gisha and Lance and I gathered around and listened. I agree with Su Jenin's proposal. I said, the 3-day rest has restored my state to 80%. You can continue to command the team. I have no objection, but I think we should also pay attention to protecting the current team. Lance said. Gisha also nodded in agreement. I glanced at the 4 of us, and suddenly made arrangements in my heart. Su Jenin, Lance, you go, take an airship and 1/3 of the people. I arranged that this 1/3 does not refer to the entire team, but 1/3 of the restorative members. Okay. The two nodded together. Also, I continued, the team needs another mind control. Use the brainwashing ability of the ancestor Titan again. Lance asked. No, let Su Jenin and I come to hypnotize them mentally this time. I waved my hand decisively, joking. The ancestor Titan, there is not a very powerful existence hidden in the spiritual world of. It is very likely that it is the ancestor Ymir. In this case, I will not provoke the other party's bottom line. Can you? Gisha asked. No problem. Using spell cards to build a formation of spiritual influence, and then using speeches and other means to guide them, is enough to ensure their loyalty. Su Jenin replied, and Gisha clicked. Nodding, then leave it to you. Su Jenin used spell cards to build a formation. Gisha and Lance dealt with the trivial matters of the team, while I was forced to write a speech. It was really helpless. I had to write a speech. Somewhere in the Great Wood Forest of the Wall of Maria, more than 5,000 people gathered in front of the Great Wood Forest. I was standing on the trunk of a big tree and looking at the crowd below, saying that the sea of people is endless. The formation of 7,000 people is actually not much worse. Each of the giant trees in the forest of giant trees is more than 30 meters high. I stood on a 20-meter-high tree trunk and looked far away with eagle-eyed techniques to barely see the margin of the crowd. I pursed my mouth and looked down at the speech that I wrote once again. I couldn't help feeling a little nervous when I thought that I would be facing more than 5,000 people to give a speech next time. Knowing that I was at most in front of the class before. Showing things like PPT can be regarded as inexperienced for speaking. Among the crowd, members of the Restorationist were maintaining order. Because of the shocking performance during the day, everyone did not dare to make a loud noise, and the scene seemed relatively calm. Seeing that the line was almost lined up, Su Jenin also used the messenger card to send me a message that it was ready. I took a deep breath, folded the speech and put it back in my pocket, and then activated the runes around me. Several illuminating talismans immediately emitted soft white light to illuminate my figure. At the same time, a square projection appeared around the team, showing my upper body. This is magic. And the role of the spell card. Cough. I coughed softly, and the sound card used to amplify my voice perfectly amplified and transmitted it. When someone was about to start talking, the team of more than 5,000 people fell silent. They have a lot of doubts, but obviously they all know that this is not the time to speak. I think you must be very puzzled about who saved you and what they intended. Seeing that the scene was quiet, I started my own speech. Don't worry, we will not harm you. Introduce yourself. Now, my name is Mikasa Ackerman. I am the leader of the Restorationist. Gisha has agreed, and the Restorationist is the organization that saves you. You must have seen 2 Titan in the daytime. Kill other Titan to protect you from being killed by Titan. They are all members of the Restorationist and have the ability to transform into Titan. The Restorationist knows the truth of this world. This is a memory of you erased by the king inside the wall. I will tell you all these one by one now. The Ancestor Emir, the 9 Great Titan, the Eldia Empire, Titan, the Great War, the rise of the Mirai, the persecution of the Eldia people outside Parity Island, and Mirai plans for the Ancestor Titan. I have all described them one by one. The extremely shocking content, coupled with the hypnotic effect of the spell cards, caused the team of more than 5,000 people to fall into deathly silence. Seeing this situation, I knew it was time to agitate them. Everyone, the above is the truth of the world. It is something that the King of the Wall shamelessly stripped from your memory. Not only that, after the Mirai warriors broke the wall of Maria, the royal family also chose to let the Mirai warriors be. Ignoring them will cause you to be displaced, and you will be pushed out to die during the food crisis. Such a decadent Wang Zhang wants to destroy our Mirai. The Eldia nation has reached a critical point of life and death. Almost the entire world is persecuting us, and we want to make Eldia wear a national extinction. And the Restorationist was established to allow Eldia to continue to exist and be revived. Yes, join us. Fight for the re-emergence of Eldia. Fight for your survival. Long live Eldia. Long live the restorative. I raised my right hand and shouted. Long live Eldia. Long live the Restorationists. Everyone from the Restorationists shouted. With the leader, more than 5,000 people shouted together. The sound of the mountain whistling and the tsunami was deafening, and I even had to use magic. I built a soundproof screen to avoid the impact of the sound. I knew my speech was successful when I saw them react like this. These 5,000 people can basically be counted as members of the restoring party. The next step is to arrange for people to explain to them. The precautions and rules and regulations after joining the Restorationists are naturally for Grisha and Lance to worry about. What I have to do now is to let them recruit talents as soon as possible. The Restorators in the field began to take action to control the direction of public opinion. I also stepped back from my position, handed over the next speech to Lance, and then found a place to rest. It was dawn as soon as I woke up. The team had already started to eat breakfast. I quickly washed up and started to eat breakfast. Although the bread and bitter vegetable soup were not delicious at all, but in order to have sufficient physical strength I still ate all my share. After breakfast, the team began to move north. Su Jenin and Lance led their team to the west. The next 15 days were basically spent avoiding Titan, searching for food, and collecting survivors. My team has grown to 23,000 people, and Su Jenin has gathered about the team of 10,000 people. While searching for food, I did not forget to let people look for gold and silver as the startup capital for future business development. At the same time, Su Jenin and I also encountered an embarrassing problem. The number of our team is constantly increasing, but the combat power that can be used to protect the team's safety has barely increased. If this continues, our expansion plan can only be suspended. This is undoubtedly something that the Restitutionists do not want to see. Gavin, what should I do next? Grisha asked. I didn't answer him immediately, but after a few minutes of silence, I said, we have 2 choices. Which 2? Grisha eagerly I asked. I was silent for 10 seconds before replied. The first choice is to stop the action. We will now take the team to rendezvous with Lance, and then after brainwashing them, we will take them back to the Wall of Roses. Although it did not achieve the expected goal, it was enough. What about the second one, Gane? Grisha shook his head decisively and denied a plan. You should have a better plan, right? It's a more cruel plan. This time it was Grisha's turn to be silent. He stood silently in front of me without saying a word. For a long time, he said quietly, talk. You continue to lead the team to gather the survivors, and you can even incorporate them directly into the establishment. And I took the 3,000 old and weak selected from the current team to act as a bait to attract the Titan to the central region. I said, looking at Grisha's shocked look. I couldn't help but abandon a small number of people to protect more people. This is what you told me, Grisha. Yeah, I told you, Gane. Grisha covered his face with his hands, and slowly squatted down, so that I couldn't see his expression. Cheer up. For the revival of Eldia, this is a necessary sacrifice. I shouted, seeing Grisha's performance like this, I couldn't help but feel a little flustered, as if I had done something wrong and was caught. Of course I know, he said with a cry, my duty is to save the wounded, but now I want to let some people who trust me die? Correct, the person they trust is me, I said, stepping forward and leaning over to grab Grisha's collar with both hands. We have reached this point, Grisha, there is no turning back now. Don't let your subordinates, let my friends sacrifice in vain. No matter how dark the road ahead is, we must go on. For Eldia, and for our relatives and friends no longer suffer death threat, there can be a peaceful and prosperous world. Realize, Grisha, don't hesitate anymore. Grisha raised his head to look at me, his eyes filled with incredible color. He squirmed his lips, seemed to be talking to himself, and seemed to be asking, for what? Heart for heaven and earth. To stand for the life of the people. To continue to learn for the sage. To open peace for all generations. I looked into his eyes and said, Grisha lowered his head, but stood up, and took a tear-like crystal from his neck. Pendant, tied it carefully to my neck. This pendant was given to me by Dana, and it also contains the will of me and Dana. I give it to you. I hope you will remember today's vows. Create a peaceful and prosperous world for Aldia. Grisha said solemnly, and I looked into his eyes and nodded solemnly. 2 flowers bloom, one on each table. Su Jenin also encountered the same problem. My plan is that we will continue to move eastward, with Lance and I playing the front, to create a passageway for the team, and other people equipped with 3-dimensional mobile devices to cover the flanks and rear, and include everything along the way. Living people, even if they are forcibly incorporated. When we reach this location, we will turn to the northwest to meet Gane and the others. Su Jenin pointed to a certain point on the map and said. Lance nodded and agreed to his plan. Added a sentence, one more thing. I suggest that we shift from marching during the day to marching at night from today to reduce the defensive pressure. During the day, I led the 3,000 old and weak selected from the team to part ways with most of them, and headed towards the central region. The strange thing is that they all seem to understand their own destiny, and many of them came out voluntarily. I try not to look at their trusting gaze and their freedom of death, but even if they feel guilty, I still have to lead them to act as bait, because this is a price that must be paid. Among the 3,000-person team, I was the only one who had the ability to kill Titan, and the number of Titan in the middle became more, plus the eastern part was attracted to the back of the team. In Titan, I was really incapable of doing it alone, and the number of people in the team dropped from 3,000 to more than 2,600. Boom! I was accompanied by a corpse of Titan and fell to the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood, and panted with my chest. It now seems that this transaction is losing money. Damn it, this sword is too short. I said with the holy silver dagger in my hand. This dagger was made according to my body shape when I was 10 years old. It has been 2 years since the sword is against me. It's really a bit short. When cutting the back of the neck of Titan, the sword body must be completely submerged to kill Titan. It really consumes energy. It has been a week since Grisha and the others were separated, and the number of the team is only half left. They are also very competent in the task of decoy, and it fills my heart with a strong sense of guilt, and there are corpses all over the way. At the same time, the scene of vultures eating human corpses is depressing. None of the survivors found it. It seems that the expeditionary army in the central part is basically dead. I jumped off the half-vaporized corpse of Titan and walked towards the surrounding crowd. The Titan I killed just now is an agile strange species. Unlike those stupid brainless Titan, the strange species has simple wisdom and is also more difficult than ordinary Titan to deal with more. According to the height, Titan can be divided into 3 meter, 5 meter, 10 meter, and 15 meter grades, and as a strange species, there is also a division of abilities. At present, there are only 2 kinds of divisions. One is the strong type. This Titan looks completely like an enlarged version of a human bodybuilder, with distinct muscles and strong weight. The other is the agile type, which looks physically the weak but extremely fast, and the distinction between normal running and crawling on all fours are much more difficult to deal with than the strong. Cough. I clutched my chest and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Despite this, I did not take this non-fatal injury to my heart. According to the powerful recovery ability of the Demon Hunter, I can fully recover within a few minutes, and it is only physical attacks cannot kill me. As long as my soul is not destroyed, I can be resurrected. Master Ackerman, we are surrounded by Titan. A thin middle-aged man called. Go away, Master Ackerman, we will cover you, said a gray-haired old man. Yeah, Lord Ackerman, you did your best, let's go, we will continue to act as bait for this mission. Another person shouted, and I stood on the spot as if struck by thunder. You all got it. We have basically discussed it before you give the notice. Let us who are useless to act as bait to distract Titan and cover the large forces, otherwise no one will run. Nothing. The old man smiled freely and freely. He stepped forward and hugged me in his arms and whispered to comfort him. Don't be guilty, boy. Thank you for taking us this trip. Now you should go. I was so dazed by them that I was supported on a horseback, and I carried my horse to the north, evading what I should face. 1 day later, I rode a horse alone and found the big team. The number of the team at this time has expanded to more than 36,000 people, and I am on the way to meet Su Jenin's team. I was quickly discovered by the restitutionists, and then sent to Grisha. Gane, how are you? Grisha asked eagerly as soon as he saw me. I just looked at him with a dull stare. No replied. Oh, send him to rest on the airship. Grisha sighed and said, and then Yake took me back to the airship. I fell asleep on the airship, and fell asleep for nearly a day and a night. The physique of the demon hunter made me not have nightmares at all, but the guilt in my heart made me sleep extremely restless. When I woke up, it was full of stars. I remember that it was in the morning when I found the team, and now it was midnight according to my judgment. Everyone on the airship was asleep except for the 2 personnel on duty. I sat up with a light sigh, looked up at the starry sky outside the airship, and muttered to myself, such a sacrifice must be worth it. In the evening of the next day, our team and Su Jenin's team met, and the combined number of the 2 teams reached 50,000. That evening, Su Jenin and I used a new brainwashing method, led by Lance's ancestor Titan, supplemented by the mind control of spell cards and my speech agitation, which can be regarded as successfully controlling the thoughts of 50,000 people. On the 3rd day, the team began to withdraw north to the Wall of Roses. At the same time, we also adopted the method of withdrawal in batches to avoid Wang Zhang's vigilance. It took a week for the team to withdraw all of them inside the wall. How Wang Zhang handled these people, not surprisingly, the restorationists ushered in a spurt of development and geometric expansion. The number of the armed force group has returned to 800, and the intelligence group has been reorganized into an intelligence department with 300 people. It is mainly responsible for collecting and sorting out the intelligence sent by tens of thousands of peripheral members. The natural full coverage intelligence network has been successfully realized. Regarding issues such as intelligence transmission and joints, Su Jenin and I, who have watched many spy films, also specially formulated a teaching manual. After such reforms, intelligence can be regarded as foolproof. We plan to start the reform of the logistics team from the Siduf Chamber of Commerce, but this aspect can be postponed first, and I have also pushed the arrangement of various talents to Lance to handle it. I just hope to spend more time with Gisha. After all, he has only half a month left. Gisha was my guide when I joined the Restorationist, my mentor, my friend, and my family. He occupies a very heavy weight in my heart, and as his assistant in the past, I could lazily push the problems to him, but now I can only face the difficulties. Knowing that his life is going to count down, I said in my heart that it is not uncomfortable and not overwhelmed are false, but I can only bury these in my heart, and try to make Gisha live a relaxed and happy life in the last moments of life. Let him be with his family, and there is nothing disturbing him. As Grisha's life came to an end day by day, the restorationists were also rapidly transforming into a behemoth. This was also the most gratifying thing for Gisha. Tomorrow I'm going out to a far door to do an important thing. Aaron, are you going with me tomorrow? During dinner, Gisha suddenly said. When he heard this sentence, my movements suddenly froze, and the whole person lost my appetite. Grisha's life is only 4 days left. Obviously, he has moved the inheritance 3 days earlier for insurance. I have been avoiding this fact, but this day has come, and people have to face it. Really, Dad? Can I go with you on errands? Aaron asked excitedly. Yes. Gisha reached out and rubbed Aaron's head and nodded. That great. Aaron jumped up from the chair and cheered. He had never experienced his mother being eaten by Titan, and Aaron, whose father mysteriously disappeared, was obviously not as shown in the anime. Mature, but also lacked the kind of disgusting extreme, which may make him have a better future. Gane, Mikasa, Mia, are they going? Aaron asked again, and he turned to look at Gisha, eyes full of expectation. Aaron, your father is very busy at work, don't give he is messing up. Carla immediately stepped forward and pulled Aaron off the chair. He is tired enough to take care of you. But Aaron opened his mouth to explain something, and looked to me subconsciously. Gane, what's wrong with you? Why does his face look so ugly? Carla also saw the ugly face. I immediately started to care. Gane, are you okay? Mikasa also quickly reached out and pressed my forehead. There is no fever. Brother Gane, what's wrong with you? Mia also asked. I'm okay, it's just that my body feels a little uncomfortable. I raised my head and smiled at them reluctantly, then stood up. You eat slowly, I'll go to rest first. After that, I turned to Mikasa and me go to Ya's room. I'm going to see him, you continue to eat. Gisha also stood up. He first went to his room and took a black briefcase and then walked into Mikasa and Mia's room. There was a big bed in the center of the room. There is a large wardrobe in the corner, a blue dressing table beside the bed, and a window facing the door in the room. I turned my back to Gisha, and faced the open window and looked at the lights of Wanjia outside. Neither of them spoke. After a long time, Gisha broke the silence first. Gavin, there are some things you always I'm going to face it. I slowly turned around to look at Gisha, and also said, so, don't you even let me see the last one. Gisha smiled reluctantly. I want to say I don't want to do you accept my embarrassment before I die. I closed my eyes and did not answer him, but tears flowed from my eyes. I don't want to lose you, Gisha. I don't want to lose my mentor, my friends, my family. I yelled in my heart, but in reality, I gritted my teeth and said nothing. I'm sorry, Gane, but there is no way. Gisha stepped forward and hugged me lightly, and sighed. I'm tired, I need to rest, help me take care of my family. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes again, suppressed the sadness in his heart, and said again, okay, I promise you, Gisha, I will take care of them. Gisha nodded gently and let go, opened me and said, Gavin, I have something to give you. Gisha took out 6 small rectangular boxes from his black briefcase. It contains a syringe, and the syringe contains my spinal fluid. Injecting it into the Eldia can make them change. Cheng Wu Jiao Titan, you can use it when you grab other wisdom from Mirai Titan in the future, just let Titan eat Titan ability. If you still need it, you can take it from Lance. Gisha introduced. He obviously paused when he said the word eat, and my mood fell a little bit again. Well, cheer up Gane, let me spend the last moments happily. Gisha patted my shoulder and said. I grinned reluctantly at him, then lay down on the bed and started to rest. Gisha returned the dinner table. After resting for more than an hour, I started telling stories to Mikasa and the others, while Gisha and Carla packed up her outfits with Aaron. Everything seemed extremely calm and made me feel very depressed. For this reason, I almost stayed up all night. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Gisha set off with excitement of Aaron, good journey. Carla waved to Gisha and Aaron who were going away, early come back. Mikasa and Mia shouted, Gisha and Aaron also waved in response. At the last moment when they turned their heads, Grisha's lips moved slightly, and I immediately read his lips, after it's going to be indefinite, Gane. My emotions were almost out of control. In the end, I just bit my lip and waved, which counts as the last goodbye. I know that Grisha will never come back again. Aaron Grisha was injected with Titan spinal fluid to become Titan, and then his father was eaten to become the new Attack on Titan capable person. 13 years ago, a human outside the wall ushered in the wall. He was called Grisha Jaeger and claimed to be a doctor. 11 years ago, he successfully solved an epidemic and saved many people. Inside the wall, he created a new restorationist, with the goal of capturing the ancestor Titan and reviving Aldia. In the same year, his son was born in memory of the previous attack on Titan. Aaron Gruger, Grisha named his son, Aaron Jaeger. Hank was killed 2 years ago, and he guided Hank's adopted son Gao Wen. Ackerman joined the Reinstatement faction. A year ago, he fought the battle to capture the Ancestor Titan and successfully captured the Ancestor Titan. 1.5 months ago, he adopted Jiaowen's suggestion and led the Reinstatement to participate in the Battle of the Wall of Maria, successfully saved 50,000 people. Now when the 13-year limit of the power of Titan arrives, he resolutely passes on the power of Titan to his son Aaron and ends himself life. From the perspective of the people of Eldia, Grisha is undoubtedly a national hero and a legend. If it weren't for what he did inside the wall, Eldia would be unavoidable. But from the perspective of his family, this can only be described as the happiness of the nation and the sadness of the family. It will be indefinitely, Grisha, I said silently in my heart. After bidding farewell to Grisha and Aaron, I hid in the corner alone and cried, which was my final farewell for Grisha. On the third day, Keith sent back the sleeping Aaron. Keith shaved his head and had 2 deep dark circles on his face, which looked the same as the chief instructor in the anime. I received him with Carla. Seeing the loss and grief hidden under his eyes, I was not in the mood to quarrel with him. After sending Keith away, the restoratives also sent new news and new developments. After Grisha's death, all the Lance and I and other old members of the Restorationist were grieved. All the restorative affairs were proceeding in an orderly manner. The logistics team merged and reorganized with the Seduf Chamber of Commerce and established the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce. I don't know what Su Jenin went to talk with Rose. In short, the current Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce adopts the shareholding system. Su Jenin and I have a total of 24% of the shares, and the restoring party has 40% of the shares. Thank you Dove holds the remaining 36% of the shares. The scientific research team also added 15 researchers and 30 assistants, of which 7 are chemistry talents, and the other 8 are mechanical talents. This is only a preliminary result, and there will be more to come. The joining of the talents finally made up for the embarrassment that the research team is only me and the Arnold couple. At the same time, the revolver gun of the Rejuvenation faction was also modified by Su Jenin and upgraded to a water-cooled heavy machine gun, also known as the Mark's heavy machine gun. In addition, bullets, revolvers, airships, steam engines, etc. have all been improved, and the technology of the restorationists can be regarded as a comprehensive innovation. You have promoted the progress of science and technology in the entire wall alone. I smiled and said to Su Jenin, it's not that exaggerated. Su Jenin shrugged, but I still have something to do with the front chamber inside the wall. The design of changing the gun and the front gun to the breech has not yet become a reality. Another day, the airship can fly to the wall of Maria and help me drag some guns back. Okay, give it later. You arrange it. I nodded, and then asked, how did you manage the original Skidov Chamber of Commerce? Rose is not a good person to deal with. Some simple business common sense is nothing more than a method that people on the earth can see everywhere, but there is nothing here. Su Jenin replied indifferently, like any advertisements, discounts, promotions, VIP systems, etc. Just think about it. There are a lot of them, but they don't know this. As soon as Rose listened to my suggestion, he treated these as priceless treasures, plus a little mental hypnotic spell card. It was easy to get him, and there was no need to worry about him going back afterwards. He didn't have that courage and reason to repent. I laughed, and we can make him earn a lot more than before, which is enough to prevent him from rebelling against the restoratives. After that, until the 104th Training Corps began to recruit students, I was in the daytime to deal with the restorative affairs, and I went home to rest at night. Carla didn't bother about this, only when I was doing odd jobs. The Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce has also developed rapidly. With the support of the restorationists, it can be described as black and white. It first occupied the tallest area, and then began to expand its business within the Wall of Rose, and then quickly squeezed the Jorga Chamber of Commerce and Chris. The Chamber of Commerce and the Mainel Chamber of Commerce have become the largest chamber of commerce in the southern part of the Wall of Rose, and began to reach out to the inside of the Wall of Hina. The rocket-like rise of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce has made many people stunned. Su Jenin will handle the affairs of the restitutionists when the investigation corps is not conducting an outside investigation. Together with Lance's full-time handling and newly promoted management talents, everything is developing steadily. The growth of the Reinstatement faction is a foregone conclusion. No matter what the king's actions in the wall do not stop this fact. At this stage, it is the Reinstatement faction that has won. Time goes back to after Keith sent back Aaron. Aaron, where's your father? Carla grabbed Aaron by the shoulder and asked, Daddy. Aaron frowned, Trying to recall the memory fragments in his head, he seems to be saying that he is going to do a very important thing, much more important than what he originally wanted to do. He also gave me the key to the basement of the house, so that I must return to Shiganshina one day. District. Grisha, I will teach him when he comes back. Carla was stunned for a moment, and then said dissatisfiedly, only I know that Grisha will not come back again. In the days that followed, with the help of Uncle Hans, Aaron, Mikasa, and Mia found odd jobs to help in the small shop. I pulled Su Jenin out as a shield. This job, it is true, the salary is not low, but there is only one position, and they can't let the Aaron go together, so they successfully passed the blunder. Time passed in this way, and it was calm when the 104th Training Corps began to recruit students. I want to join the Training Corps and become a soldier. I want to gain the ability to fight Titan. Aaron said firmly at the dinner table. Bang! Carla slapped the table and stood up. Ai Kong, how many times have I told you that I am not allowed to go outside to die? She said angrily. How do you know that I must be there to die? Just stay like this inside the wall. Who knows the day the wall will be broken by Titan again? Aaron said uncompromisingly. Aaron? You. Carla was momentarily angry. Not. Aunt Carla, I support Aaron. I said in a timely manner. Gane, you too. Carla looked at me in amazement. She didn't expect me to come out now, who is usually the most sensible. Add chaos, Aunt Carla, I think what Aaron says makes sense. I looked into Carla's eyes and said, and began to analyze to her, on the one hand, it is like Aaron said. The crisis of Titan has never gone away. We must at least obtain the strength to protect ourselves, instead of having to flee in a hurry like last time, and face Titan without the strength to fight back. However, joining the Training Corps can also give us more development. As long as we can rank in the top 10 in the comprehensive assessment of graduation, the 3 corps can be selected by us. Just being a helper like this has no future. The salary received may not be as high as the allowance of the Training Corps. I don't know how I convinced Carla. In short, she nodded helplessly and said, well, I won't stop you. Gavin, please help me watch Aaron and take care of him. Although a little embarrassed, he wants to join the investigative corps in the future. Gao, can you please leave it to me, Auntie? I will take care of Aaron. I smiled. I will go with you too. Mikasa, she said. And me? Mia also waved her hand, and Carla smiled helplessly, leaving the bells to decide. Awesome. Aaron cheered, patted my shoulder and said happily, Gane, you are so amazing. You convinced my mother. So you must not miss this opportunity. I put my arm around the neck of Aaron and said, don't worry, Gao, I will work hard. Aaron nodded firmly. I said, Gane, what do you think? What do you want to be a trainer if the leader of the reinstatement is not right? Did you eat something wrong? In the office, Lance was furious at me, obviously. I am very dissatisfied with my decision to join the Training Corps, and if I go, everything will fall on him, but Lance doesn't want to see it. Regarding joining the Training Corps, I naturally have my own considerations. One is to follow the plot, so as to facilitate contact with important plot characters, and to have a good entry point when a series of things happen 3 years later, and it is also easy to play. I know the advantages of the plot. Another reason is, as far as I know, the current Training Corps should have mixed with at least 3 Moray fighters, but they all have the power of Titan. I spoke. Lance's face changed suddenly when he heard that. He stepped forward and walked in front of me, and asked anxiously, are you sure? I nodded confidently, although I don't know the plot afterwards. Currently the only known Titan-capable person is the female Titan Yanni Reinhardt, but based on the previous appearances of Kaiser's Titan and super-large Titan can make basic judgments, this is not difficult. Then you still let Aaron join the Training Corps? You don't know how important the power of Titan is to us. Langston became anxious, grabbed my collar and roared, so I just want to join the Training Corps. I raised my eyebrows and said, you are the first ancestor of Titan. Naturally, you can't take personal risks, but we can't just ignore the Moray warriors, so we can do it. I found the identity of the other party and stared at them, and the only person who can take Feng's Aaron back when necessary is me. Lance was taken aback for a moment, then sighed helplessly, and said weakly, that's okay. Go ahead and be safe. I smiled a little embarrassedly, and then started talking to Lance about business affairs again. Oh, yes, I have one more attention on the development of business. Tell me. Lance took a look at me. In terms of business, you and Su Jenin have a lot of ideas. Unfortunately, he and the investigative corps went out to investigate outside the wall the day before yesterday. Otherwise, there are more people here to help me deal with things. Actually, my idea was the last time Su Jenin asked me to use an airship. The inspiration of the Wall of Mary's wall dragged back. I said, many specialties in the Wall of Mary are not in the other 2 walls. Most of them are luxury goods used by nobles to enjoy. There are some things that are currently missing in the wall, such as salt, and these can all be collected with the help of airships. Yeah. Lance slapped his thigh hard, and said with a suddenly realized look, we can send 2 airships at the same time, one for alerting Titan, one for collecting, and then going back to the wall. The collected items are sold at a high price, so that we can make a very high profit at a very low cost. Gao, you are a genius. Seeing Lance's shining eyes, I couldn't help reminding him, be careful, not selling too much in a short period of time will result in lower prices. Remember the phrase, things are more expensive. I see, expert. Lance nodded seriously, with a happy expression on his face. That's okay, there is still a week away from the official report of the training corps. This week I will take care of the matter seriously. By the way, I will also arrange future plans. I'm going to base 3, goodbye, Lance. I patted on his shoulder, walked out. A week later, standing on the training ground of the training corps, I couldn't help but feel a little dazed. It has been 2 full years since the Wall of Maria was breached. In the past 2 years in the anime, the 3 of Eren are all in the wilderness. Spent in the middle, nothing else. I wasted a lot of time, and now with the intervention of me, a traverser, in 2 years I have not only made the reinstatement of Behemoth, but also rescued 50,000 refugees who were supposed to have died at the Wall of Maria, and made Lance the master of Titan. I have firmly grasped the time and opportunities of the past 2 years. The current situation inside the wall can be said to be better or worse than the animation. The warm sunlight makes people feel comfortable. The training ground looks exactly the same as in the animation. The location is in a semicircular valley with only one exit. There is a small wooden house on the right of the exit, and there is a fence at the exit. In the innermost part of the valley, there are 33-meter-high stand platforms, which I know are used to test and train balance. The venue feels a bit narrow. More than 200 training soldiers occupy 1/5 of the venue. If large-scale training is to be carried out, it will not be able to use it. I guess this should be just one of the training grounds. It is specially used for soldiers to practice balance and commander's words. The instructor is here. I don't know who yelled, and the arrogant scene immediately calmed down. I looked at the exit and saw Keith walk in from the exit with his standard bald head. There are 3 instructors behind him. Wait, the last one is Su Jenin? Are you kidding me? Didn't he follow the investigation corps to investigate outside the wall? How would it appear here? My eyes widened suddenly, almost thinking that I was dazzled, but the familiar aura made me immediately deny my thoughts. Everyone is 1 arm apart, divided into 8 rows. Keith ordered, and the field immediately became busy. Everyone began to find their place. The scene was chaotic. Keith frowned dissatisfiedly and shouted, "Now 10 seconds are counted down. If you don't arrange it, get out immediately." 10, 9. Everyone immediately accelerated their speed, for fear that they would be kicked because of this little mistake. Out of the training corps, I stood in the 3rd row with Eren, Mikasa, and Mia. Everyone was in place before Keith's countdown ended. Keith nodded reluctantly. With his super hearing, I heard him murmur, "This is just a little like." Then, Keith walked to a high platform just erected in front of the crowd, facing the crowd. The fist with his right hand was fisted at the heart, and his left hand was also clenched and placed behind his back. After such a salute, Keith opened his mouth and said loudly, "Trainers, I am Keith, the head of the Southern Training Corps. So did your chief instructor. I will get along well with you in the next 3 years. Now, everyone stands at attention. The person I asked next will give me a military salute before answering my question. Do you understand?" "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. Keith nodded and continued, "The meaning of this etiquette is for mankind, to present a heart for His Majesty the King, symbolizing your loyalty, and I will remember everything." After all, Keith showed everyone again. Hearing these words of Keith, everyone couldn't help but grimace, and they couldn't help but straighten up. Only I was still careless, offering my heart to His Majesty the King? Haha, not to mention that the king on the bright side is a puppet. Even the real royal family, the Lai family, has almost been annihilated by the restitutionists. Give them a heart? Don't be funny. I'm not crazy again. Keith walked down the high platform step by step and began to threaten the recruits. When I saw the animation, I naturally knew that the purpose of this was to let the recruits deny the past self, study like a blank sheet of paper, and also scare them retire those who overdo it. However, the instructor will also use the eyes of the opponent to specifically determine whether to question the opponent. People with firm eyes can usually avoid this process. What's your name? York Sirleaf. The goal is to join the garrison. A young boy with red hair and small eyes tremblingly replied, facing the ferocious Keith, "Really? But I think you're a horse breeder at most." Keith glared at him, then reached out and held his head and turned back. "Now turn back. What's your name?" Keith walked to a short girl with a double ponytail and asked, "Mina Jones." The girl replied, "Too low? I think you are inferior to a pig and dog." I yelled, "Yes. I'm not as good as a pig." The girl yelled. Keith waved, "Turn backwards." Then he walked to the next goal. "Who are you guys?" Born in Tolist, Thomas Wagner, a blonde boy replied. "The voice is too low." Born in Tolist. Thomas Wagner. "Too much small? Say out I am a pig to practice over there, practice until I can hear it." "Yes." The 4 of us waited for about 20 minutes before Keith walked in front of us. "What is your name?" Keith stared at Armin and asked, "Here." Born in Higashina district, Armin Arnold. Ammon replied in a loud salute, "Yes, Amin's real name is Alman, and the name Ammon is just a name for closeness among our friends." "Alman? Why did you guy come here?" Keith put his bald head almost on Amin's forehead, and said in a gloomy tone, making Ammon feel extremely terrified, "Dedicating yourself to the victory of mankind. A lot of power." Amin's voice couldn't help being lowered. "Sounds good. Then let you act as a bait to attract Titan?" The 3rd column turns back. Keith put his hand on a let him turn on the bright head. "Who are you guys?" Keith approached a boy with a well-proportioned beige hair and asked, "Yes. Jean Kirstein, born in Trost district." "Why are you kid here for?" Si asked loudly, making him stunned for a moment. His expression relaxed and he replied, in order to join the gendarmerie and live in the interior. Well, you kid want to go to the interior. Keith raised his head slightly, yes. Let's answer, bang. Keith slammed his head on Jean's head, woo. The sudden pain caused him to cover his forehead with his hands, and knelt down. Who allowed you to sit down? Just so weak. The guys also want to join the gendarmerie. Keith said disdainfully, continuing to move forward. What's your kid's name? Keith walked to a short boy with a shaved head and asked, yes. Born in the village of Lagaka, the Wall of Rose. Connie Springer. He punched his right chest and said loudly, huh? Keith stretched out his hands like lightning, squeezed Connie's cheeks and tugged, and said in a vicious tone, Connie, who told you that salute is such a respect, does your heart grow on the right side? Connie burst into tears with pain, but he didn't dare to resist, go and ask others how to salute. A few seconds later, Keith finally snorted and released Connie. Click. The sound of eating seemed clear in the silent training ground. Keith followed the sound and saw a brown-haired girl eating with a steamed sweet potato. All eyes were focused on the girl, and she was still eating sweet potatoes like no one else. The corners of my mouth twitched a bit. According to the performance in the anime, she should be the sweet potato girl Sasha Blouse, but there is a good show next. Hey, what are you doing? Keith asked in disbelief, staring at Sasha, and Sasha looked around, as if he hadn't realized that Keith was talking about herself. Don't look at it, it's you. Keith said with gritted teeth, what's your name? Yes, even UPA was born, Sasha Blouse. Sasha's face was grimace, and her right hand made a fist. He said in the heart, of course, if she didn't hold 2/3 of the sweet potato in her right hand, there was no food residue in the corner of her mouth, and the voice was not ambiguous because of the food stuffed in her mouth, the scene could actually be more serious. Sasha Blouse, what are you holding? Keith stared at the roasted sweet potatoes in Sasha's hands and asked, this is steamed sweet potatoes. When I passed the kitchen, I saw the sweet potatoes steamed and put on the table. Go, I feel a little hungry and can't hold it back, so, Sasha said, taking it for granted, so did you guys steal it? Why? Keith's face twitched. Why do you want to eat it now? If it gets cold, it won't be worth the loss, so I think it should be eaten now. Shasya replied with a serious face. Everyone around her was shocked by her remarks, one by one. They are all thinking about what kind of genius this must be to say such a thing. No, I just don't understand why you want to eat sweet potatoes. Keith has been a little broken by Sasha's remarks. Are you asking why humans eat sweet potatoes? Sasha showed a puzzled expression. She seemed to be wondering why the instructor had to ask such a strange question, but only a few seconds later, Sasha had an even more amazing move. She picked up the sweet potato and broke it off by a third, whispering. After a sound, he handed the 1/3 to Keith. Divide half of you, please use it. Sasha smiled sincerely, and the court was shocked. Keith took the small piece of steamed sweet potato subconsciously, and Sasha immediately showed an expression like that. Everything is going well, get me away and run the lap. Run until only one breath is left. Also, have you had dinner today? Go. Keith threw the sweet potato in his hand to the ground and shouted at Sasha. Puff. I finally couldn't help laughing. A few seconds later, a figure stood in front of me. I barely put away my smile. I looked up and saw Keith's gloomy face and shiny bald head. Keith was fierce. He glared at me and deliberately asked, hey, what is your name? I knew that this old would never let go of the chance to cheat me. I cursed secretly in my heart, but in reality, with a solemn expression, I replied loudly, yes. Colpers was born. Mikasa Ackerman. Colpers is the headquarters of the demon hunter, and almost every demon hunter was born there. After finishing speaking, I looked at Keith unceremoniously. Gane, you look like a pig. Go and run 20 laps for me. Keith yelled badly, and the spit stars flew to him. On my face, yes. I surreptitiously rolled my eyes. 1 lap of this camp is about 500 meters, and 20 laps are 10 kilometers. It's a piece of cake for me, and he doesn't set a time. In my opinion, running 2 steps like this is more fun than just standing in place. It's too much, but other people don't think so. They all watched me leave with sympathy. Keith continued to question his next target in a threatening manner. Keith's questioning lasted for more than 40 minutes in total, and after he finished the question, I was still running unhurriedly. After Keith finished the question, he ignored Sasha and I who were still running, and walked up. Jotai said loudly, next, I will introduce you to an instructor named Su Jenin Ackerman. I believe many of you have heard of his name. Yes, he is the only one in the investigation corps. The Butcher of Titan next to Captain Lowell. He will serve as your training instructor when the investigation corps is not conducting an outside investigation. He will speak next. After Keith finished speaking, he turned sideways and signaled Su Jenin to step onto the platform. The investigative corps had unexpected gains in this off-wall investigation, so I returned early. This also allowed me to catch up with everyone's reporting. Then, I hope I can get along well with you in the future. Su Jenin's speech was very brief. I know this paragraph plus me as soon as I hear it. I wrote it down in advance. Although he is only 16 years old now, it is not much older than the training soldiers on the scene, but even so, his title of Titan Butcher from the Blood of the Dead Mountain still makes everyone afraid. A few seconds later, there was warm applause from everyone. Then there is the issue of the formation of the team. The training corps is different from other formal corps. It consists of a squad of about 20 people. The squad leader is selected from the training soldiers. The third squad is a company. The instructor serves as the company commander. As a group, Keith is the group leader. I have to say that this is really a strange organization. I was put into class 9, and my classmates included Aaron, Ammon, Mikasa, Mia, Connie, Sasha, Thomas, and Jean. And I have seen Lena, Berdtot, Yanni, Marco, Krista, and Amir, whom I have seen in anime. I don't know the other 5 people. After the formation of the team, I went back to the dormitory to select beds and kicked out the unqualified people from the training corps. After that, everyone went to the canteen to dine together. It is worth mentioning that today the training corps only provides dinner, and lunch is for everyone. Find a solution by yourself. It's almost 11 o'clock now, and it is estimated that it will be 11:30 when I go back to the dormitory and tidy up. To solve the lunch problem, we must act quickly. Most people are obviously aware of this, and have accelerated their speed to the dormitory. It is estimated that it will take until the afternoon or even the evening to become familiar with each other. The station of the training corps is next to a forest of giant trees inside the wall of rows, and there is also a small town nearby. It takes about 20 minutes to walk to reach. I, Aaron, and Ammon quickly after making the bed in the boys' dormitory. They met Mikasa and Mia at the entrance of the training camp, and then walked towards the town together. The town is not big, but there are 5 restaurants open. This is obviously because it is close to the training corps station. However, the signs of the 4 restaurants are just recently put up. The facilities in the store are just normal residences. I cleaned it up and borrowed a few tables and chairs from elsewhere to make a fortune when the training soldiers came to eat. Obviously it was not the first time the training corps didn't care about lunch on the day of the report. And the only real restaurant is that there is also the lightning storm logo of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce engraved on the side of the Yuncle sign. I have to lament the rapid expansion of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce. There is also the only small shop in the town, the only furniture store, all with the logo of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce. Let's go in. I glanced at the sign of Yuncle again, and prepared to take Aaron, and they walked into this 2-story building. When Aaron stood in the shop outside the door, his face was embarrassed. I forgot to bring the money. I forgot to bring it, too. Mikasa touched his pocket and said, then turned to me for help. I only brought 50 lis, maybe only enough for me to eat. Mia frowned and said, I brought 100, how much did you bring, Gane? Ammon glanced at his wallet and asked. I slapped my forehead deeply. Shen felt helpless for Aaron and Mikasa's behavior that they forgot to bring money when they came out for dinner. Come in, I will treat you today. I sighed. When I entered the store, I subconsciously reached out and touched a purple 6-pointed star emblem on the chest of my clothes on the left. Su Jenin designed something after the VIP system of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce, purple gold emblem. The VIP levels in the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce from low to high are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and purple gold. VIPs can enjoy privileges and higher services in the Chamber of Commerce. There are more first-level privileges than first-level privileges. According to the report, this system was sought after by many wealthy, nobles and those in power, and the Chamber of Commerce made a lot of money. Of course, there are also jealous people who want to play in on the Dark Silver Merchant, but they will usually pay the corresponding price within a week. The only holders of the purple gold emblem are me, Su Jenin, and Lance. With this thing, I can enjoy free service at any Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce store. This is what I dare to treat with just 200 RIS. Emboldened. There are already 7 training soldiers in the store eating. Seeing us coming in, a person who looks like a small second in the store immediately greeted us with a menu. Where do you want to sit? What to eat? He smiled and asked. There was no answer. He just pointed his finger at the purple and gold coat of arms on his chest. Xiao Er was taken aback for a moment, stared at the coat of arms carefully for 2 seconds, and then bowed to me. Please wait a moment. We go to the 2nd floor. I said to the 4 people behind me, and then walked towards the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was still empty. We just chose a table and sat down. After a few more seconds, a little figure, the blessed man, trot up with the menu. I am very embarrassed. I neglected the distinguished guests. He said with a big smile, do you need our private 2nd floor as your private room? Don't be so troublesome, and you can serve some good dishes according to our number. I raised my chin to him and said, good sir. The man nodded respectfully, and went downstairs with the menu. Afterwards, I turned my head and looked at the Aaron and others who were writing curiosity on their faces. You can ask, why are our treatments so good? Aaron immediately took the lead. I asked, no. I took the purple and gold coat of arms from my chest and placed it on the table. That's why. What is this? Its workmanship is so exquisite. Wen, is this a symbol? Ammon finally hit the point. Yes, with this stuff, I can be in any of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce and Industry takes anything at will. I replied, Gane, how did you get this thing? Mikasa immediately grabbed my hand and looked worried. Don't worry, this is the rich man gave me his gratitude for his life-saving grace. I held Mikasa's hand and smiled and said, help? When will you? Aaron asked puzzledly. How can I be regarded as a half-doctor, and I don't know who cried when I heard about studying medicine. I slanted Aaron and said. Aaron blushed after hearing this, no longer speak. The craftsmanship of the chef in this shop is pretty good. A meat dish, 2 vegetarian dishes and a fish soup made everyone feel satisfied. After walking back to the dormitory, I lay down on the bed and started taking a nap. Starting at 2:30 in the afternoon is strict physical training. Su Jenin is responsible for this part of the training. 10 kilometers run, 100 push UPS, 200 squats, 1 lap of frog jumps, plus Su Jenin's constant mockery, a set of training. After coming down, almost everyone was very tired. Fortunately, the training ended before 5 o'clock. There was no other training in the evening. The time before dinner was used to communicate with each other. It's amazing. It's been 5 hours. Outside the wooden house, a training soldier looked at Sasha, who was still running on the playground, and exclaimed. Su Jenin provided Sasha with food and water at noon and asked her to go to the dormitory to tidy up the house and rest for a while, but then Sasha is tragically ordered by Keith to continue running the circle. It is true, but instead of hearing the penalty run until the last breath, she still has a more tragic expression when she hears your dinner is gone today. Aaron continued, Damo village, I remember it is one of the few small villages in the forest that live on hunting. Connie thought for a while and said. Aaron opened his mouth and wanted to reply, but was suddenly attracted by the scene on the other side. Force. What's that? Aaron pointed to the right and was carrying several people in regular clothes to 3 carriages outside. The knockouts are all guys who have asked to leave and can't stand the harsh training. I glanced over there and said, of course, it may also be because Su Jenin said that the training corps had a death quota in the afternoon that made them afraid. It's only the first day. I'm inside, this is nothing else. The weak and incompetent can only leave. Huh? They are all the guys who are willing to get relief. Aaron disdain said. I took a look at Aaron but did not answer. Speaking of it, your name is Gavin Ackerman, right? Mark looked at me and asked, well, what's the matter? I turned my head and looked at Mark, who is known as a good old man in anime. People, I feel pretty good about him. Marco touched his watermelon head haircut. Instructor Su Jenin seems to have the surname Ackerman too. Can you ask about your relationship? We are friends. I replied in the face of the eyes around me. Is it just friends? Marco said to himself, but then he reacted and quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just thought you guys would be brothers or something. I didn't mean anything else. Looking at Marco a little flustered, I smiled friendly at him and explained, the Ackerman family is the family of the people was scattered everywhere and disappeared for a certain reason, so even if our surname is Ackerman, it doesn't mean that we will have kinship, but that we have the same blood. On the one hand, the purpose of my remarks is not to want to be too eye-catching. After all, the old saying goes, the wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. Although I am not afraid of this, I can't stand annoying. On the other hand, Mikasa is also surnamed Ackerman. I don't want anyone to see me and her as brothers and sisters. I think everyone should understand the reasons for this. At the same time, I don't like the fact that there are always cats and dogs who want to have fun. The purpose of walking the Mikasa, although they are absolutely impossible to succeed and I have confidence in myself, it is always an eyesore, isn't it? Oh, that's it. The people on the side nodded suddenly. Of course, some people still have a skeptical look on their faces, but I can't help it. Speaking of, were you there that day? Connie began to change the subject. What day? Aaron didn't react for a while. The super large titan? It's the Higashina district and the day the wall of Maria was broken. Connie said, with a look of expectation on his face. Have you seen the super large titan? What does it look like? When? At this moment, the bell rang for dinner, and everyone ended their conversation and walked to the cafeteria. There are actually 6 canteens, 2 classes, and 1 canteen. The food is already on the table. Everyone chooses their place at will and starts eating. Did you see it? After finding a good location, Connie couldn't wait to continue the topic just now. I didn't answer him, but was tasting the corn soup made in the cafeteria. The soup had a creamy taste and consistency. It just happens to be very delicious. I saw it. We were in the Higashina district at that time. Aaron replied, really? What does it look like? When I heard someone had seen the super large titan, a group of people gathered around. After all, they were all 12 or 13-year-old boys and girls, always full of curiosity about things they had never seen before. How big is it? Someone asked. It's probably a head higher than the wall. Aaron replied, what? I heard that it can cross the wall. Another person said in surprise. Me too. The same goes for my village. Me too. Many people agreed. No, it's not that exaggerated. Aaron shook his head and said while eating dinner. What does its face look like? Connie asked. Well, there is almost no skin, and the mouth is big. Aaron thought for a while and replied, the armor that broke through the wall of Maria. What about Titan? Someone asked, although it is said, it is just a normal Titan in my eyes. Aaron frowned and said, Aaron, haven't you noticed its hard body? Cannonballs can't make it take a step back. Ammon couldn't help adding, that's amazing. What about ordinary Titan? The person asked again. Aaron suddenly moved, and my face didn't look pretty. The blood almost dyed the ground red. Human stumps and broken arms were everywhere. Some people only had one head left. Their wide-open eyes were full of weary love for life and fear of death. The crows fell on enjoying the feast of food on the ground. There are Titan wandering in the distance, and there is a human scream from time to time. A scene of the recapture of the Wall of Maria suddenly appeared in my mind, and I couldn't help clenching my fist. Don't ask any more, everyone. There are certain things that you don't want to think of. Marco said intimately at the right time, sorry, for making you think of bad memories. Connie also reacted and apologized in embarrassment. Said, no. Aaron suddenly said loudly. He picked up the bread and took a bite, chewed it at random, swallowed the bread in his mouth and continued, no, Titan, that kind of thing is not a big deal. As long as we have mastered the combat skills of the three-dimensional mobile device, that kind of thing is not an enemy at all. It is so difficult to become a soldier to learn skills, I just can't help but get a little excited. I want to join the investigation, the core, expel all of them not left. I took a look at the emotional Aaron, and now he hasn't experienced witnessing what his mother eats for Titan. Carla is still alive and well, but after all he has seen Titan cannibalism scene, experienced displacement, and difficult survival, his heart is still full of hatred for Titan is not difficult to understand. With Aaron on the sidelines, I also calmed down, and started eating bread with corn soup, and let it go. Hey, are you crazy? Jean, who was sitting at the next table, couldn't help but said, you said you want to join the investigation corps. Aaron frowned uncomfortably, apparently being said to be crazy it made him very upset. That's it. I heard that you are going to join the gendarmerie and go to the mainland to have fun. Aaron said coldly, because I am an honest person, I am scared to death than those who are obviously scared. It's so much more pretending to be a guy. Letting one hand propped his head with a mocking expression. Are you talking about me? Aaron changed his face and stood up, clenching his fists. Huh. I didn't target anyone. Jean also stood up, with a look of disdain on his face. The two confronted in the aisle. I noticed that Jean's height is 1 or 2 centimeters higher than that of Aaron. In the original anime, the two of them were half a head different in height. Perhaps Aaron ate well in the past 2 years. The anime is taller. Brother Aaron. Seeing Aaron has a tendency to fight with others, Mia couldn't help but whispered, with a worried look on her face, don't worry, they can't fight. I pressed Mikasa, who wanted to get up with one hand, and said, sure enough, as in the anime, before the two of them had any further action, the bell rang to announce the end of the dinner time. When? Oh, forget it. Jean first took a step back and stretched out his right hand to Aaron and said, if I'm wrong, I don't want to deny your idea. Just negotiate. I have something wrong too. Place. Aaron also extended his right hand, and the two of them had revealed the matter with a light tap. Okay, it's over, let's go. I finished my last sip of soup and stood up and walked towards the door. Mikasa, Ammon, and Mia also stood up and followed me. Aaron was already here. At the door, as Mikasa walked past Jean, her long flowing hair and the delicate face of the Orientals were all at once attracted to him. Wait a minute. Jean couldn't help but cried. Mikasa ignored him and went straight outside. Walked. Please wait a minute. Jean cried again. Mikasa finally turned to look at Jean, watched by those pretty eyes, and made her face flush. That, because like people like you are not common, so I couldn't help but stop you. Some stammered. Your hair is beautiful. Thank you, Mikasa replied faintly. Continue to walk outside, letting my soul fly out with the girl. Doorway. I chuckled as I looked at Ran. When Mikasa walked past the door, I deliberately put my right hand on Mikasa's shoulder in front of Ran. The distance between the two suddenly dropped to 0. Mikasa was surprised. Taking a look at me, I rubbed her head with my free left hand, and Mikasa leaned his head on my shoulder along the way, and the two behaved extremely intimately. Click. Ren in the room seemed to hear the sound of his heart break. It was the feeling that he had just fallen in love and immediately fell in love. After standing there for a few seconds, Jean still ran out of the room and looked in the direction of Mikasa. At this moment I was walking with Mikasa, Aaron, Ammon, and Mia. What's the big deal? It's okay. Aaron waved his hands indifferently. You can get into trouble as long as you impulsive. Isn't there less mess we help you clean up? Mikasa blamed dissatisfiedly. Compared to this, don't you think your hair is too long? Such long hair? It's easy to have accidents during training. Aaron changed the subject awkwardly, and stretched out her hand to lift Mikasa's hair. Is that so? Mikasa was successfully distracted. She pinched her thumb and index finger. He took a look at the strand of hair he was hanging on his shoulders, then turned to look at me. Gane, what do you think? Snapped. I reached out and knocked out the hand of Aaron and trimmed her hair for Mikasa. Although it's a pity, I still suggest you cut it short, otherwise it won't be good to block your vision at a critical moment. I said. Mikasa touched the hair that had grown to his back and asked, how short should I cut it? Go to the chin, shoulder length at most. I replied with a glance at Mia, and finally comforted Mikasa. It's okay, there is still a chance to stay longer in the future. Let me stand at the door of the cafeteria hut and watch us leave, feeling that something of my own has been completely broken. At this moment, Connie hummed an unknown tune and walked past Jean, numbly raising his right hand to wipe his back. Hey, what did you guy just wipe on my back? It's disgusting. Connie shouted immediately, with an angry look on his face, trying to touch the place on his back that had just been wiped with his hands. Instead of looking at him, he looked into the distance dully and said to himself, dependence between people. After we separated from Mikasa and Mia at the bifurcation leading to the boys' dormitory and girls' dormitory, the three of us went straight back to the boys' dormitory. The afternoon training made everyone very tired, but the 20-person dormitory was very quiet. Many people went to the bathhouse next to the dormitory and fell asleep after washing up. I didn't talk much with Aaron, Ammon, and they just talked briefly and fell asleep. The dormitory, which was supposed to turn off the lights at 9 o'clock, turned off around 8 o'clock. The sun in the autumn morning is still slightly hot, but no one cares about it at the moment. Everyone is a little nervous preparing for balance training. Everyone is now wearing uniforms and boots of the training corps. Following the instructions of Keith instructor. First test your balance. The guy who can't do this is not even qualified to be a bait. If you can't, get out of the training corps immediately. Keith pointed to the stand behind him and said loudly. The so-called balance training device is actually something similar to a swing, but the rope is replaced with a wire rope, and the wooden board is replaced with a special belt on the soldier, as long as it can maintain itself after being lifted from the ground by 10 to 20 centimeters, even if the balance is passed. Keith's current requirement for training soldiers is to insist on 30 seconds, and a test will be conducted tomorrow, and those who cannot do it will be removed from the training corps. After all, this thing is obviously only the most basic requirement. If it can't be done, it's true. It can only show that there is no talent in this area. I have been hanging on this thing for more than 5 minutes, and the whole person has already entered a half-blink state. It's really simple. I muttered to myself, leaning back a little bit so that I could be in a more comfortable state, but for this sentence I was hanging upside down like a piece of bacon. Aaron obviously not so agree. Aaron. Jaeger? What are you doing? Put your upper body up. Keith, standing on the right of Aaron, roared loudly. Aaron struggled to get himself up, but all ended in failure. Of course I have watched anime and know that this is because the belt of Aaron is out of order, but I don't know why only his belt is out of order for more than 200 people. Is it a plot requirement? I straightened my posture and signaled to the instructor on the side that I wanted to come down. Let it go with the flow of Aaron. Anyway, tomorrow's test Keith will deal with this problem. If Keith does not deal with I'll intervene if there is a belt problem in Aaron. After all, this is also an experience of Aaron. The training time passed quickly. One morning passed quickly. After lunch at noon and the afternoon break, it was still balance training, and Aaron was still unsuccessful even once. In the evening, Aaron chose to stay and strengthen the training. After all, I succeeded. Mikasa and Mia succeeded. Even the weakest physique Ammon succeeded. Only Aaron remained in the 5-member group. Unsuccessful, it really made Aaron very embarrassing, and the mocking eyes of others made Aaron very uncomfortable. Lower your focus, Aaron, you can. I instructed. Aaron stood on the ground and nodded firmly to me, then turned to look aside. Alman, go up. Ammon nodded to Aaron and began to shake the handle. Aaron's feet began to slowly lift off the ground, but he still maintained a stable posture and motionless. Seeing this situation, Mikasa, and there was a hint of joy on Mia's face. Brother Aaron, come on. Mia whispered, for fear that Aaron might be noisy. Aaron is still rising, and her body still remains balanced. Success. Aaron exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, a strong wind blew. Aaron immediately lost its balance again because of the wind, and hit the ground on its back. Aaron. Mikasa exclaimed, let's stop here today, Aaron. I teleported to Aaron and held his head and said, Gavin, Aaron opened his mouth with an unwilling look on his face, but in the end he still followed my advice and went to the cafeteria to eat. The sun in the autumn morning is still slightly hot, but no one cares about it at the moment. Everyone is a little nervous preparing for balance training. Everyone is now wearing uniforms and boots of the training corps. Following the instructions of Keith instructor. First test your balance. The guy who can't do this is not even qualified to be a bait. If you can't, get out of the training corps immediately. Keith pointed to the stand behind him and said loudly. The so-called balance training device is actually something similar to a swing, but the rope is replaced with a wire rope, and the wooden board is replaced with a special belt on the soldier, as long as it can maintain itself after being lifted from the ground by 10 to 20 centimeters, even if the balance is passed. Keith's current requirement for training soldiers is to insist on 30 seconds, and a test will be conducted tomorrow, and those who cannot do it will be removed from the training corps. After all, this thing is obviously only the most basic requirement. If it can't be done, it's true. It can only show that there is no talent in this area. I have been hanging on this thing for more than 5 minutes, and the whole person has already entered a half-blink state. It's really simple. I muttered to myself, leaning back a little bit so that I could be in a more comfortable state, but for this sentence I was hanging upside down like a piece of bacon. Aaron obviously not so agree. Aaron. Jaeger? What are you doing? Put your upper body up. Keith, standing on the right of Aaron, roared loudly. Aaron struggled to get himself up, but all ended in failure. Of course I have watched anime and know that this is because the belt of Aaron is out of order, but I don't know why only his belt is out of order for more than 200 people. Is it a plot requirement? I straightened my posture and signaled to the instructor on the side that I wanted to come down. Let it go with the flow of Aaron. Anyway, tomorrow's test Keith will deal with this problem. If Keith does not deal with I'll intervene if there is a belt problem in Aaron. After all, this is also an experience of Aaron. The training time passed quickly. One morning passed quickly. After lunch at noon and the afternoon break, it was still balance training, and Aaron was still unsuccessful even once. In the evening, Aaron chose to stay and strengthen the training. After all, I succeeded. Mikasa and Mia succeeded. Even the weakest physique Ammon succeeded. Only Aaron remained in the 5-member group. Unsuccessful, it really made Aaron very embarrassing, and the mocking eyes of others made Aaron very uncomfortable. Lower your focus, Aaron, you can. I instructed. Aaron stood on the ground and nodded firmly to me, then turned to look aside. Alman, go up. Ammon nodded to Aaron and began to shake the handle. Aaron's feet began to slowly lift off the ground, but he still maintained a stable posture and motionless. Seeing this situation, Mikasa, and there was a hint of joy on Mia's face. Brother Aaron, come on. Mia whispered, for fear that Aaron might be noisy. Aaron is still rising, and her body still remains balanced. Success. Aaron exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, a strong wind blew. Aaron immediately lost its balance again because of the wind, and hit the ground on its back. Aaron. Mikasa exclaimed, let's stop here today, Aaron. I teleported to Aaron and held his head and said, Gavin, Aaron opened his mouth with an unwilling look on his face, but in the end he still followed my advice and went to the cafeteria to eat. The sun in the autumn morning is still slightly hot, but no one cares about it at the moment. Everyone is a little nervous preparing for balance training. Everyone is now wearing uniforms and boots of the training corps. Following the instructions of Keith, instructor. First test your balance. The guy who can't do this is not even qualified to be a bait. If you can't, get out of the training corps immediately. Keith pointed to the stand behind him and said loudly. The so-called balance training device is actually something similar to a swing, but the rope is replaced with a wire rope, and the wooden board is replaced with a special belt on the soldier, as long as it can maintain itself after being lifted from the ground by 10 to 20 centimeters, even if the balance is passed. Keith's current requirement for training soldiers is to insist on 30 seconds, and a test will be conducted tomorrow, and those who cannot do it will be removed from the training corps. After all, this thing is obviously only the most basic requirement. If it can't be done, it's true. It can only show that there is no talent in this area. I have been hanging on this thing for more than 5 minutes, and the whole person has already entered a half-blink state. It's really simple. I muttered to myself, leaning back a little bit so that I could be in a more comfortable state, but for this sentence I was hanging upside down like a piece of bacon. Aaron obviously not so agree. Aaron. Jaeger? What are you doing? Put your upper body up. Keith, standing on the right of Aaron, roared loudly. Aaron struggled to get himself up, but all ended in failure. Of course I have watched anime and know that this is because the belt of Aaron is out of order, but I don't know why only his belt is out of order for more than 200 people. Is it a plot requirement? I straightened my posture and signaled to the instructor on the side that I wanted to come down. Let it go with the flow of Aaron. Anyway, tomorrow's test Keith will deal with this problem. If Keith does not deal with I'll intervene if there is a belt problem in Aaron. After all, this is also an experience of Aaron. The training time passed quickly. One morning passed quickly. After lunch at noon and the afternoon break, it was still balance training, and Aaron was still unsuccessful even once. In the evening, Aaron chose to stay and strengthen the training. After all, I succeeded. Mikasa and Mia succeeded. Even the weakest physique Ammon succeeded. Only Aaron remained in the 5-member group. Unsuccessful, it really made Aaron very embarrassing, and the mocking eyes of others made Aaron very uncomfortable. Lower your focus, Aaron, you can. I instructed. Aaron stood on the ground and nodded firmly to me, then turned to look aside. Alman, go up. Ammon nodded to Aaron and began to shake the handle. Aaron's feet began to slowly lift off the ground, but he still maintained a stable posture and motionless. Seeing this situation, Mikasa, and there was a hint of joy on Mia's face. Brother Aaron, come on. Mia whispered, for fear that Aaron might be noisy. Aaron is still rising, and her body still remains balanced. Success. Aaron exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, a strong wind blew. Aaron immediately lost its balance again because of the wind, and hit the ground on its back. Aaron. Mikasa exclaimed, let's stop here today, Aaron. I teleported to Aaron and held his head and said, Gavin, Aaron opened his mouth with an unwilling look on his face, but in the end he still followed my advice and went to the cafeteria to eat. Hey, don't you see the guy who claimed to kill Titan last night? I heard that he can't even control the basic balance today. At the dining table, someone peeped at Aaron. The sneer said in a low voice, follow him, I think I will be sent away tomorrow. There are no useless rice buckets here. His companion glanced at Aaron and said with disdain, relying on sensitive hearing I naturally hear everyone around me clearly, but Aaron always keeps his head down without saying a word, like a rooster that has lost a fight. Aaron, it's useless to care about it, you can only work hard by yourself. Ammon patted Aaron on the shoulder and tried to comfort him. It's too bad, how can I put Titan kill all? Aaron whispered and sat on the chair, you should almost give up that goal. Mikasa calmly persuaded, impossible. Aaron immediately denied, how can you just give up like this? You don't have to fight hard, you don't have to be a soldier. Mikasa continued to persuade, you think that after witnessing the tragedy of that day, this reason might make am I backing down? Aaron asked dissatisfiedly. Mikasa looked helplessly at Aaron, and then secretly pulled the corner of my clothes underneath, asking for help. I smiled at Mikasa, lightly. Ching shook her head at her. I'm leaving now. Aaron quickly finished eating and put down the dishes and walked outside. Ammon also followed him and left. Brother Gane, are you not with them? Mia asked. I haven't finished eating yet. I showed Mia that I still have 1/3 of the bread and said, anyway, according to the plot development, Aaron and Ammon will also go to training with Reiner and Berta. You can go to the training ground to find them directly after a while. After spending a few minutes with the final food, I bid farewell to Mikasa and Mia and walked to the training ground. Gao Wen. Halfway through, there was a sudden voice in the shadow next to him. I'm going. I couldn't help but tremble, and then looked at Su Jenin standing in the shadow with a little dissatisfaction. People are scary and scary, don't you know? Hey. Su Jenin smiled disapprovingly, walked towards me, and took out a piece of paper from his arms as he walked. Look, you are on the list. Su Jenin said somewhat jokingly. What is it? I frowned in confusion, took the paper from Su Jenin's hand and looked at it. Reward order. Leader of the Restorationist, the name is unknown, the gender is unknown, and the appearance is unknown. Some arresters have a reward of 5 million RIS, and some who provide effective information rewards 10,000 to 100,000 RIS. The Central Gendarmerie Regiment. There is also the Central Gendarmerie. The regiment's special seal indicates that this is an internal document. Bullshit. I'm just grabbing someone and sending it to the Central Gendarmerie and saying that he is the leader of the Restitutionist. Do you think they will give me a reward of 5 million RIS? I sneered. I guess they might be too idle. Come on, after all, as far as I know, the Fuquan faction has never troubled them after taking away the ancestor. Su Jenin shrugged. They may think that the Restitutionist has collapsed. It seems that we need to find something to show our sense of existence. This is also conducive to the security of our dark lines. I laughed. For example, we fictionalize a restitution leader to let them go catch it. Su Jenin also laughed. In addition, we can also send teams to often harass the nobles' residences and the Central Gendarmerie's residences, adopt a hit-and-run strategy, and let the Central Gendarmerie and those corrupt gendarmerie activities more activities. I added, moreover, these teams can also use different organizational banners, such as the Qing Gang, Hungmen, and Dragon Group. There are also Hydra, Triads, Skeleton Gang, etc. Su Jenin and I looked at each other. At a glance, they all laughed sinisterly. Now the Central Gendarmerie can be quite lively. Although they can take some time to see that these are all good things done by the Restoringists with their abilities, we do this to make them sick. It doesn't matter whether you can see it or not. By the way, don't you come to me just to talk about this. I stopped my smile and asked, well, you asked me to help you recast and lengthen the holy silver dagger the other day. It's done. Su Jenin took the sacred silver dagger wrapped in a scabbard from his waist and handed it to me. I added 30 grams of silver to your sword and made it 4 centimeters longer. The dagger I used at the age of 13 was restored one by one, and I also helped you get a new scabbard by the way. I pulled out the dagger and swung it twice, which was really good. Thank you. I nodded. You're welcome. Su Jenin waved his hand. Go ahead, bye. It took some time to talk with Su Jenin. When I came to the training ground, they had already arrived in Aaron. Good evening, everyone. I was shocked behind them. Gane, why are you here? Aaron first reacted, and asked with some delight, because I guessed that you guy will definitely come here, so I finished eating. I walked straight here after dinner. I shrugged and said, turning to Lena and Baird toward to the side and extending my right hand to them, hello, my name is Mikasa Ackerman. Reiner is a sturdy man with a pale yellow hair and a national character face, while Baird Todd is a tall, slightly thin, black-haired long-faced man. Seeing me take the initiative to show their favor, they naturally reciprocated, hello, my name is Leaner Brown. Leaner shook hands with me first, and then Beldetto, hello, my name is Beldettoth. Hoover. I chatted with them while watching Aaron hung on the stand like bacon and thumped hard. The content of the chat naturally also included their questions about the relationship between me and Su Jenin. I naturally responded with the same terms as Marco said. After a little chat, the relationship between the four of us has naturally become closer. Time flies quickly. After practicing with Aaron for a while, it was time to turn off the lights in the dormitory, and everyone went back to the dorm together. The next morning. Next, Aaron Yeager. Keith said with a serious face, come on Aaron. I patted Aaron on the shoulder and encouraged. Aaron nodded nervously and walked to the stand. After locking the 2 wire ropes to the 2 ends of the belt, the instructor on the side began to shake the handle to slowly pull up Aaron. I noticed that many people's eyes showed mockery, obviously waiting to see. Aaron makes a fool of. Aaron's feet slowly left the ground, but his body remained stable without shaking, obviously the result of yesterday's practice. The instructor on the side started to time Aaron. At this moment, Aaron shook his body, once again lost his balance and hung upside down in the air, again, failed. Aaron's gaze suddenly became sluggish, and his eyes were filled with despair. Can I just be so dingy to get out? Instructor, give me another chance. Aaron yelled, his eyes seemed to have tears. Keith did not answer him, but signaled another instructor to put Aaron down. Instructor. This time, the voice of Aaron was already crying. Keith looked away from Aaron and cast it on me. Going out, he said. I noticed that Aaron seemed to have been taken away from the soul, and the whole person collapsed. Swap your belt with Aaron. But Keith's next sentence immediately made Aaron, regained my spirit. Yes. I replied, and began to exchange belts with Aaron. It should be that the belt is out of order, not your ability. I patted the shoulder of Aaron and comforted. Aaron showed a grateful look on his face. He nodded to me and restarted. Go to the stand. This time, Aaron was unsurprisingly successful. He maintained a steady balance in the air. Even if the wind rose at this time, it did not affect him. Yeah, I succeeded. Aaron raising his hands in the air and cheering. At the same time he cast a grateful look at me, and showed a triumphant look at Mikasa. This time, everyone can undoubtedly confirm that the previous failure of Aaron was indeed due to the failure of the belt. He just used a broken belt to hold on for a while. At this moment, I don't know who was exclaiming. The people realized how powerful Eren is, and couldn't help applauding Eren. The mockery in his eyes also turned into worship. Eren. Jaeger, pass. Keith made a tick on a form, then looked up. Next, Mia Mankin. The test took one morning. All 5 of us passed the test. The afternoon was simple physical training, and there was no training arrangement in the evening to let everyone know each other. Good old man Marco, some young handsome guys who always want to go to the gendarmerie, Thomas the talkative, Connie who is not very bright in his head, Rainer who is eager to help others, Baird Toad who lacks independent opinions, the foodie sweet potato girl Sasha, medium-length blonde and blue eyes, petite, kind and beautiful Krista, Lindsay, Emir, the venomous tongue girl, and Yanni, who has the same blonde and pretty face but always cold face. Reinhardt plus the 5 of us, 15 of them all got acquainted a lot during the dinner chat. As for the other 5, they are basically in a state of soy sauce, which is much inferior to us. It's so boring. Is there any entertainment for people to entertain? Connie sighed while lying on the bed in the dormitory. There is an extremely lack of entertainment in this place, and there is basically no entertainment for civilians. Does anyone have chess? Asked unwillingly. That thing is exclusive to the nobles, and the ones sold on the market are too expensive. How could someone have them? Marco said helplessly. I can't sleep so early. Eren lamented, and then subconsciously thought of me. Gawain, do you have any good ideas? Let's play cards. I subconsciously replied. What card? Huazi card? That thing is complicated and boring. Connie immediately put forward a negative opinion. Poker, find a few pieces of paper and we will make it on site. Teach you the rules. I just happened to be in a state of panic, so I simply taught them some playing cards on the earth. Although I didn't play cards very much when I was on Earth, the Demon Hunter's ability to remember is still let me memorize all the cards and rules, and then these guys kept going until the lights went out. The next 3 weeks are all morning physical training plus balance training, and afternoon 3-dimensional motor device theory class. During this period of time, things were simply lackluster, and after 3 weeks, the morning became pure physical training, and the afternoon became Titan theory class and history class. The theory class of Titan is taught by Su Jenin. I don't even know some details about Titan. Therefore, I listen to every theory class very carefully. Quite the opposite. I think the people who made the history textbooks in the wall may have written the textbooks after pouring 2 caddies of Urquioto. In addition to a lot of nonsense about praising the King of the United States and praising the nobles, it means Titan 100 years ago. Suddenly, they began to slaughter humans. The remaining humans gathered together to build the 3 walls of Maria, Rose, and Hina, and spent 100 years steadily inside. There are a lot of nonsense in the textbooks. While singing about the greatness of the nobles, while at the same time they have only specious descriptions of the great achievements of the nobles. So what is the greatness of the nobles? Indifferent to the people, ignoring the law? The textbook also wrote that His Majesty the King used his divine power to bring the dead back to life. Isn't it a fairy tale? No wonder there are always so many people joining the investigation corps, and there are so many people who want to explore the outside world. In addition to the indelible curiosity of human beings, this textbook also has a lot of credit. After all, the content inside is the best. Mostly used to fool 3-year-old children. Do the nobles in the wall think that they used the ancestor Titan to wash away the memory of the people in the wall about the world, and by the way make them as good as a 3-year-old kid? Instead of using the Central Military Police to continuously obliterate those civilians who want to explore the truth of the world and do everything possible to stifle the development of science and technology in the wall, it is better to spend a little thought to revise the history textbooks. Maybe it will be better for achieving their goals. Effect. After reviewing the textbooks sent out in the first history class, I never listened to the history class again. In each class, I find the most inconspicuous position in the last row and activate the hidden spell card. I sleep until the end of the get out of class. There are many people who sleep like me, but the only ones who dare to sleep blatantly are me and Connie, and others dare not just lie down and sleep. And because of the concealment of the spell cards, I can basically sleep peacefully until the end of get out of class every time, and Connie is caught out to run laps almost every time. Connie is puzzled by this. Eren, Ammon, Mikasa, and Mia were also very helpless with my behavior in history class, but after a few times they got used to my style. The instructors who teach history were transferred from the gendarmerie. They belonged to the king's loyalty. He was very dissatisfied with everyone sleeping. As long as they were caught, they would be fine to run laps. Of course, some people think that laps are even better than class. Relax. For example, Sasha thinks so she will run laps every class. Usually every class is a class. Connie thinks I carry good luck. According to his original words, anyway, Gao Wen, your luck is so good, you can basically not be found every time. Why don't you divide your good luck into me? Then Connie chose to sleep next to me in the history class. As a result, we both went tragically in a circle. The role of the hidden spell card is to reduce the user's sense of existence as much as possible, so that the user is not easily noticed, but no matter how it is, it can't make people completely invisible, and its effect is only effective for the user. So after pitting Connie a few times, I never let him get close to 3 meters around me in history class. After the training corps started training for a month, the corps gave the trainers a 3-day break, and at the same time, it informed that there would be 1 day off in the next month, 8 days. I heard that there was a good thing like a day off. The guys in awry were so excited that they couldn't sleep the night before, and they took me to play cards until 1 a.m. The result was that the next morning, all the dormitories could not get up on the bed like a dead pig except me. Really, none of them know how to grasp the scale. I curled my lips and got up from the bed, leisurely. Went to wash up, and went to the cafeteria to have breakfast and chatted with Mikasa and Mia for a few days before returning to the dormitory to call everyone up. Gane, aren't you sleepy? Aaron sat up from the bed with difficulty and said, yes, everyone obviously slept together last night, why are you still so energetic? Connie rubbing his eyes with a tired face, he said, hee. How can you mortals like to guess the ability of this seat? I hugged my arms and said with a disdainful expression, hey, Gane, just blow. Connie tried hard. Shaking his head to dispel the sleepiness, he replied with disdain, Connie and Aaron and Amin who are wearing coats are actually in good condition. They were still clamoring before going to bed last night. 2 more games, Gene and Reiner, are still in a state of dull-eyed thinking about who he is. For a person who only goes to bed at 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening on the earth, 1 o'clock in the morning is really nothing. Besides, I'm a demon hunter with much stronger physical fitness, let alone one, even if I go to bed at 3 o'clock, I can do the same. Energetic. For these guys who usually go to bed at 9 o'clock in the evening, 1 o'clock in the morning is really too late. Hurry up, Aaron, Mikasa, and Mia are still waiting for us. No matter how slow you are, I and Amin will leave first. I urged, standing aside when I heard the word Mikasa. Aaron suddenly became energetic, but I ignored him. Instead, I stepped forward and started sorting out the house affairs for Aaron, thanks to Wen. Aaron said while putting on his shoes, well, get on. Hurry up and brush your teeth afterwards. I waved his hand to speed up. After some tossing, we finally left the dormitory. After meeting Mikasa and Mia who had been waiting impatiently at the entrance of the camp, we immediately rushed to the home of Aaron. Mother, we are back. Aaron knocked the door and shouted, here is here. Aunt Carla opened the door quickly and handily gave Aaron a violent corn. Knock, don't force the door so hard, people who don't know think someone is going to robbery. Even though he said that, Carla couldn't hold Aaron to look at him, and said distressedly, why did you lose weight? It's darker and looks tired. Aaron gave a guilty hum. Mikasa wanted to retaliate against Aunt Carla about Aaron for allowing him and Mia to wait for a long time at the entrance of the camp, but my eyes stopped him. I didn't see Aunt Carla for a month and didn't want us to do the housework. She even went to get some snacks for us to eat. Then everyone sat together and told Aunt Carla about the training of the Corps, and went out for a good meal at noon. The 3 days spent in such a peaceful way made people feel very relaxed. This morning, we are training for fighting, and training for physical fitness is transferred to the afternoon. Next to the tree, Keith was announcing to a group of training soldiers. At the same time, he also gave a saying, fighting training is an important course and a very complicated knowledge. Mastering good fighting skills is enough for you to protect yourself when you encounter gangsters and other enemies in the future. At the same time, there will be a fighting assessment later, and your assessment results will be included in the final file for reference. The score is also the total score. Think about what you are going to do. Now the instructors will lead the team. The instructor in charge of our team is Su Jenin. This is probably the result of deliberate arrangement, and the members of the 9th class include all the top 10 of the future training corps. This is not a coincidence or something. In short, the overall strength of the 9th class ranked first in all classes. It is understandable that Su Jenin, an instructor whose strength is second only to Captain Lywell, can teach us. The fighting skills taught by the training corps is just a set of martial arts. Although there are still some shortcomings, it is still remarkable in general, but if it is against a fighting master like me, even if it is the same in the case of physical fitness, I can also be 1 to 10. After all, the fighting skills I learned are the essence of all the fighting skills of the demon hunter since 10,000. For this reason, I dare say that no one in the wall can beat me in fighting skills. With this kind of strength as the foundation, plus the ability of the demon hunter to learn everything basically once, after watching Su Jenin demonstrate the martial arts boxing, I activated the hidden spell card and sneaked aside to be lazy. Su Jenin also knows my skills, and he turned a blind eye to my lazy behavior. However, his eyes frequently look at another beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes who is also lazy on the other side. Female Titan Yanni, holder of power, Reinhardt. At this moment, Yanni was leaning back against a big tree, pulling her long sleeves to her elbows to reveal her white forearms, staring at the sky at a 45-degree angle in a daze, without seeing Su Jenin's gaze at all. After demonstrating it several times and letting everyone fight it by themselves several times, seeing that everyone already remembers the situation, Su Jenin patted his hands to signal everyone to focus on him. It is true that practicing 100 times is not as good as actual combat. Once, let's practice now, Su Jenin said, and then pointed his finger at me who had just removed the hidden spell card and got up from the ground. If any of you can put that low lazy guy down, I will be at night. Just add a chicken leg to him. It doesn't matter whether it is singled or group fight, I just want the result. Boom! Everyone became excited at once. You know, since the wall of Maria fell, meat has become a scarce product. Since joining the training corps for a month, everyone has only eaten meat once, and the portion is too small. I suddenly heard that as long as you knock down the hapless guy in front of you, you can eat a chicken leg. Isn't it a pity not to grasp such a good opportunity? Haha. I glanced at Su Jenin, who was walking towards Yanni, and immediately knew that he was using this method to create opportunities for himself to talk to Yanni. It's really a lover than a friend. I sighed. Took the initiative to meet everyone who rushed towards me. The best way to face a multiplayer siege is to get rid of the strongest one quickly to make the rest of the people afraid. That being the case, the strongest Lena in the front is my first choice. Boom! After a fist hit Lena's stomach so that he bowed into a prawn, I took advantage of the trend and grabbed his shoulder and threw it over the shoulder forcefully, and put down Belderto, who was behind Lena, on the ground. The other boys tried to attack me, but they were all easily dodged by me. After a few punches, they fell to the ground. Compared with the swift and violent attack of the alien, their fists seemed to be in slow motion. A Teppan bridge dodges the green-eyed Sasha's pounce, and then rolls on the spot and kicks it to the ground. Now the only people standing on the court are the ones who haven't shot Aaron, Aming, and a group of girls. In less than 30 seconds, so many people lay down on the floor. Even Sasha, who is very obsessed with meat, only dared to make a woo sound at me on all fours and did not dare to take the initiative to attack. Knowing that this is still the result of not doing my best. Who else? I stood up, stepped back to the ground with one foot, looked around the surrounding area domineeringly and asked, "Brother Gane is amazing." Mia whispered excitedly after that. No one spoke, but all took a step back. "I'll fight you." A cold voice sounded a few meters behind me. I looked back and saw Yanni walking towards me, while Su Jenin was watching from the side with a helpless expression. Yanni walked towards me step by step, her eyes full of warfare. After she spoke, Mikasa cast a slightly hostile look at her, and the others looked surprised. They shot me before because of the temptation of chicken legs and they didn't know my strength, but now I have demonstrated my strength. Yanni still dares to challenge me. If she is not a lunatic or a fool, then she is also full of her own strength. Confidence. Seeing Yanni covering her head with her arms on the left and right 1 meter in front of me, standing back and forth with her feet in her unique fighting posture, my eyes narrowed slightly. In the anime, Yanni is famous for her fighting skills, and as far as I know, she is good at leg skills, joint skills, and my biggest combat skills. Because falling to the ground in a battle with a different kind of thing often means death, and ground skills are useless at all, so I just understand ground skills. Once I was brought down by her, I was not sure to get rid of her without hurting others. Come on. I slowly put on the starting position of Wing Chun, and said in a deep voice. Yanni didn't say a word, but just took a step forward, and then suddenly kicked out at the top, middle, and bottom of my body like lightning. 3 legs? I first took a leg with my left hand, and then stepped back to avoid both legs, then rushed into my right hand and swept a fist toward Yanni's temple. Huh? Yanni leaned back and avoided my fist, and at the same time raised her leg and kicked my bottom plate again. Bang. As soon as I lifted my right leg and touched Yanni's right leg, Yanni took the opportunity to pull away from me by the reaction force, and the two entered a state of confrontation. Comparing with the strong and fighting against the two are simply incomparable. The physical exhaustion is completely the same as the sky and the underground. Just now, I am not at all tired after completing a record of 1 challenge, but now I only compare a few tricks with Yanni. His breathing is heavier. As for the people watching from the sidelines, they are already in a state of stunned. It's amazing. Let's say, I feel like we can't beat them in 10 years of practice. Connie exclaimed, the tricks they used are the same as us. What I learned is completely different. Marco also clutched his waist and bared his teeth. At this moment, Yanni suddenly launched another attack. She shook her left hand for a moment, and then her right hand suddenly reached my right shoulder. It seemed that she was planning to use the joint branch after the leg was not pleased. I didn't retreat but moved forward. I raised my right leg and kicked at Yanni's lower abdomen. For this reason, Yanni had to forcibly retreat, pressing my legs with both hands to avoid one leg, and I took advantage of the victory. An elbow hit her chest, and Yanni had to take a step back. But how could it be so easy to dodge my attack? With the right hand, I hit Yanni's head with a punch from top to bottom, and Yanni had to cross her arms to catch me. Humph. Yanni couldn't help but snorted. The demon hunter's attacks were not so easy to take. The amazing power alone was enough for Yanni, but the master is a master after all. He took my trick. And I quickly stepped forward and got stuck in my leg. As soon as she pressed my right hand on my shoulder and tried to knock me down, I sank and wrestled with her. When I didn't fall down, Yanni's face changed slightly, and she immediately wanted to withdraw. Want to go? It's not that easy. I stretched out my hands like lightning and clasped Yanni's shoulders, taking a big step and then another move. Over the shoulder, Yanni fell to the ground. Yanni turned over half-empty waist and abdomen, and successfully landed with both feet. I took advantage of her unsteady footing and slammed into her body. This time, Yanni was already using the old force and the new force before she was born, but I was finally knocked down. His expression was painful, and he took a breath before being pulled from the ground by Su Jenin. Don't stare at me, I keep my hand. I squinted at Su Jenin and said with lips, then beckoned to Mikasa, are you okay, Jae-aon? Mikasa trot over and asked worriedly, hit me a moment. I whispered, huh. Mikasa was stunned for a moment, without moving. Drumsticks. I reminded me with lips. Mikasa blinked and stretched out his hand to punch my shoulder. I yelled exaggeratedly, and fell to the ground pretending to be badly injured, seeing other people's faces with black lines. Don't worry, chicken legs won't fall back. Su Jenin said one word from his teeth. I squeezed out this sentence, and then said angrily to the crowd who were still onlookers, what are you still doing? Continue practicing. Everyone suddenly became a bird and beast, and Su Jenin took this opportunity to chat with Yanni, and I continued to lie on the ground to be lazy, not even moving my position, and everyone pretended not to see my behavior. The sky was cloudless, and the warm winter sun shining on me made me feel sleepy. I yawned lazily and said to myself, this kind of weather is the best time to sleep. Today is the day when the squad leader is selected. After a month of training, there are some unsteady and incompetent guys in the Corps. I am very happy that no one has left the 9th squad. Now after a month of familiarization, it's time to elect a squad leader. Choose a squad leader and a deputy squad leader yourself. In the afternoon, after the physical training, Su Jenin summoned everyone to speak. The training regiment's system stipulates that the squad leader should be determined after 1 month of training, so as to avoid the embarrassing situation of the squad leader being kicked out of the Corps due to insufficient ability. As soon as Su Jenin's words fell, everyone's eyes fell on me. After all, in this month's time, I was worthy of the first in terms of personal strength and management ability. That monitor the candidate should be Gane. The scene was quiet for a while, and Connie hesitated and said, who else besides Gane? Aaron is firm, said, and then took the lead in expressing his position, I support Gane. I also support. With the lead of Aaron, the resolution on letting me become the squad leader was quickly passed by unanimous votes, and then the question about the candidate of the deputy squad leader. Although Mikasa is strong but not well known, Reiner is calm, but his frequent pompous remarks make people feel a little helpless. Aaron is not in line with many people's ideas, making it too self-centered, and Berdtot lacks independent and aggressive xin. Everyone discussed it, and finally made Marco, who is good and popular, became the deputy squad leader. In fact, he should be the squad leader in the animation. Dinner time. Congratulations, Gane, you are now the monitor. Rainer warmly embraced my shoulders and congratulated. It's normal, and being the monitor means responsibility. I said modestly, it's everyone's praise. Haha, Rainer smiled and began to change the subject, speaking of your fighting skills, I can't even catch one of your moves. Gane, you and Yanni used it, the fighting skills are not taught by the instructor, right? Connie suddenly interjected, well, my fighting skills were taught to me by my instructor, and a small part of it was taught by myself. I drank the soup and replied, your mentor? He must be very good. After all, he can teach you such a good apprentice. Marco said, My movements were slightly stopped, and my mentor, Elder Nariseo, died of a large-scale battle between the Witcher and the alien. The instructor is here. Suddenly someone shouted, and the whole cafeteria fell silent. The shout was too loud, I heard it all. A few seconds later, Su Jenin walked in from the door and laughed. With a chuckle, Instructor Su Jenin, who is only 3 or 4 years older than the trainers, is obviously much more approachable than the ferocious head of Keith. He is quite approachable except for occasional use of his tongue during training. Easy to get along with. Mikasa, your chicken drumstick. Su Jenin took a chicken drumstick from his food tray and placed it on Mikasa's plate. If I fall short of my account, Gane will definitely annoy me. The training soldiers watching around suddenly with a burst of laughter. Su Jenin ignored the others, but walked straight to me. You guys leave the table. I'll talk to your monitor on some personal matters. Su Jenin waved away the others, and then sat down on mine with a food tray. Today is the day when the squad leader is selected. After a month of training, there are some unsteady and incompetent guys in the Corps. I am very happy that no one has left the 9th squad. Now after a month of familiarization, it's time to elect a squad leader. Choose a squad leader and a deputy squad leader yourself. In the afternoon, after the physical training, Su Jenin summoned everyone to speak. The training regiment's system stipulates that the squad leader should be determined after 1 month of training, so as to avoid the embarrassing situation of the squad leader being kicked out of the Corps due to insufficient ability. As soon as Su Jenin's words fell, everyone's eyes fell on me. After all, in this month's time, I was worthy of the first in terms of personal strength and management ability. That monitor the candidate should be Gane. The scene was quiet for a while, and Connie hesitated and said, who else besides Gane? Aaron is firm, said, and then took the lead in expressing his position, I support Gane. I also support. With the lead of Aaron, the resolution on letting me become the squad leader was quickly passed by unanimous votes, and then the question about the candidate of the deputy squad leader. Although Mikasa is strong but not well known, Reiner is calm, but his frequent pompous remarks make people feel a little helpless. Aaron is not in line with many people's ideas, making it too self-centered, and Berdtot lacks independent and aggressive xin. Everyone discussed it, and finally made Marco, who is good and popular, became the deputy squad leader. In fact, he should be the squad leader in the animation. Dinner time. Congratulations, Gane, you are now the monitor. Rainer warmly embraced my shoulders and congratulated. It's normal, and being the monitor means responsibility. I said modestly, it's everyone's praise. Haha, Rainer smiled and began to change the subject, speaking of your fighting skills, I can't even catch one of your moves. Gane, you and Yanni used it, the fighting skills are not taught by the instructor, right? Connie suddenly interjected, well, my fighting skills were taught to me by my instructor, and a small part of it was taught by myself. I drank the soup and replied, your mentor? He must be very good. After all, he can teach you such a good apprentice. Marco said, My movements were slightly stopped, and my mentor, Elder Nariseo, died of a large-scale battle between the Witcher and the alien. The instructor is here. Suddenly someone shouted, and the whole cafeteria fell silent. The shout was too loud, I heard it all. A few seconds later, Su Jenin walked in from the door and laughed. With a chuckle, Instructor Su Jenin, who is only 3 or 4 years older than the trainers, is obviously much more approachable than the ferocious head of Keith. He is quite approachable except for occasional use of his tongue during training. Easy to get along with. Mikasa, your chicken drumstick. Su Jenin took a chicken drumstick from his food tray and placed it on Mikasa's plate. If I fall short of my account, Gane will definitely annoy me. The training soldiers watching around suddenly with a burst of laughter. Su Jenin ignored the others, but walked straight to me. You guys leave the table. I'll talk to your monitor on some personal matters. Su Jenin waved away the others, and then sat down on mine with a food tray. Today is the day when the squad leader is selected. After a month of training, there are some unsteady and incompetent guys in the Corps. I am very happy that no one has left the 9th squad. Now after a month of familiarization, it's time to elect a squad leader. Choose a squad leader and a deputy squad leader yourself. In the afternoon, after the physical training, Su Jenin summoned everyone to speak. The training regiment's system stipulates that the squad leader should be determined after 1 month of training, so as to avoid the embarrassing situation of the squad leader being kicked out of the Corps due to insufficient ability. As soon as Su Jenin's words fell, everyone's eyes fell on me. After all, in this month's time, I was worthy of the first in terms of personal strength and management ability. That monitor the candidate should be Gane. The scene was quiet for a while, and Connie hesitated and said, who else besides Gane? Aaron is firm. Said, and then took the lead in expressing his position, I support Gwen. I also support. With the lead of Aaron, the resolution on letting me become the squad leader was quickly passed by unanimous votes, and then the question about the candidate of the deputy squad leader. Although Mikasa is strong but not well known, Reiner is calm, but his frequent pompous remarks make people feel a little helpless. Aaron is not in line with many people's ideas, making it too self-centered, and Berdtot lacks independent and aggressive xin. Everyone discussed it, and finally made Marco, who is good and popular, became the deputy squad leader. In fact, he should be the squad leader in the animation. Dinner time. Congratulations, Gane, you are now the monitor. Reiner warmly embraced my shoulders and congratulated. It's normal, and being the monitor means responsibility. I said modestly, it's everyone's praise. Haha, Reiner smiled and began to change the subject. Speaking of your fighting skills, I can't even catch one of your moves. Gane, you and Yanni used it. The fighting skills are not taught by the instructor, right? Connie suddenly interjected, well, my fighting skills were taught to me by my instructor, and a small part of it was taught by myself. I drank the soup and replied, your mentor? He must be very good. After all, he can teach you such a good apprentice. Marco said, My movements were slightly stopped, and my mentor, Elder Nariseo, died of a large-scale battle between the Witcher and the alien. The instructor is here. Suddenly someone shouted, and the whole cafeteria fell silent. The shout was too loud, I heard it all. A few seconds later, Su Jenin walked in from the door and laughed. With a chuckle, Instructor Su Jenin, who is only 3 or 4 years older than the trainers, is obviously much more approachable than the ferocious head of Keith. He is quite approachable except for occasional use of his tongue during training. Easy to get along with. Mikasa, your chicken drumstick. Su Jenin took a chicken drumstick from his food tray and placed it on Mikasa's plate. If I fall short of my account, Gane will definitely annoy me. The training soldiers watching around suddenly with a burst of laughter. Su Jenin ignored the others, but walked straight to me. You guys leave the table. I'll talk to your monitor on some personal matters. Su Jenin waved away the others, and then sat down on mine with a food tray. What's wrong? I asked softly. Generally speaking, he wouldn't find me at this time for nothing. 2 things. Su Jenin raised and said, with the other hand quietly setting up a soundproof circle. One is very important, the other is less important. Let's talk about the important first. I looked at Su Jenin and said, stop eating. Su Jenin nodded, with a solemn expression on his face, and my heart suddenly shook. Seeing Su Jenin's appearance, could it be that what happened to the restorative party? Do you know how to pick up girls? Su Jenin said. My first reaction was that there was a problem with my ears. Huh? What did you say? I asked in disbelief. I'm serious. Su Jenin said stiffly. I quietly turned my head and glanced in the corner. Yanni Reinhardt. Su Jenin nodded. Damn. I couldn't help being violent, then lowered my voice and said, I won't say anything this morning. Now, you should know her identity. She is a spy sent by Mirai and has a hostile relationship with us. It's not that we can't instigate rebellion. Su Jenin said nonchalantly, and I am a demon hunter. Human identity doesn't make sense to me. Do you really like her? I asked again. I have a little feeling. Take one step as one step. Su Jenin replied vaguely, and then asked again, come on, less nonsense, what experience do you have? I turned my head. I glanced at Mikasa, who was eating chicken drumsticks at the side table, carefully recalled how Mikasa and I knew each other and how we got along, and recalled the evaluation of Yanni in the anime and on the internet. After a long silence, he said, I can't say that there is any experience, and the development of our relationship has always been a matter of course. We haven't really identified each other. Don't you listen? I angered, listen. Su Jenin nodded repeatedly, but the smile in his eyes was very conspicuous. I snorted badly, took a sip of the soup and started to go straight to the subject. As far as I know, Yanni is hot inside and cold outside. It just looks cold and hard to approach, but in fact she is very lonely. You can come up and chat with her from time to increase your own sense of presence, pay attention to grasping the scale. You can also find ways to arouse her enthusiasm and make her interested in you. Also, pay attention to recognize her, increase her favorability, and occasionally give gifts or something. Master. Su Jenin laughed, and I rolled my eyes when I heard the words, these things are available on the internet. I have all the suggestions I can give. The rest is up to you. I will leave if there is nothing else. Wait, there is one more small matter. Su Jenin said, what's the matter? I just got up and sat down again. Did you not use secret methods to strengthen the physical fitness of the restoring people? After I took over, I will follow you. The previous method has strengthened the people in the military team, but the materials are not enough, and you need your blood to save the emergency. Su Jenin said. This is the important thing, right? I jumped in said, haha, I will find a quiet place for you to bleed some blood. Su Jenin witty changed the subject. I rolled my eyes helplessly, and decided not to talk to him. Care about this, it's another day of rest. Considering that for some people, one day is not enough to go home. I simply propose to hold a gathering on the 9th class of Lumhai's rest days. Everyone chooses the place by themselves. In principle, they participate voluntarily. To my surprise, the first meeting of Class 9 turned out to be full. I originally thought it would be good to be halfway there. I didn't expect everyone to be very interested in my proposal. Marco and Armin even a plan was also made specifically for the gathering on the day off. Marco, take a group of people to find a place, and I will take another group of people to buy food. Before we arrived in the town, we split up and started the meal plan. Gavin, where do we go to buy food? Aaron asked, and the people in our team turned their attention to me. Convenience store, there should be things we need there. If the ingredients are not enough, you can go to the dining hall and find them to buy. Compared with the inexperienced training soldiers, I have several spring outings and autumn outings on the earth. I obviously know how to deal with these problems. Before walking into the convenience store of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce, I silently took off the purple and gold coat of arms pinned on my chest. This kind of publicity is enough to let people close to me know it. I'd better keep a low profile about other people. After shopping successfully, I took the team to meet Marco and the others, and then everyone had a barbecue party on a small mountain bag. It's too boring to wait for the food to be cooked here. You might as well show what talent you have, I said while grilling the food with Sasha. As a foodie, Sasha's barbecue ability is beyond doubt. The cumin seasoning introduced by the Shanghai Silver Chamber of Commerce, the scent of meat made the index fingers of everyone watching, but because it was not cooked yet, everyone could only look forward to the meat and sigh. When my proposal was outstanding, everyone agreed. What the squad leader said is, anyone who can sing and dance might as well come out and perform. Marco said, but everyone looked at each other. After all, no one stood up and performed first. Since everyone doesn't want to be the first to stand up, let me throw some ideas. I looked around and said, I'll make everyone a magic trick. Magic. Everyone became interested. 19. He stared at me. First of all, I need someone to come over and check if there are any props on my body. I said, I'm coming. Marco stepped forward and said, he walked to me. In front of him, he suddenly got into trouble. Gavin, how do you check? I said I can release a fire dragon with both hands in a while. How do you check it? I smiled. Anyway, Ma is cute, just check it, isn't it? Can he find out whether I have the holy flame ability? Marco checked my hands and arms carefully, and finally shook his head to indicate that he didn't find it, and stepped aside. I used my hands to wave a few times in the air, and then slammed my palms towards the empty place. Boom. A white flaming dragon suddenly sprang out of my hand, flew forward with its teeth and claws for a meter before dissipating into the air. Wow. Almost everyone was shocked by the flaming dragon and my magic ability. Only Mikasa rolled his eyes at me with disdain, and said with lip language, Gane de fudge. With the beginning of my initial magic show, the atmosphere immediately became alive. Connie came up to tell a joke, Thomas played a bagpipe, performed an apple-throwing acrobatics, and Mia did a dance. By the way, after getting along for so long, I still didn't know that Mia could dance, and she danced pretty well. Many people saw their eyes straight. Well, let me sing a song to everyone, Krista said to everyone with a blushing face, and the crowd onlookers immediately clapped. I remember that some good people in the training corps made a ranking of core beauties a few days ago. Krista, Mia, Mikasa, and Yanni happened to occupy the top 4. Some people sighed that the beauties in the front were running. Go to class 9. How to say that the 9 classes should be evenly out of 1 or 2. After that, for those who said this, I brought the boys from class 9 to the door to ask for 1 by 1, and then the words about even 1 or 2 come out disappeared. But because of this, Emir always felt that I wanted to plot against Krista. I really don't know how long her brain circuit was, and Emir and ancestor Emir don't know what it is related to. Among the so-called 4 beauties in class 9, Krista is the most popular because she is kind, cute and easy to talk, followed by Mia, and Yanni is too cold to make people feel close. Mikasa is also very cold, at least she is very cold to others, and many interested people can see the relationship between her and me. Naturally there will be no people who are boring, and I am not easy to provoke. Krista sang a folk song in praise of the beauty of spring. Although the lyrics are not very good, it is really good to sing from Krista's mouth. I can't help but sigh that he deserves to be called a goddess in anime. People, sing one more song. Rainer couldn't help crying after Krista finished singing. Sing another one. Connie also followed suit. With the two of them taking the lead, the boys naturally followed in the fun. Krista was a little flustered. She looked around at the crowd, and finally turned her eyes for help on me. I smiled at her, but clapped, and everyone followed. Encouraged by the applause, Krista finally sang another song. During this time, Emir kept his dissatisfied eyes on me, but it didn't affect me much. The food is ready, Sasha called out suddenly. I looked back at the barbecue and knew that Sasha had already eaten some. When they heard that they could eat it, everyone rushed forward. The first thing I took was definitely that. A few skewers of meat that are charred on the outside and tender on the inside. You must know that it is not easy to eat the meat once, and Sasha is also quite kind and did not steal the skewers. After the 20 skewers were divided, everyone began to take the remaining barbecue potatoes and grilled mushrooms, and then took the new batch of food to the grill. What are you doing? Su Jenin's voice suddenly came from behind, and everyone's movements suddenly stiffened. Instructor. Connie turned stiffly and said hello. Yeah. Su Jenin responded with a smile, and then sniffed. I seem to smell the food. No, absolutely nothing. The second one. It was Sasha who jumped out. Seeing her reaction, it was obvious that Keith's corporal punishment for stealing sweet potatoes on the training ground left her with a huge psychological shadow. If you want to eat, you can get a bunch of 100 RIS. I will give you a 20% discount for your instructor's sake. 80 RIS. I said with a leisurely face. Only the vegetarian skewers are sold for 10 yuan. At the price of 6 yuan, Su Jenin's face twitched abruptly, and said angrily, why don't you grab such a profiteer? Oh, it's totally thankless to grab something. It's a lot of small business. Save trouble. I said with a smile, and then gave him a step down. It's okay to join, but you have to perform a show. Within a few words, I let the people who were a little nervous because of meeting the instructor relax. Yes, instructor, perform a show. Connie immediately agreed. Come on, instructor. Aaron also followed. When the excitement started, okay. Su Jenin spread his hands helplessly. I can throw a knife or iron pick for you. Toss iron pick. Make asked suspiciously. No words. Clearly, Su Jenin shrugged, then turned his head to me. Gavin, I need you to cooperate with me. Okay. I smiled, took an iron sign from my side, and took it on the other side. Su Jenin took a few wild fruits from me, and walked 10 meters away from me to stand still and start performing. He squeezed the wild fruit slightly smaller than his fist in his hand, and then threw it upward. Su Jenin's eyes instantly condensed. His right hand suddenly pulled out one of the iron sticks held in his left hand, and he threw the iron stick with a flick. This technique is exactly the same as his throwing spell card posture. The iron lottery flew straight for more than 10 meters in the air, and then accurately pierced the wild fruit. The court was quiet for a few seconds, and then everyone exclaimed, too great. So accurate? How do you do it? Amidst the exclamation of everyone, I kept moving, throwing wild fruits into the air one by one. Swish. Whoosh. Whoosh. Su Jenin changed from one-handed launching to two-handed launching, piercing all 7 wild fruits in midair with iron picks. It's not over yet? Who borrowed a piece of cloth? Su Jenin saw that the effect was good and decided to continue performing in a more pretense way. I turned my head and glanced to the right, and saw that Yanni was looking at Su Jenin with interest. For his purpose of pretending to be forced, Su Jenin took the white silk scarf that Mikasa handed him, folded it and blindfolded it, took 3 iron picks with both hands and nodded at me. You can start. The audience fell silent. Everyone stared at Su Jenin intently, preparing to watch his performance. I picked up the wild fruit in my hand, and then threw it upward. The wild fruit flew straight up. Everyone's eyes followed the wild fruit, but Su Jenin remained motionless and did not react at all. Yaguo had already flown to the highest point, and started to fall after a slight pause, but Su Jenin still did not move. I can't help but feel anxious for him. I have to know that I have never seen him show his ability to discern positions blindly, and I can't do that. But even if I'm anxious, I still keep my face in reality. Expressionless look. When Yaguo fell 1/3, Su Jenin raised his hands slightly, and after a second he suddenly threw all 6 iron picks and shot at Yaguo. I've been a bit busy lately, and it is estimated that it will be interrupted or updated indefinitely. Forgive me. I will definitely make up later. Laugh. The 6 iron picks all hit the wild fruit, and they hit the wild fruit at the same time. The audience was silent. Everyone looked at Su Jenin with amazement. Why, no hit. Su Jenin took off the silk scarf and smiled and asked, it's so pretentious, ah. I whispered, then watched Su Jenin enjoying the admiration of everyone's instructor mighty. Mikasa quietly walked to my side, and whispered, Gavin, can you do it? I can do it without blindfolding, but I'm not sure if I blindfold it. I shook my head and said, Mikasa let out a little disappointed, and then asked curiously, then you guys, who will win the duel? If the strength is equal, then I will win within 30 meters, and he will win within 30 meters. I thought for a while and answered, why Gane? Mikasa took my arm again. I asked, why, are you 100,000 why? I reached out and tapped Mikasa's head, and said angrily. Mikasa gave a hum, rubbed his head against me, and was not talking. Why, angry? I put Mikasa in my arms and touched her head and asked. For some reason, every time I do this, I feel like touching a cat, especially when Mikasa makes a comfortable whine. When? I always feel that Gane is thinking about something very rude. Mikasa moved her head slightly, and said with some suspicion, that must be your illusion. I soothed. Mikasa glanced at me suspiciously, and finally still chose to believe me. The party lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the rest of the time was arranged by everyone, and everyone dispersed. Gawen, let's talk privately. Su Jenin immediately approached me after most of the people left. Go and play by yourself. I'll talk to Su Jenin for a while. I nodded to Eren. Then followed Su Jenin to a place with no one. What's wrong? I asked after seeing that there was no one else around. The rapid expansion of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce has aroused the alarm of the nobles. They began to cooperate with some chambers of commerce to suppress us in business, and some newspapers also issued some that are not good for us. The information. Su Jenin said. I couldn't help frowning. What's the situation? Is the impact big? The impact is not great. Su Jenin shook his head, and said uncomfortably, it's just because of these annoying guys, the restorationists' plan for commercial development had to be changed. Then what is our response? I asked. We are creating our own newspaper to establish a voice channel, and in the commercial aspect, we use discount sales. To deal with their dumping, send more people to deal with the people they send to find the fault. Su Jenin replied, and when he said that, he waved his right hand fiercely and cursed angrily, this bunch of bastards. I did not respond to him the first time, but was thinking about ways to solve the problem. I don't have any insights on business, but I'm very good at slanting the sword. The current Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce is like a person holding a shield, and people are constantly shooting at him in the distance, although they can protect themselves. Not hurt, but there is no means to fight back. The situation of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce is a bit passive. We should take the initiative. I muttered to myself, our rise is too fast, the time is too short, and many aspects lack preparation and experience. Su Jenin said. If we can give a few more months, we can pinch these broken chambers of commerce anyway. Oh it. Su Jenin sighed helplessly. I turned my head and glanced at him, and said, in fact, we are not without law occupies the initiative. Hearing these words Su Jenin immediately became energetic. He stepped forward and grabbed my hand and asked anxiously, Gavin, do you have a way? I nodded, broke his hand and said slowly, you it seems to ignore the resources and power that the outside world can use. Su Jenin suddenly opened his eyes, what do you mean? There are some things that we can directly obtain without laborious creation. I said before him, for example, the newspaper. We can buy a ready-made newspaper without having to spend time and effort to create a new one. In terms of business, my suggestion is to either not fight a price war with them, or just keep the price down to the lowest level. The loss does not matter. In terms of business, we have different industries, which can be made up elsewhere, but they just, haha. Since the fall of the Wall of Maria, the commerce within the wall has suffered a major blow. Many chambers of commerce have declared bankruptcy and most of the chambers that still exist are lingering. Now with the support of Gisha, the price can still be barely supported, but as long as we take the initiative if the price is held down for a while, they probably won't be able to sustain it. Su Jenin exclaimed, I'm stuck in a blind corner of my mind. When they can't hold on and have to raise the price, we can do it too. Mention some prices, but they must be lower than them until they collapse. I followed Su Jenin's words. There is also about the fact that they sent gangsters to find things to affect our business. I think you can make the armed forces of the reinstatement group move and smash them. As for those gangsters, Su Jenin grinned. Then he cut his throat. I shrugged and did not comment on his approach. Also, I have a solution for those nobles. I said, assassination. Su Jenin asked, no, you can't assassinate. I shook my head. The assassination will only provoke a strong counterattack from them. We must use our interests to win them over and make them our allies. Be specific. Su Jenin touched his chin and said, simply put, it is the candide and stick strategy. We can give what those chambers of commerce can give, and even we can give more. Let them know that by supporting us, we can get bigger. As for those die-hard nobles, of course we have to get rid of them, but we can't let other nobles. I was talking, but Su Jenin suddenly interrupted me, Gavin, this kind of thing doesn't need evidence, they just suspicion is enough. As long as they think we did it, then our situation is still bad. Then what if they did it by themselves? I asked. For the purpose of gaining greater benefits, they used a group of people to kill people who disagree with them, but they hide behind the scenes and clear the relationship. You mean white gloves? Su Jenin reacted quickly. You want to build a team dedicated to serving high-end people. The function is to handle the dirty work for them without getting their hands dirty, so that you can win them over. Can you show your strength again? Yes. I smiled and nodded. We personally vigilant for them, but if they are tempted by profit to hire our people to kill each other, then it is another thing. Well, the members of the White Gloves can be transferred from the Armed Forces group. The number is almost 30 people. The vacancies in the Armed Forces group can be filled in the reserve team. The restoration of power from the Wall of Maria has been recruited now. There are more than 400 people, of which there are still many good players. Su Jenin touched his chin again and said, looking thoughtful. 400, so little. I was a little surprised. It's already a lot. After all, our recruitment requirements are so high. We must have enough loyalty, have a skill, and must be well controlled. Moreover, recruitment can only be done sneakily. We can recruit more than 400 people. Very good. They can all be the backbone of the restorative party. Su Jenin shrugged and explained helplessly, speaking of which, do you have any findings there? Nothing was found. I shook my head and said in a low voice, I secretly put a positioning magic on Yanni. If she leaves the camp to search for information, I will definitely find out, but she hasn't had anything this month. Anomaly. Doesn't positioning magic require physical contact to release? Su Jenin asked, staring at me suddenly. Yeah, I shrugged. Have you forgotten the one I fought with her before? Please, I do business. You think I am only lazy in training the core? Su Jenin laughed dryly and changed the subject. What do you plan to do next? Watch the changes. I curled my lips. I can't do anything if she doesn't, unless you can cooperate with me to create a time for her to act. After she finishes her actions, she will definitely contact her companions, and then we will know who her companions are. Speaking of which, the restoratives do have a plan, but the subject of the plan is you, but it is also possible adjusted. Su Jenin said. Huh. I was puzzled. Anyway, in winter, the training program of the training corps will be reduced accordingly. You can finish those things in advance, and then Keith will find a reason to transfer you out for a month. We can completely compile the reason with them to find the ancestor titan is related to the goal, let them overhear a part, even though they can't lead the snake out of the hole. Su Jenin explained. Wait, what am I doing this month? I asked quickly, suddenly feeling something in my heart. Bad premonition. Of course it's the reply right to handle official duties. Su Jenin's next words immediately confirmed my hunch. He said with a smile, but a smile, Lance said that you can't just let you be so idle, and the leader must always be in front of the subordinate, always show your face, you are almost transparent. MMP, won't let me stop for a few days. I sighed helplessly. Okay, Su Jenin patted me on the shoulder, we have arrived. The place where we are now is a forest, called a desolate land. What are you going to do? I looked at Su Jenin suspiciously. If someone else did this, I would think that the other party was going to kill people and seize power. Su Jenin did not answer me immediately. Instead, he walked to a big tree next to him, and then started digging with his bare hands beside the tree. Well, that's right here. After digging a few times, he nodded and said with satisfaction, information net and information came from over there, saying that there is a secret base for the Central Military Police nearby. I originally planned to bring the military team to train the troops, but since I met you, let us both handle it. Su Jenin took out a small box from under the tree, took out a set of green clothes and threw it to me. Hurry up and change the uniform of your training soldier. Then he took out a crossbow from the box. Several crossbow arrows, a revolver, and 18 bullets, and 2 daggers. It's better to end the base sooner if you have the time to do this. I glanced at the box and said grimly. This thing was prepared for me by the intelligence personnel, or for him to prepare his own way. Su Jenin shrugged and said, this is for emergency, don't you think this is just right for you? I curled my mouth, took out the pistol and bullets from the box, and turned my head to look at the crossbow in Su Jenin's hand. I want to use a crossbow. Don't even think about it. Su Jenin hugged the crossbow tightly after hearing this. He rolled his eyes, threw the changed clothes into the box and then closed the box, and then began to bullet the revolver. Where is the target? About 400 meters ahead. I will deal with the clear whistle and you will handle the secret whistle. Su Jenin replied. From the perspective of the hunter's vision, I can easily find the existence of the dark whistle. The secret base of the Central Gendarmerie Regiment is located in a clearing opened in the forest. There are a total of 7 two-story small buildings. There are 6 guard towers on the periphery. Each tower has 3 guards. The 6 guard towers are connected to each other. There is no dead corner of the horizon. There are also 6 secret whistles scattered around, and any one of them will be found by others. There are still 37 people inside the building, and there seems to be space and people underground, but I can't see clearly because of the soil barrier. Are you sure that the 2 of us can handle it? I said grumpily. Hey, there are at least 61 people, and they are so guarded, it looks like a big fish. Su Jenin said in a low voice, yes, really unexpected. Let's pull it away, this is not something we can easily handle. If there is any important information, they can destroy it before we attack. I bit my lip and said, the Central Gendarmerie is not comparable to the corrupted ordinary gendarmerie of the gendarmerie. They can be regarded as the real elite, second only to the elite of the strongest combat force to suppress the people. Although Su Jenin and I can kill them by force, we don't even think about the useful information they collected from the unstable factors and the possible prisoners. Su Jenin sighed, with a look of unwillingness on his face. He was silent for a few seconds before he said, there is a group of people in the armed forces group of the restorationist faction around here. There are about 20 people. You are staring here. I will transfer people. You can come back in an hour without a heavy weapon. How about we rush in if they attract attention? Thank you for your recommendation votes. This chapter is before the supplement. Staring and waiting is an extremely boring process, especially when the target is still quiet. Fortunately, thanks to the blood of my demon hunter, I don't have to worry about mosquitoes. I can rest assured that the Central Military Police Station is very boring. I simply started to deduct the attack plan and attack in my mind. Result. The first trouble to deal with is the 6 secret guards. From their positions, it can be concluded that the person who arranged the guard is a master. If 6 people cannot be killed at the same time and no accidents occur, any one of them will be found. The same is true for the 6 towers. 20 people don't wear heavy weapons. I guess they won't even be able to get through the guard tower. I mumbled. There is no definite goal, not enough manpower, no heavy firepower, and time to finish. I really don't know what Su Jenin wants to do. If it were me, I would definitely choose to retreat, and then assemble enough manpower to bring heavy firepower and come back another day. Unless there is an emergency that makes me have to act hastily, I will do it like Su Jenin. Art of War, 10 encircle you, and time to attack it. Throughout the ages, there are very few cases of active offensive with few people and defense with many people. Moreover, the right time and place are not on our side, but it is not me and Su Jenin. If the 2 demon hunters are there, then this action can really only be called the brainless death. In my random thoughts, time was passing by 1 minute and 1 second. Finally, Su Jenin returned here with 22 people. It was already evening, and the setting sun was sprinkling its last brilliance on the ground, and the jungle began to darken. I have to say that this is a good time to launch a surprise attack. After nodding to the members of the military team, I approached Su Jenin and asked in a low voice, "Why is it so urgent? This place can't run. This place can't run, but a batch of things will be taken away at 6 o'clock. The specific situation is very complicated. I originally thought it was just a small stronghold, with only a dozen people stationed here, because the information was a bit vague, but the result was beyond my expectation." Su Jenin explained helplessly, and I sighed for a long time. I checked the revolver in his hand again, and asked, "Do you have a plan?" "No." Su Jenin shook his head and said in a low voice, "Listen to your arrangements, you are more experienced in this regard." I'm not polite with him either, nodded and took over the command. 6 secret whistle, I need a good hand to solve the last one silently while I and Su Jenin start their hands. I looked around the crowd and said, "I can kill 2 quickly by teleporting." Su Jenin has a crossbow. He can kill the 3rd one while eliminating the 2nd one, so that there is only 1 vacancy left. 22 people looked at each other, and finally focused on one person. I should be able to handle it. The thin and small brown-haired young man swallowed and whispered, "Oh, what is it for?" I couldn't help but asked with interest. "I used to be a commercial spy and I was a hand." The young man lowered his head and said, "I haven't seen his full face until now. This should be his instinct." As if he felt that what he said was too simple, the young man added, "The hand is responsible for sneaking in and stealing information and solving troubles, such as Happy New Year's Eve." The young man paused here. He licked his lips and whispered, "For example, using assassinations to kill people." Su Jenin and I looked at each other, and both nodded. Su Jenin took it from his wide belt. After the next concealed spell card was activated, he lost the young man and said, "Just you, put this thing away, it can help you hide your whereabouts, you can do it first, we will launch it at the same time as you, others stand by." The young man nodded and dived into the forest. With the person he did it as the dividing line. "I am responsible for the 2 on the left and you are responsible for the 3 on the right. Is there a problem?" I looked at Su Jenin and asked, "No problem." Su Jenin played with the dagger in his hand. Hua replied with a very confident expression, "That's okay, it depends on the young man's actions just now." I shrugged and said, "Su Jenin and I have cooperated for many years, and we know each other's abilities. Now we are waiting for the young man to take action. We too are obviously younger than him, okay." Su Jenin vomited, "Whatever he does, I am the boss." I shrugged again and looked indifferent, "I have the final say." After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Su Jenin and I suddenly raised our heads at the same time and looked at the top of a central military police secret post with the hunter's vision. "Go up the tree, this is a good way." Su Jenin smiled and began to lock himself with mental power. 3 are on the tree, and 3 are under the tree. He would choose the simple one. I curled my lips and determined my goal. 3 seconds later, the young man suddenly jumped down from the tree and rushed towards a figure lurking in a bush. The dagger in his hand slammed into the back of the target. At the same time, Su Jenin and I left our place with teleportation, and suddenly appeared next to our target. The sacred silver short sword suddenly unsheathed and struck a person's throat like lightning. When the blood was splattered, the man discovered me, the attacker. In the shocked gaze of the opponent, I teleported to the next target without stopping. This guy was lying on a tree with a leaf camouflage on him, but he still couldn't hide from the hunter's spy vision. I stretched out my right hand, and the dagger pierced in the back of his head and then pierced out of the forehead, killing him with 1 blow. After completing my mission and hearing no screams or sirens, I knew that the action was successful. After wiping the blood from the wiping sword on the clothes of the corpse, I teleported back to the previous position. What should I do next? Su Jenin asked. We are divided into 2 teams. One team will attack from the east and the other will attack from the west. Two-way attack will destroy the guard tower with bursting spell cards. I glanced at the side and answered. We will teleport into the building immediately after destroying the tower. There are 7 houses, which one shall we enter? Su Jenin asked. Let's enter one building with fewer people. The speed is faster. After the settlement, proceed to the next building. I replied. Su Jenin nodded, and led the soldiers to split with me. Su Jenin and I launched an offensive almost at the same time. A bursting spell card was thrown into a sentry tower. A blast of flames and shock waves filled the inside of the sentry tower. The 3 people inside were declared dead before they reacted. Enemy attack. The soldier next to him shouted suddenly, raising his gun and shooting at me. I instantly disappeared in place and let the bullet hit the bullet, then threw another bursting spell card over. Boom. Happy New Year? The young man paused here. He licked his lips and whispered, for example, using assassinations to kill people. Su Jenin and I looked at each other, and both nodded. Su Jenin took it from his wide belt. After the next concealed spell card was activated, he lost the young man and said, just you, put this thing away, it can help you hide your whereabouts, you can do it first, we will launch it at the same time as you, others stand by. The young man nodded and dived into the forest. With the person he did it as the dividing line. I am responsible for the 2 on the left and you are responsible for the 3 on the right. Is there a problem? I looked at Su Jenin and asked. No problem. Su Jenin played with the dagger in his hand. Hua replied with a very confident expression. That's okay, it depends on the young man's actions just now. I shrugged and said. Su Jenin and I have cooperated for many years, and we know each other's abilities. Now we are waiting for the young man to take action. We too are obviously younger than him, okay. Su Jenin vomited. Whatever he does, I am the boss. I shrugged again and looked indifferent. I have the final say. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Su Jenin and I suddenly raised our heads at the same time and looked at the top of a central military police secret post with the hunter's vision. Go up the tree, this is a good way. Su Jenin smiled and began to lock himself with mental power. 3 are on the tree, and 3 are under the tree. He would choose the simple one. I curled my lips and determined my goal. 3 seconds later, the young man suddenly jumped down from the tree and rushed towards a figure lurking in a bush. The dagger in his hand slammed into the back of the target. At the same time, Su Jenin and I left our place with teleportation, and suddenly appeared next to our target. The sacred silver short sword suddenly unsheathed and struck a person's throat like lightning. When the blood was splattered, the man discovered me, the attacker. In the shocked gaze of the opponent, I teleported to the next target without stopping. This guy was lying on a tree with a leaf camouflage on him, but he still couldn't hide from the hunter's spy vision. I stretched out my right hand, and the dagger pierced in the back of his head and then pierced out of the forehead, killing him with one blow. After completing my mission and hearing no screams or sirens, I knew that the action was successful. After wiping the blood from the wiping sword on the clothes of the corpse, I teleported back to the previous position. What should I do next? Su Jenin asked. We are divided into 2 teams. One team will attack from the east and the other will attack from the west. 2-way attack will destroy the guard tower with bursting spell cards. I glanced at the side and answered. We will teleport into the building immediately after destroying the tower. There are 7 houses, which one shall we enter? Su Jenin asked. Let's enter one building with fewer people. The speed is faster. After the settlement, proceed to the next building. I replied. Su Jenin nodded, and led the soldiers to split with me. Su Jenin and I launched an offensive almost at the same time. A bursting spell card was thrown into a sentry tower. A blast of flames and shock waves filled the inside of the sentry tower. The 3 people inside were declared dead before they reacted. Enemy attack. The soldier next to him shouted suddenly, raising his gun and shooting at me. I instantly disappeared in place and let the bullet hit the bullet, then threw another bursting spell card over. Boom. Happy New Year? The young man paused here. He licked his lips and whispered, for example, using assassinations to kill people. Su Jenin and I looked at each other, and both nodded. Su Jenin took it from his wide belt. After the next concealed spell card was activated, he lost the young man and said, just you, put this thing away, it can help you hide your whereabouts, you can do it first, we will launch it at the same time as you, others stand by. The young man nodded and dived into the forest. With the person he did it as the dividing line. I am responsible for the 2 on the left and you are responsible for the 3 on the right. Is there a problem? I looked at Su Jenin and asked. No problem. Su Jenin played with the dagger in his hand. Hua replied with a very confident expression. That's okay, it depends on the young man's actions just now. I shrugged and said. Su Jenin and I have cooperated for many years, and we know each other's abilities. Now we are waiting for the young man to take action. We too are obviously younger than him, okay. Su Jenin vomited. Whatever he does, I am the boss. I shrugged again and looked indifferent. I have the final say. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Su Jenin and I suddenly raised our heads at the same time and looked at the top of a central military police secret post with the hunter's vision. Go up the tree, this is a good way. Su Jenin smiled and began to lock himself with mental power. 3 are on the tree, and 3 are under the tree. He would choose the simple one. I curled my lips and determined my goal. 3 seconds later, the young man suddenly jumped down from the tree and rushed towards a figure lurking in a bush. The dagger in his hand slammed into the back of the target. At the same time, Su Jenin and I left our place with teleportation, and suddenly appeared next to our target. The sacred silver short sword suddenly unsheathed and struck a person's throat like lightning. When the blood was splattered, the man discovered me, the attacker. In the shocked gaze of the opponent, I teleported to the next target without stopping. This guy was lying on a tree with a leaf camouflage on him, but he still couldn't hide from the hunter's spy vision. I stretched out my right hand, and the dagger pierced in the back of his head and then pierced out of the forehead, killing him with one blow. After completing my mission and hearing no screams or sirens, I knew that the action was successful. After wiping the blood from the wiping sword on the clothes of the corpse, I teleported back to the previous position. What should I do next? Su Jenin asked. We are divided into 2 teams. One team will attack from the east and the other will attack from the west. Two-way attack will destroy the guard tower with bursting spell cards. I glanced at the side and answered. We will teleport into the building immediately after destroying the tower. There are 7 houses, which one shall we enter? Su Jenin asked. Let's enter one building with fewer people. The speed is faster. After the settlement, proceed to the next building. I replied. Su Jenin nodded, and led the soldiers to split with me. Su Jenin and I launched an offensive almost at the same time. A bursting spell card was thrown into a sentry tower. A blast of flames and shock waves filled the inside of the sentry tower. The 3 people inside were declared dead before they reacted. Enemy attack. The soldier next to him shouted suddenly, raising his gun and shooting at me. I instantly disappeared in place and let the bullet hit the bullet, then threw another bursting spell card over. Boom! Happy New Year! Just before my feet landed, I heard 2 bangs of gunshots, and the corpse in front of me was shaken twice. This was a fire from a pistol, otherwise the force would never be so weak. The moment I landed, I immediately pushed the corpse in front of me forward, and rolled to the right. Boom! 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 The sound of 3 shots fired, and the corpse was instantly beaten into several pieces, and I used the light of the fire to pounce on the nearest person. There was a sudden pain in my left shoulder, and I immediately knew that I had been shot, but my movements didn't stop. I pierced the dagger into the enemy's heart, and then I teleported away from the place immediately. Boom! The next moment the shotgun blasted where I was just now, and knocked the person I solved to the ground. By the way, ruthless enough, I couldn't help making such an evaluation of the military police. In order to solve the enemy, you can open fire on your teammates without hesitation. Even if the teammates may be dead, it is ruthless enough. A ruthless and strong enemy is the most difficult to deal with. And these 5, now 4, were also elite soldiers who were placed in the rehabilitated force group. They did not go out to help when the branch was attacked. Instead, they continued to guard here. I am not only curious about what they guard, but what it is. Is something so important? I teleported to the back of another military policeman. I stretched out my right hand and pierced his heart with a short sword. At the same time, I took out a pistol with my left hand and fired 2 shots in the other direction. I just don't know if I hit the enemy. After doing this, I quickly squat down, and the next second, boom. The body of the military policeman fell backwards, and I immediately threw the sacred silver dagger to the place where the sound was just now. The sound of the sharp blade entering the flesh and the humming sounded immediately. He was dead, and there were 2 left. I quickly rushed to the last military policeman with a shotgun. Because I don't know the spatial structure of this place, I didn't dare to use spell cards indiscriminately. I was afraid that I would accidentally collapse this place and let myself be buried in it, so I am currently the only weapons that can be used are the revolver and fist in his hand. The moment the opponent pointed the shotgun in my hand at me, I suddenly avoided the muzzle with a sliding shovel. Boom. The sound of the shotgun firing was particularly loud in the house. I raised my pistol and shot him, but neither side made a hit. Fuck. I shouted angrily, and stood up again with a slap on the ground with my right hand, clasping the head of the military policeman with both hands and squeezing hard, breaking his neck violently. The gunshot sounded, and my back suddenly hurt. I didn't care to check the injury. I rolled on the spot and avoided the next shot. Boom. I fired 2 shots at the last person's position, only one shot hit his left shoulder. The military police slammed the gun in his hand at me, and at the same time drew a dagger and rushed towards me. I opened his pistol with a swipe of my right hand, and at the same time shot the last bullet in my left hand. I saw blood bursting out of his right arm, but his speed did not slow down, and he stabbed the dagger in his hand fiercely at me. I threw the gun and flashed over the dagger he stabbed. He grabbed his right arm and pulled it off with a click. The military police let out a miserable howl, raised his right foot and kicked at me. I hugged his leg with both hands and pressed down with all my strength. Click. His leg suddenly bent up against the joints, and he never wanted to return to the original shape in his life. After kicking his crotch again and incapacitating him, I finally solved all the enemies. After solving everyone, I can finally take a good look at the surrounding environment and the enemy's equipment. This is a room that is twice the size of the above, with only one ladder leading up. The room is also empty, only a closed wooden door leads to an unknown place. And only 3 of the 5 central military police wear something similar to a metal exoskeleton. Many metal brackets are equipped on the body. Each of the outer thighs has a large magazine with a silver-white cylinder inside, which looks like it can be mounted. 4. The discs on their waists and the spray-up system let me confirm the identity of the equipment, the latest 3-dimensional mobile device for people. I walked to the central military policeman who was not dead, and after removing his other arm, I used 2 healing spell cards for my left shoulder and back. I didn't feel much in the battle just now, After a few minutes of rest, the pain appeared. It's really painful. After squeezing out the bullets with a grinning control of the muscles, I couldn't help but sigh, but it is precisely because I am the winner that I am qualified to call pain. The dead are not qualified to speak. After taking back the holy silver dagger stuck in the corpse's throat, I applied 2 healing spell cards to the wound, and then I began to study the 3-dimensional mobile device for humans. I picked up a shotgun from the corpse of a central military policeman. I accidentally found that the tail of the shotgun was connected to a 3-dimensional mobile device. Could it be a gas gun? I looked at it curiously. One-handed shotgun, the barrel seems to be detachable. There are 2 triggers on the handle, and there is a hand guard outside the trigger. The 2 triggers correspond to the index finger and the middle finger. There is a small tube who does not know what it is. Try it to know how to use it. I raised my gun and aimed it at the corner of the room, which helped prevent bouncing. There was a soft click. I pulled the trigger of my index finger. The expected gunfire did not occur in detail, but the barrel fell off. Huh? This trigger replaces the barrel. It should be another trigger, right? I looked at the shotgun in my hand and muttered to myself, then replaced the barrel on the corpse again. Aim at the corner and pulled the trigger of the middle finger. Whoosh! A hook with a wire was shot out from the small tube under the barrel, and it was pierced into the wall and suddenly opened and fixed myself to the wall. I pressed the trigger again, and a huge pulling force suddenly came, making me hurried. The trigger was released. Whoosh! The wire rope rewound quickly to retract the hook anchor. It's weird, which one to shoot? I muttered to myself in confusion. I didn't believe in evil and pressed the trigger of my index finger again. Boom. The loud noise when the shotgun fired suddenly shocked me. I pulled the trigger again, and the barrel of the shotgun slid out and fell to the ground. It turns out that it's a combination of firing and loading and unloading the barrel. I suddenly realized that a barrel is just one shot, which reduces the loading time. This is also an alternative to solving the problem of inability to fire. It seems that Wang Zhang is there. There are still many talents. After feeling that I was almost resting, I started to fill the revolver with bullets. After ensuring my condition, I decided to explore the place behind the next door. Although there may be no enemies, it is always good to be careful. After opening the door, I quickly flashed to the side, but there was no gunshot. I looked inside with a hunter's vision and found that there were 4 people inside, but no matter how you looked at them, they didn't seem to have weapons. I took a deep breath, and a teleport came into the room. After I entered, I found that it was a prison with 6 cells and a dozen boxes stacked at the end of the room. The 4 people were all locked up in the cell, 3 men and 1 woman, all looking very embarrassed. When they saw me, they were all taken aback. Who are you? A blonde man leaned against the wall and asked in a weak voice. I followed the reputation and looked at the questioner carefully. He wearing a set of luxurious clothes, he is sturdy, handsome but haggard, and with a wavy hairstyle, he looks like a nobleman. Seeing that I didn't answer, but kept staring at him, he moved his lips and asked, "You are here to kill me? Who sent you? The Lays family? Duke Cork? Duke Weatherton? Or is it Grand Duke Larimer?" I can't help being a little surprised. The name that this guy reported is not a simple character, especially the Lays family he first reported. Although the ancestor, Titan, was taken away by the restitutionists, the status of the real royal family of the Reese family within the wall has not changed at all. I am even more surprised that there are so many nobles who want to kill this guy in front of them. I heard that the title is still a duke. How sacred is this guy? But at least it is certain that I definitely encountered a big fish, which is still very big. Despite the stormy waves in my heart, I still look expressionless in reality. Although the enemy's enemy is a friend, I should have a good understanding of this friend. My mind is thinking quickly, thinking about how to extract the information I want to know from him. Now is an excellent time, it is overdue. And if you want to talk about it, the best way is to fraud, let the other party think you know his information, so that he will say a lot of things indifferently. After all, you don't know, I will tell you and you know, I'll repeat it again. The information that the two can reveal is very different. Next is the time for my acting skills. I'm not here to kill you, I said, you are not our target. The blonde man was taken aback and looked at me in surprise, then you. Well, but your identity is too troublesome. I pretended to be distressed and said, raising the pistol and pointing at him, forget it, I'll kill it, maybe I can get a bounty from those nobles. Wait. The blonde man hurriedly yelled, the other 3 immediately squatted on the iron railings of the cell. No, stop. They shouted in panic, reaching out to try to reach me, but to no avail. I still have use value? As long as you me back to my fief, I can give you a lot of money, more than their bounty. And you can also reap the friendship of a duke. Since you know me identity, then you should also know the strength of the George family. As long as I can return to the fief, I can mobilize my hands to fight back. They are not afraid at all. The blonde said quickly, while looking at me with sincere eyes. Mr. George, don't you know how far your fief is from here? I smiled at him and didn't put down my gun. Besides, why should we believe your words? The blonde man seemed to be insulted. With an angry expression on his face, the ring finger and little finger of his right hand were bent, index and middle fingers pointed upwards and loudly said, I Eric George guarantees with the reputation of the family, I will do what I said. Is this possible? Can't you prove my promise? I never thought that the guy in front of me was also a duke. Su Jenin said that a batch of things would be taken away at 6 o'clock. I didn't expect the thing to be taken away was a duke, and the duke it's also unexpected, it's a good flicker for the time being, he just swindled so much information out of his mouth, this guy is of great use to the restorationists. Then, Sir Eric George, let's cooperate. I put down my gun and smiled, cooperation. Eric asked questioningly, yes, cooperation. I nodded and pulled out the silver sword. The sword cut all the locks on the doors of the 4 prisoners. We can provide you with financial and military support to help you regain your power and status, and you will become our ally. Sounds good, but I how to confirm your strength. And as long as I return to the fief, I can mobilize my own armed forces. Apart from the on the road, I don't seem to need your military support. Eric quickly entered the negotiation mode. You are missing after so long, who knows how much your power is left. I shrugged. As for the strength, you don't have to worry about it. The strength of the restorationists has always been strong. You are the restitutionist. Eric's eyes widened suddenly, and the 3 people on the side looked shocked. Didn't the restitutionist perish? The woman whispered. We just went underground, and we are stronger than before. I laughed, and then looked at Eric. Mr. George, you are a smart man, you should know how to choose. I stretched out my hand to Eric and said in a semi-intimidating tone. Of course, happy cooperation. Eric grinned reluctantly, holding my hand and shaking it slightly before letting go. Then Eric, do you know what those boxes are? I asked, raising my chin at the dozen or so boxes at the end of the room, but I always remember that the Duke was just an accident, and things were what we were originally. The goal of. I don't know, Eric shook his head. They will deliberately avoid us when they say this. Well, just open it and see. I said indifferently, look at what? Behind me the door of Su Jenin's room was suddenly opened, and Su Jenin walked in with a person. The 4 of Eric immediately became nervous and looked at the door guardedly. Don't be nervous, it's your own person. I waved to Eric and them soothed. I'm still thinking about where you guy went. I didn't expect you to find a dark room and attacked it. Good luck. Su Jenin hung the crossbow in his hand back to his waist and said, while looking at me with searching eyes, Eric Duke George, ally. Turning my back to the 4 of Eric, I explained to Su Jenin with lips, I understand. Su Jenin also responded with lips. It's okay, I saved unexpected people by the way. I nodded to Su Jenin and said, with the tacit understanding between us, he naturally knew how to cooperate with me. I stood sideways to the side. Su Jenin took a step forward, and after looking at the 4 of them, he extended his right hand to Eric, who is the most luxurious of them. It turns out to be the Lord Duke George. I am glad to see you. Eric smiled bitterly. After a moment, he shook Su Jenin's hand. My current situation can't be called your excellency, let's withdraw quickly. I can't help but frown when I see Su Jenin's stepping movement. Although he conceals it well, I still see that his left leg is injured and his abdomen seems to be injured. Even if it will not hinder the action, the combat strength is still certain. Will be affected to a certain extent. It seems that our action this time is indeed too risky. Sorry for interrupting your conversation, but our time is really not enough. Let's arrange the action first. I interrupted Su Jenin and Eric's conversation, and the 2 nodded together in recognition of my words. How about our casualties? I looked at Su Jenin and asked. 12 people were killed, 3 seriously injured, and 4 lightly injured. We are not counted. Su Jenin replied without hesitation, and I nodded. Begin to give orders, you take the 4 of them to find something to eat and rest for a while. By the way, let someone collect useful information for us. The person you brought will lend me. Received. Su Jenin beckoned to Eric and the others and took the people away. I beckoned to the restorative force group members who were left there. Come and help me. Yes, leader. He replied excitedly and ran over. I am responsible for opening the box, and you are responsible for moving the box down. I ordered, and he nodded and started to work. Use the holy silver short sword to cut the lock on the box, and then open the box to see what's inside. The method is simple and rude and extremely efficient. There are 16 boxes in total, 10 boxes contain 3-dimensional mobile devices for humans, and the other 6 boxes contain machine guns and bullets. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhang actually produced a machine gun. Although I don't know how powerful it is, it has already sounded the alarm for the restorionists. It seems that we should also speed up technological progress. Due to lack of manpower, we only brought 2 boxes of 3-dimensional maneuvering devices and 1 box of machine guns, and then 2 pallets were found in the small building. Put the corpses of the brethren in a cart and take them back for burial. The other car puts the seriously wounded and supplies, and all the others ride horses. I commanded, everyone nodded, and started to work on things. Su Jenin said I'm on alert together. The sky was completely dark, but the members of the armed forces set a light on the house, and the firelight illuminates the surroundings so clearly that it will not make people obscure. How do you deal with the live mouth you caught? Do you want to interrogate? Su Jenin asked suddenly. There is no time, no one will kill. I waved my hand and replied helplessly. It is not easy to catch a live mouth, but now there are no conditions for interrogation, otherwise you might get a lot of useful information, which is a pity. Give me action faster, time is running out. I suddenly felt a little irritable, and couldn't help but urged. Somehow I suddenly felt a sense of urgency, as if the enemy was coming soon. My 6th sense has saved me many times. This time I still choose to believe in my own feelings and immediately ordered everyone to evacuate. Staying at home and not daring to go out, I had to work hard to code, but the state was a bit bad. Sure enough, a group of military police rushed here shortly after our withdrawal, and the explosion of the burst spell card left by Su Jenin reminded us of this situation. After withdrawing to the town, Eric was quickly arranged into the safe house. Su Jenin began to mobilize the manpower to Eric away, and I returned to the training corps after unloading the burden and having dinner. Naturally, there will be other things remaining. People to deal with. Eric is very important. He is our breakthrough in the nobility. With his support, many of our difficulties can be easily solved, and with it, we can place people on the noble side and even support our own nobles. In this way, we can achieve the goal of having power in the army, the Chamber of Commerce, and the nobles. It can also help us replace the king's government as soon as possible and establish a brand new Eldia. Be sure to forward all what I have said to Lance, and Eric will try his best to try to get in touch with his fief, but he can't return safely. The rest will be dealt with by me when I come back. He should know the truth of the world and test him. If he doesn't know, tell him. Before I left, I told Su Jenin. He nodded and said, in about 3 weeks, we will transfer you out for 1 month. I will tell you what you say. Be prepared. Right. The gunshot wound I received was not in the critical part, and the super healing ability of the demon hunter, coupled with the effect of the healing spell card, made my wound healed in the next morning. I also concealed it well that night in the core and didn't let anyone discover that I was injured. This matter was concealed in this way, but Su Jenin took a day off. After another 2 weeks, I secretly finished the course for the next month during this time and prepared for the transfer. In the second week, the first snowfall of winter came. It's snowing, it's snowing. Facing the first snow in the winter, everyone in the training corps was extremely excited. Many people ran outside from the dormitory because the courses were reduced a lot in winter, and look at that. Most of these training soldiers are for the sake of 12 or 13-year-old children, and the instructors did not control the behavior of the crowd. In addition, the snow is a little snow, and everyone is indulgent. About 1/3 of the people in the dormitory have a cold. The whole dormitory is full of snot-wiping sounds. Aaron, telling you not to run wild, you don't listen, now you're fine, let's catch a cold. I said to Aaron who was lying on the lower bunk and sniffing, neither did I thinking of catching a cold. Aaron sniffed, replied helplessly. Forget it, play cards? Armin, Marco, Reiner, Bertold, let's play blackjack, a new way of playing. If you have a cold, play by yourself. I took out a pair from under my pillow. The homemade playing cards jumped down from the bed, and the people I picked up quickly gathered around a table. Squad leader, how do you play blackjack? Leaner asked. Easy. I took the king from the poker and threw it on the table and began to shuffle the cards. Blackjack tests a person's psychological quality and ability to observe words and colors. Of course, if you can count cards, it would be great. Faced with a few rookies who have just learned blackjack, I naturally kill the quartet easily. 9 of the rounds were victorious, and the losing round was because the cards were too bad. At the end of the game, they simply started a round by themselves. I can only be a croupier on the side without any tips and rewards. Who is Mikasa Ackerman? Come out. In the history class, a military police suddenly broke in from the door and said. He woke up immediately when someone called my name, blinked and stood from the position. I got up, and at the same time removed the hidden spell card. Everyone's eyes were also focused on me. Go. The instructor of the history class waved his hand like a fly. He was most annoyed by the student who was sleeping in class like me, and he was still a loyal guardian of Wang Zhang, who was naturally opposed to my ideas. The relationship will naturally not get better. When I saw the military policeman, I immediately realized that he was looking for me, and the plan began. Because this guy is not someone else, it is Lance, the leader of the reinstatement force group. I walked outside the door unhurriedly, and even turned around and secretly made a face at everyone before going out. Sir, are you looking for something to do with me? I asked Lance after a serious military salute. Yes, there is a task to hand over to you. Lance also acted as if he was doing business in an official manner. Task? Sorry, sir, I'm currently serving in the training corps. You don't have the right to issue missions to me. If you have anything to do, please contact Captain Keith Shotties. I took a step back and said embarrassedly, I've already looked for Shotties. Don't want to shirk. Come with me now. Lance waved impatiently and said. I sighed helplessly and followed Lance away. How did I act just now? Lance asked triumphantly after walking for a while. You're so proud. I punched Lance on Lance's waist and said angrily, there are such bad reasons. I'm so embarrassed to come out and say, you'd better arrange the next things quickly, and let me see how I can clean you up. Hey Gane, you are really black. Lance rubbed his waist and said helplessly, come on. The next plan was formulated by Su Jenin, so you can rest assured that there will be no mistakes. I curled my lips and didn't reply. We walked into the office of Chief Keith with Lance. Keith and Su Jenin were already waiting inside. Keith was sitting on the chair in his office while Su Jenin leaned against the wall with his arms folded. How about it? Have you lied to them? Keith asked. Most of them have lied. I guess they would not have thought that someone would pretend to be a military police and brazenly train the corps to call people. I replied with a shrug. He is not a fake. Su Jenin glanced at Lance and said with a smile, huh. I looked at Su Jenin with a puzzled look. Su Jenin smiled triumphantly, and explained, the uniform on his body is real. Yes, the identity certificate on his body is also his own. The authentic gendarmerie certificate also has his name in the roster of the gendarmerie. Do you think this is true or fake? Awesome. I couldn't help but admire. Keith spoke with a serious face. I didn't expect your penetration of the gendarmerie to reach this point. It seems that the ability of Captain Neildek is very worthwhile. Doubt. I think Nair's ability is still good, but the gendarmerie regiment is too bad. Lance retorted, their corruption is already in the bones, and the result is the same for anyone. Keith raised his eyebrows and did not answer. It's all right. I'm not here to listen to you discuss this. Hurry up and tell me what the next plan is. I quickly pulled back the topic. The next step is to go back to the dormitory to pack up and meet training. The soldiers just chat with them, and try to make them think that your mission is to be related to the nobles. The time now is around 4 p.m. It is not normal and inappropriate for you to delay for too long. You try to find a chance to settle down for the next step. No, it is too obvious. In short, you can try to make the task more related to the nobles. We will make arrangements for the rest. Su Jenin said. He waved his hand down vigorously, and said in a decisive tone, I'd rather let them be lost than startled. Outside the classroom, everyone who had just finished class saw me coming back and immediately gathered around. Gane, are you okay? Mikasa asked worriedly, your complexion doesn't look good. I waved my hand with an ugly expression. He signaled that he was okay. Gane, what did the military police say to you? What mission? Connie asked curiously, and everyone in class 9 also formed a circle and looked at me with concerned eyes. That bunch of nobles. I cursed angrily, not loud, but it happened to be heard by everyone in class 9. Gane, what happened to the bunch of nobles? Aaron asked suspiciously. Dao. I shook my head, it's nothing, but I will be transferred for a month from today. Marco will take over the position of my monitor when I am away. Regarding the task, I can't say that the confidentiality agreement is involved. In short, the task is very nonsense. Is there any mistake? 1 month of transfer. Connie exclaimed in disbelief. What about training? Next month, I will have a theory class on Titan. The instructor of that class has already told me. I shrugged. Gane, is your mission dangerous? Mikasa took my hand and asked, there is no danger, it's just annoying and nonsense. I was helpless. He sighed and scratched his head depressed with his other hand. Squad leader, why did they choose you? Rainer also came over and asked, they didn't designate me, but chose the person with the most eye-catching performance, be the me who is the #1 in training. Ha. I grinned reluctantly and waved to them, okay, do whatever you should do, I'm going to pack my bags. When I packed my luggage and walked to the intersection of the training group camp with my luggage, a golden and red wooden carriage was already waiting there. On the upper right of the carriage was a small flag fluttering with blue embroidered on it. In the middle of the shield is a golden lion head. This should be the family crest of a nobleman. Mr. Mikasa Ackerman? Please get in the car. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a housekeeper's costume and a white wig walked out of the carriage. He owed me slightly. With an arrogant expression on his face, I couldn't help but froze for a moment. The guy in front of me was not someone else. It was the person who was kept in the cell next to Eric when I met Eric, but his outfit and temperament are compared to before. It can be regarded as a different person. I almost didn't recognize him. Mr. Ackerman. The butler increased his tone, and at the same time there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Hey. I ignored him, and walked toward the carriage, pulled the driving door and sat in, and the butler followed. I entered the car behind me, closed the door and knocked on the front baffle lightly, indicating that the coachman could start. You did a good job just now, and you almost didn't recognize you in your outfit. I looked up and down the housekeeper and said with a smile. Sleepless late at night. Thank you for your compliment, Your Excellency. The butler smiled and owed me. Huh. I frowned somewhat incomprehensibly, and looked at him with surprise. Master George and me, Fanny, and Okito has already joined the Restorationist, but you don't know it yet. The butler explained with a smile on his face. By the way, my name is Paul Reeves and I am honored to serve you. I was slightly surprised, and then I felt that this kind of thing should be expected. It was nothing great. Please sit down, tell me about this action, so that they will not be lost. What have you prepared? I nodded to Paul and said. Paul owed me and sat down across from me and introduced, considering that if they want to track, they can only track according to the rut marks, so we replaced the 4 wheels of the carriage with more friction pattern wheels, and placed some heavy objects under the seats to make the ruts more obvious. And we are currently heading to the forest of giant trees. In the inaccessible giant forest of trees, it's not easy to be tracked after turning into Titan, so the tracker is very likely to choose to become Titan. The arranged secret whistle also has the opportunity to confirm the opponent's Titan form. Later we will fix it in a new camp in the giant woods forest, and then clean up all traces there to let the tracker interrupt the clue, and then send someone to monitor the tracker who will I connect with afterwards and find out his accomplices. Good plan. I nodded, but I want to know who is responsible for the surveillance task. The tracker does not necessarily have a high level of anti-tracking awareness and anti-reconnaissance awareness. If found, it will be troublesome. Mr. Man will personally take charge of this task. Paul replied with a smile. I was stunned for a few seconds to realize that the Mr. Ackerman in his mouth refers to Su Jenin. Would you like a cup of black tea? Paul asked. There is still about 20 minutes away from the destination. There are some small snacks and black tea on the carriage. Would you like to taste it? Okay, thanks. I nodded. Paul's attitude made people feel neither. Alienation will not be too close and makes people very comfortable. From this point of view, He is indeed a good housekeeper, reliable and competent. Slowly eating dim sum and tasting black tea. Although I usually don't go out of the way, the presentation and taste of the dim sum are good, and the black tea is also very delicious. Not bad. I put down the teacup and praised. Paul slightly said, "Thank you for your praise." While eating snacks and tasting black tea, while thinking about Su Jenin's tasks in my head, after a little analysis, I suddenly understood his intentions. At present, the 3 known Titan abilities of the 3 Titan in the arena are Titan, Super Large Titan, and Titan of Women. And if you want to hurry and track, Kaiser's Titan is not fast because of the bone armor on the body, and the Super Large Titan is too eye-catching to rule out directly. Then, unless there is another Titan-capable people exist, and his Titan power is better than the female Titan who runs faster than a horse in terms of driving and tracking. Otherwise, only women can perform this action. The owner of Titan, Yanni Reinhardt. It's no wonder Su Jenin is personally responsible for such a good task, and he will definitely do something for himself. This guy, that's the way it is. I chuckled. Paul glanced at me suspiciously, but didn't ask any. After arriving at the camp, I got out of the carriage. 25 people were already waiting there. The leader was Su Jenin, who was wearing a 3-dimensional maneuvering device. Besides him, 4 people were equipped with a 3-dimensional maneuvering device. The camp is very simple. A dozen tents are gathered together. A fire is on the open space in the middle. There is a fence around it. 18 horses are grazing beside the fence. It's a waste of trouble. I sighed. I would rather they not take the bait and waste our preparations, and don't let them see the flaws. Su Jenin said indifferently, besides, there is no shortage of restitutionists. Money, isn't it? After a simple dinner at the camp, 3 more carriages arrived at the camp. 6 people got out of the car. Tommy, take your people to clean up the traces. Su Jenin said to the person headed by the 6. He raised his chin and commanded. Tommy looked like he was in his 40s, his temples were slightly pale, his lips were thin, his eyes were sharp, and his height was about 1.75 meters. He looked firm and capable. "Don't worry, sir, we will take care of it." Tommy's voice was low and deep, giving people a very reliable feeling. Su Jenin nodded to him, turned and ordered, "Others have 3-dimensional mobile devices to follow me." The 3-dimensional maneuvering device leaves, and those without 3-dimensional maneuvering devices but with horses ride horses, and the rest leave in horse-drawn carriages. After putting in a few circles, I came to a secret base of the restorationists. After waiting outside, Yake opened the door for me. After a salute, he said, "Leader, Team Leader Lance and Mr. George are waiting inside. You." I nodded and walked into the base. This base was built in the depths of the forest. A clearing was cleared in the forest. Wooden walls and sentry towers were built around the clearing. More than 50 houses were built on the clearing. 8 airships were parked and a small area was also freed. The place serves as a testing ground. There are 200 armed forces stationed here, and the camp covers a large area, and there are many tunnels built underground. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the headquarters of the restitutionist. It was already more than 7 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was completely dark. The whole camp was lit and brightly lit. I went to the bathhouse to take a shower and changed into clean clothes before walking towards Lance's office. "Go with." "Hello, leader." Seeing my arrival, the 2 restoring members who stood at the door stood at attention and saluted me. I nodded to them, pushed the door and walked in. "You guy is getting more and more lazy." Lance stared at me dissatisfied when he came in from the door. "If you want to change to an ordinary gang, if you have a boss like you would have been emptied or clicked. The restitutionists are not gangs. We are not so low-end." I shrugged indifferently. "Moreover, I am not doing nothing. The restitutionists have been reborn in my hands. And now I have temporarily suspended the mission. Didn't you come back to work? Then you know that Eric and I are waiting for you here. Are you embarrassed to take a shower and come back?" Lance asked angrily. "How do you explain this?" I started to implement the plan at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I almost didn't have a good rest along the way. Dinner was just a simple solution. But like an uncle, you don't know how long you have rested here, and there are food and drink. I just arrived. You tell me to find you, you should call me? How do you explain? I also pointed to the snacks and black tea in the office and said with a heartless face, all right. I took the initiative to interrupt the conversation with Lance, and sat on the sofa next to Eric. "Eric, how is your fiefdom?" "The loss is heavy, sir." "Eric," he replied helplessly, "many of the industries in my name have been hit by the enemy. Only 1/3 of those that should not be affected are illegally deprived of another 1/3. My troops were besieged by bandits of unknown origin and suffered heavy losses. And half of my fief is now occupied by so-called bandits, and a lot of wealth has been plundered. What's more serious is that those are now preparing to convene a throne meeting, intending to deprive me of my duke title for conspiracy and sentence me to hang. Well, it sounds like you are in a bad situation, Eric." I touched my nose and said, "Yes, please help me." Eric sighed. "Now even if I can get back, I'm afraid I won't be able to turn the tide in my own fief." I didn't answer his request. Instead, I asked an irrelevant question. "Do you know the truth of the world?" Eric froze for a moment, then replied in a low voice, "Yes, Lance has already told me." "Then do you think those nobles can save Eldia?" I asked again, and Eric smiled disdainfully. "It's impossible at all. When the crisis comes, those guys will hide in their sanctuary like mice and tremble." "What about you, Eric? I asked again, speaking very fast, you will be like those nobles, like ostriches, turn a blind eye to external crises, or do they choose to join forces to create a new future for Eldia? Can we trust you without reservation? Gawain. Lance couldn't help calling Deo. I turned my head and glared at him, and asked him to hold back the rest of the words. Why did you join the Restoration faction? Just to use us to help regain everything you lost? I asked harshly. Eric lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. I also waited patiently for his answer. Finally, he swallowed and replied with a dry voice, I am different from them. They only know that they want to have fun all day long. I spend time and drink, and I yearn for the outside world. The reason why I was attacked by other nobles is because I openly supported the Investigation Corps and provided financial assistance to the Investigation Corps. After the Mary Wall incident, I strongly opposed their execution recapture war to reduce the population plan, and secretly carry out technological research and development in my fief. At the same time, I tried to contact the reinstatementists, and wanted to unite them to suppress the stubborn nobles. Hearing this, I finally understand why Egypt Rick is a duke but he will appear in the dungeon of the Central Gendarmerie, and there are so many nobles who want to kill him. According to him, it's strange that other nobles did not do everything possible to kill him. The Reese family sent an anti-personnel suppression force to raid my team while I was patrolling the territory, and took me and my housekeeper, fiancé, and guards away and imprisoned in a dungeon. My fief suffered heavy losses, and I am still where I am now, but even so, I do not regret my previous behavior. I believe that I was not the first to fall, nor will I be the last. The road to success is always full thorns, and I am willing to use my own blood to pave the way for the latecomers. I joined the Restitutionist because the Restitutionist is consistent with my goals, so I am willing to contribute all my strength to the Restitutionist without reservation, for Al Diabo takes a chance. Eric was relatively calm when he first started speaking, and then he became completely excited. First use the opponent's difficult situation to shake his psychological defense, and then continuously question and attack his inner weakness to break his psychological defense, and then use language to establish psychological hints in his heart, making him feel towards the Restitutionist. In this process, the auxiliary spell cards used for mental hypnosis are naturally indispensable. Before that, I also talked with Lance Donglacy to divert Eric's attention and put him into a relaxed state. As a result, Eric spoke out his inner thoughts like poor beans, which also strengthened his reliability for the Restitutionists. This action was completely planned and executed by me independently, and no one else knew about it. Taking advantage of the danger, my method can be called despicable, but the effect is excellent, and Eric is also an extremely important person. If I don't use this method, there is no restriction on Eric's power. Next, I dare not trust him, and I never pay attention to the process. I only care about the result. This is the case when dealing with aliens. Poisoning, traps, gang fights, or other messy methods. As long as I can kill the target, I don't care how the target is solved. Eric, I can promise you here that if you stick to this idea, then the Restitutionists will be your forever ally, and we will definitely support and trust you unreservedly. My right hand is placed on Eric's shoulder, Shang said sincerely. Even though I felt a strong sense of guilt in my heart, I still warned myself that this is a necessary method. There is no difference between dealing with aliens and dealing with humans, and I am not saying nothing. Lance, how many troops can we mobilize tomorrow? I turned my head and asked, if we start to prepare tonight, we can gather 400 people tomorrow. Lance replied, so many. I was a little surprised. You must know that the troops I mentioned refer specifically to members of the armed forces. The combat power of each member of the armed forces is comparable to that of the Central Military Police. I started preparing from the day Eric came to the Restorationist. It took a long time to help Eric get in touch with the Duke George located in the east of the Wall of Ross without hiding the eyeline of the Central Gendarmerie. I just got it the day before yesterday, and then I was busy with your plan, so it's delayed until now. Lance explained. I nodded, looked at Eric and asked, Eric, your troops are left. How many people? How many people are there in the enemy? How equipped? Eric groaned for a few seconds, and then replied, yesterday's news, there are still 173 people left in my army, and 42 of them are elite. The remaining people are just ordinary guards. Of course, my elite is definitely not as good as the Restitutionists. There are about 300 people on the enemy side. Our main weapons are flintlocks. The main weapon. I grasped the word keenly. Yes, Eric nodded. In addition to the flintlock, the enemy is also equipped with a gun that can fire bullets quickly. It's huge. It requires 2 people to operate. It can fire 20-30 bullets quickly at a time. The function is a bit like the machine light gun of the Rejuvenator, but the image difference between the two is too big for me to judge. And we have a one that can fire at a time 5 or 6 bombs have a range of 60 to 70 meters, but they are not as accurate as the opponent's firearms. It seems that because of my influence on the Restitutionists, a series of butterfly effects have been triggered, causing things that shouldn't have appeared in the wall ahead of time. I just don't know if this phenomenon is good or bad. Lance, how many airships do we have now? No more, no less, 30 ships. There are 12 small ships, 10 medium-sized ships, and 8 large-scale ships. There are 20 ships that can be deployed tomorrow morning, which can drop 300 combat personnel to the target site at once. At the same time, it can also be equipped with machine guns and ammunition. If you need to load artillery, the number of people will be halved. Lance replied, artillery. My eyes widened in surprise, do we already have artillery? 1 month it was produced just before and was personally supervised by Su Jenin. It is a rear-loading rifled gun. It produces 2 rifled guns a month, with a range of 2,000 meters, a rate of fire of 4 to 5 rounds per minute, and 5 rounds a day. Lance rolled his eyes, said helplessly, you are really amazing as a shopkeeper. I laughed twice and did not answer. Lance did not entangle too much on this topic, but continued to introduce, what I just said is only a new type of artillery. At present, we have 2 artillery shells. There are 135 rounds and the type of ammunition is high explosive. The 6 front-bore cannons pulled back from the warehouse at the Wall of Maria have 180 rounds of blooming rounds and 60 rounds of solid rounds, with a range of 1,200 meters, but that is the longest distance. I hope there's some accuracy. The number of shots will be every 2-3 minutes. This gap is really a big difference. I couldn't help sighing. Yay, Lance glanced at me. By the way, he also made a new rifle, which is also a post-loading type. Now the restitutionist everyone is talking about Su Jenin Ackerman. Those newcomers who have joined the reinstatement group have a look of admiration when they mention Su Jenin. When they mention Gane Ackerman, they have a blank face. They don't even know what you look like. I scratched my head awkwardly, and changed the subject. Then I will start tomorrow, and use the airship to drop 200 troops and new artillery to the Duke George to help suppress the bandits. I am personally responsible for this part of the operation. Eric acts as a consultant and the command of the Duke's team. Regarding those nobles, I plan to form a new assassination team of 30 people, with the personnel from the Armed Forces, the Intelligence Department and the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce under the Reinstatement faction. Eric, I plan to use this team. You command the team. Give me the command. Eric asked with a look of astonishment. Yes, their function is white gloves. Regarding this team, I will arrange a dozen people to form a basic framework, but the rest will include manpower. You are responsible for recruitment, funding, and action arrangements. I nodded, so give it a name. Why me? Eric is still in a state of unresponsiveness. There should be many people are more suitable than me, right? But you are an ally and a member of the restorative faction, and I promise to trust and support you unreservedly. I looked into his eyes and said, this it's my sincerity. Eric sucked his nose with a touched expression. Thank you, Gane. He said. I waved and solemnly said, nothing to thank, Eric. There is a saying I like very much. I am the worst enemy of the enemy, I am the best friend of my friend. I don't know that I failed to do the latter, but at least I did the former, and I will try to do the latter. Yes. With a combination of grace and prestige, I can be sure that Eric has completely devoted himself to the restorationists. In the middle of the night, in my sleep, I suddenly felt the spatial fluctuations coming from my side. Although my consciousness was not awake, my body had already reacted. I grabbed the pillow under my head with my right hand and threw it in the direction of the wave. By the way, your reaction is wrong. Normal people's reaction is to take a knife and a gun. What the are you throwing a pillow over? Su Jenin asked helplessly, catching the pillow. I rolled around on the bed a few times to wake up from my sleep, and opened my mouth to answer, bullshit. Your spatial teleportation fluctuations and soul markings I have long been too familiar, if it weren't for the thought that you still have information to say I don't even want to get up. Su Jenin curled his lips and chose to ignore my words and talked about intelligence directly. At 10 o'clock tonight, Yanni used the power of female Titan to track us down. After investigating the abandoned camp for half an hour and finding no more clues, she returned to the training corps and no one was with her. After returning to the dormitory until she fell asleep, she did not pass on information to other people and found no accomplices. Then continue to monitor. The day after tomorrow, oh no, if the day after tomorrow is not found, stop the monitoring. Anyway, this life is a beautiful job for you. I can't send someone to match you. I waved my hand and said, hey, surveillance is very tiring. Okay, where is the beauty? Su Jenin said grimly, just change the surveillance to peeping. You can keep peeping for 24 hours, including when the target is in the shower. Smiled, get out. Su Jenin said angrily, smashing the pillow in his hand. I don't have such a nasty thought as you. I just told the deepest thoughts in your heart, don't become angry. I laughed. Dao stretched out his hand to block the pillow. I want to kill someone. He grinned and rushed over. Don't help someone you? On the airship the next morning. Violence is not the best way to solve a problem, but it is the most direct way to solve a problem. Tisk, Gane, you guys are dead by yourself. Gane, you guys are dead by yourself. Lance looking at the image, I was a little embarrassed and smiled. I glared at him and said nothing. Lance looked at me again and grinned. I finally couldn't help but fist at him. Laugh, let you laugh. Would you like to learn from me and fight, or should I let you do cordless bungee jumping now? Regarding the fight between me and Lance, the other restitution members turned their heads tacitly, pretending that they didn't know anything. At noon, the reinstatement airship reached Eric's fief and was about to launch an attack. After lunch, Eric took 30 people and 3 machine guns to support your team on the ground, and gave you 3 airships. Lance took 140 people and all the artillery and 12 machine guns to land in the other direction. I will lead 5 airships with hand grenades and Wu-Ting machine guns to carry out airstrikes against the enemy and cover your landing. Does anyone have any objections? After studying the topographic map of the Duke George, I formulated a brief combat plan. The ducal collar is shaped like a disc full of gaps, with forests in the north, hills in the south, lakes and swamps in the east, and plains in the west and middle. The western and southern areas of the ducalism were temporarily taken into custody and stationed by the gendarmerie. The northern part was occupied by so-called bandits. The only areas actually controlled by the ducalism were the central and eastern parts. The forest in the north is too dense, and the landing of unsuitable airships is not suitable for our weapons. The plains in the west are too flat to provide us with enough shelter. If we land there, the casualties will be high, so I suggest the hills in the south. Landing, where we can quickly build a defensive position and support the central area. Lance pointed to the map and said, I noticed that Eric frowned slightly at this time. What do you think, Eric? He asked. Eric was surprised by my sudden call. He hesitated for a few seconds and then replied, I suggest landing on the western plains. Eric's words made Lance stunned for a moment, and then looked at him with an angry look. Lance is quiet, Eric said the reason. Before Lance spoke, I spoke first, dissatisfied with dissatisfaction, but after all, I said. He was the leader of the Restorationist, so even though Lance was dissatisfied with all his dissatisfaction, he just glared at Eric. He did not speak. Eric pursed his lips helplessly, and pointed to the map and said, Lance, you have not enough intelligence. To be precise, although the western region is nominally taken into custody by the Gendarmerie Regiment, in fact the bandits occupy 3/5 of the area and confront the Gendarmerie Regiment. Moreover, the absence of bunkers in the western plain is also conducive to air bombing and machine gun suppression. Although the southern hills are conducive to the establishment of defenses, they are not conducive to the rapid deployment of troops. In addition, those bandits are outlaws, and they will not retreat casually, but the gendarmes are very sorry, they are likely to retreat. If we land in the southern hills, it would be equivalent to breaking their retreat, and it is likely that they will jump the wall and fight to death with us, causing unnecessary losses. Also be careful not to cause too many casualties to the military police, otherwise they won't necessarily be the result. I added, turning my head to look at Lance. Tisk, Lance, it seems to have been sitting in the office for a long time. Because your ability to fight war has degraded a lot, and your thinking has become a bit rigid. Lance's face changed several times, and finally he sighed helplessly. Sorry Eric, it's a problem with my own ability and judgment. It's okay. Eric waved his hand quickly. All right Lance, I'll go back and give you a make-up lesson. This attack will follow Eric's plan and remember to give full play to the advantage of the weapon. Now we start to divide the forces and we will transfer. On the other airships, everyone began to descend. I clapped my hands and ended the pre-war meeting. The team of airships hidden in the sky was divided into 3, and at the same time they began to lower their altitude and headed for the planned location. The 5 airships I led did not carry artillery or too many combat personnel. The speed was naturally much faster than that of Lance's team. They flew ahead. Control the altitude to about 150 meters. Go to the right side of the airship, listen to my orders and prepare to drop the bomb. After discovering the enemy's camp in front of me through the eagle eye technique, I shouted and gave the order to prepare for the attack. Throwing grenades can't be thrown casually. As a traverser, if you can't even count the acceleration of gravity, it would be too embarrassing. After calculating the result in your head, you predict the speed of the airship. When it was almost time, I immediately opened my mouth and said, throw. The grenadier who received the order immediately pulled the lead of the grenade, and threw the grenade with wooden handle down in his hand. I scanned it with eagle eye technique and found that most of the grenades fell into the enemy's camp. A few seconds later, a booming explosion sounded, and flames and shock waves immediately covered the enemy's camp. Da-da-da-da-da-da. After throwing a wave of grenades, the machine gunner on the plane immediately pulled the trigger at the enemy, and 5 fire whips composed of bullets slammed at the enemy, and they were hit after the round of grenade. The unfamiliar enemy rushed into the open and fired randomly. I didn't find where my enemy came from, and after a round of machine gun fire, there were basically few living people left in the camp. Case fire, keep going. The first time I commanded this kind of battle of hundreds of people made me a little excited, especially since I currently command the safest air force. This is the only air force in the wall? Although most of the soldiers on the airship did not participate in the battle to capture the ancestor Titan, at least it was possible to prohibit them. After my order was issued, they immediately stopped the attack and the airship accelerated. Speed forward. At 2 o'clock, at a distance of 400 meters, I found a campsite. At 9 o'clock, at a distance of 900 meters, I found a camp. Hawkeye can make me see farther and clearer, and the hunter's vision this allows me to easily find the enemy's location. After discovering the 2 camps, the team I led also had a clear goal. The people inside the wall have never seen anyone who can fly. It might be a little absolute, but most of them have never seen it. Of course, the premise is to exclude the restitutionists. I can say with certainty that there is no special air defense weapon in the wall, not even the rehabilitators, because we do not need air defense for the time being. The flintlocks in the wall may still pose some threats to the airship when fired at close range, but if it is shot from the bottom up at a distance of 100 meters, it will not be dangerous if it is not particularly unlucky. But for the robbers we attacked, it's very bad. They can't fight, they can't run, they can't hide in the plains. This is no longer aggrieved, but despair. A one-sided massacre. We don't have any compassion when dealing with the enemy. After throwing the grenade for 1 round, we will use the machine gun to sweep the next round. If there are more enemies alive, we will repeat the previous step. So basically when we go to the next target there are no more people living in the target camp. With our cooperation, Lance's ground troops also advanced extremely smoothly, occupying the western plains in 1 afternoon, with 0 casualties. Gao Wen, what's the reaction of the gendarmes now? Lance asked with the spell card. Since Su Jenin produced the spell card, the restorationists have been equipped with 2 spell cards in each base. A relay station was set up at the limit of the transmission distance to ensure that each base can receive the message in time when the order is issued, and the armed force group is also equipped with 20 additional channels with different communication channels to ensure smooth coordination during operations. I took the team and dropped a few hand grenades next to their camp, and then swept them with a machine gun on a shuttle, and then they frightened and fled. I said disdainfully, now the military police in the southern hills are almost withdrawn, you can divide half of the people to accept the sight. As an elite corps composed of the top 10 training corps, the will to fight is not even comparable to the bandit team pretended by noble private soldiers and desperados. What a shame. After thinking about it, post it, not to be lazy. Sir Dakar is very panicked now. He does not understand why Duke George, who had been dealt with by the dukes some time ago, suddenly appeared, and he had lost the northern forest and western plains and was controlled by the military police in the southern hills. Next, the nearly distraught Prince George invited reinforcements, and relied on them to reverse the situation in 1 fell swoop. It's all about the reinforcements. There is the kind of super firearms that the central gendarmerie provides them with bursts of fire. Sir Decale is confident that all the enemy reinforcements will be defeated, but who knows how the enemy reinforcements can fly? It's nothing more than flying. They also have firearms that can fire continuously, and they are much more powerful than their own. They can also drop bombs from the air, but they can't hit them. How can they fight? Thinking of the previous scene, Sir Dicker couldn't help but feel a moment's fear when the enemy dropped that kind of bomb from the air. If it wasn't for a guard who threw himself on himself to block the attack, I'm afraid he is now a corpse, just like the others in the camp, or killed by the enemy's burst of firearms, instead of sitting here intact and sighing. Originally received an order to lead a team to pretend to be robbers and go to Duke George to lead the fight against the remaining troops of Duke George, Dickel also regarded it as a good job. After all, this mission can be regarded as stable, and after completing the mission, you can add more officially Jinjo. He can be promoted from a knight whose symbolic meaning is greater than the actual meaning to a baron, and he truly ranks among the nobility, and maybe he can get a fief. Baron Lothar Dykar is exciting to think about. Unfortunately, all illusions are now shattered. The western plain has been completely occupied, and none of the people sent by the northern forest to attack the central plain have returned. I heard that the military police on the southern hills have also been withdrawn. My lord, what should we do? The guard asked. Dickel glanced at the guard with godless eyes, and did not answer his question. Instead, he leaned against the big tree and slowly slid down, and said in a dreamlike tone, how could it be like this? The number of people at the time of departure was 357. After some battle, there were still 294 people left. 63 people were killed in the battle. But this is the casualties in the past month, and they have also achieved preliminary results. The result of the victory was laid, but now his team has only 39 people left in the afternoon. Among them, there are 5 seriously wounded, but there are few enemies. Casualties, this battle can't be fought. My lord, shall we retreat? The guard asked again. Brothers can't hold it anymore. No, we can't retreat. Dickel suddenly came to his energy and grabbed the guard's collar. He yelled in a gaffe, his hands trembling constantly. His face was full of despair. Can't retreat, Dickel repeated in a low voice. Do you think that group of nobles will spare a loser? We are like this. Not only will they not get their asylum back, but they will probably be used as a bargaining chip to reconcile with Duke George. We are really over when we go back. My lord, what should we do then? We are not opponents of the enemy either. Brothers are almost dead. The guard asked in a panic, and Dicker's face flashed a hideous look. We attack at night tonight. Even if we can't make a serious injury, we will defeat them, so that we will have an explanation when we return. Tisk, Eric, you'll enjoy it. Looking at the luxurious and beautiful English-style manor in front of me, I couldn't help but exclaimed, it's beautiful enough. Of course, this is the wall that my father invited me back then. It was designed by the most famous designer, and it took 5 years to build. Eric said with a proud face, Paul will show you around my manor. I need to gather the team. I'll lose my company first. He waved his hand to let him go, and then walked into the manor with Lance under the leadership of Paul. The sun has completely sunk to the west, and darkness has begun to envelope the earth. In this case, visiting outdoor reliefs and gardens is not a good choice. Although my eyes can see things at night, I must at least consider how Lance feels. So Paul led us directly into the villa. There are red carpets on the ground, and paintings on the wall. Each painting is illuminated by a candle, but the flames on both sides are swaying, making the oil paintings look a little gloomy and terrifying. This place makes me feel completely there is no warmth of home, but it makes people feel extremely lonely, which is really an unpleasant place. While passing by portraits of people, Paul was introducing us to the ancestors of the Georges family. Lance suddenly moved his face and winked at me and said in a low voice, "Hot, you said these paintings look so scary under the light. I passed by here when I got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. The timid people still have to go all the way to pee." I rolled my eyes and said, "I hope you won't be that timid then." Lance he smiled, and turned his head to Paul. "Paul, let us visit tomorrow. It's so dark that I can't see anything tonight. I'm going to arrange outposts and rotations, and call me during dinner." I smiled silently in my heart. Lance is extremely depressed today. First, he made an improper plan during the combat meeting and was embarrassed. He planned to regain his dignity when fighting, but was completely robbed of the limelight by the Air Force led by me. The enemy was almost finished if he couldn't even fire the cannon that he brought. The aggrieved man in Lance's heart, he was now waiting for others to attack at night so that he could fight a battle. How could he be in the mood to admire any manner? Looking at Lance, who turned to leave, Paul's expression was a bit embarrassing. It is estimated that he had never encountered such a rude customer before. "Sorry Paul, we are not aristocrats, so we don't know much about the etiquette of aristocrats. I apologize to you on behalf of Lance," I said with a shrug. "It's okay, Lord Duke often complains that the so-called noble etiquette is cumbersome and useless." Paul grinned reluctantly and said, "Master Ackerman, in fact, you don't need to care about these." I laughed dryly. Simply opened his mouth and said, "Take me to Eric and see if I can help." Paul nodded and led me to the other direction. Eric was at the back of the manor. When Paul took me to find him, he had just finished his training to his private army and started to reward him. After nodding to him and indicating that he would ignore me for the time being, I let Paul go again. I am busy with my own affairs, now I am the one who has the most leisure. The Duke of George is now a complete mess. Robbers swept the northern forests and western plains. Many civilians were displaced or even destroyed. The economy of the territory suffered a major blow, and those who became refugees also needed resettlement. Infrastructure needs to be repaired, and there are countless places to spend money. If nothing goes wrong, it will take about 2 or 3 years for the territory to regain its vitality. Eric hates it. If the nobleman who provoked the incident stands in front of him, I am afraid he will not hesitate to pounce on it. Meat eats its blood. Don't worry about Eric. After seeing him deal with the matter in front of me, I stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. "The restorative will fully support you. Don't forget that the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce is not short of money. And there are also plans to build a factory on your territory. Now the output of the weapons and equipment of the restorationists is too low. We need to build a few more production lines, which must be fair and honest, so that it can also drive the economic development of your territory. Okay, don't because of these troubles, think about how to fight back against those nobles and make a fortune by the way." Eric smiled when he heard the words, and said, "The economic and reconstruction issues will be entrusted to the restorationists. I will formulate a counterattack tomorrow. Plan. Dinner is pasta with steak, accompanied by 20 years of red wine, and vegetable salad. I have to sigh for the corrupt enjoyment of the nobles. This dinner is much better than the food of the training corps. I don't know how many times it is, and it's the staple food tonight, but steak, meat, which is rarely seen in the training corps, can be used as a staple food here. It is a luxury. Although most of my territory is now destroyed, it is not enough to provide a good meal. Everyone can eat meat tonight." When I put a sliced steak into my mouth, I can't help thinking of Eric's rhetoric, but it is said that, "But we high-level personnel and ordinary citizens eat differently. The same meat, we eat steak, and ordinary soldiers eat a small amount of pork." Tisk, I didn't expect that I would also become a privileged class. After a sip of red wine, I couldn't help but said, "If only I could eat like this every day. Then there are so many cows." Lance glanced at me. "You don't know how rare livestock are now, and sometimes they are not available on the market. Directly in the wall of Maria Ray's, anyway, Titan will not attack the cattle. By the way, you can raise sheep, pigs, etc., and then build a circle to raise a few dogs, usually let an airship watch it, and make it longer. With a small whip, people can graze without using it. When the time comes to slaughter, send a few more airships, one guard, and the other ones to transport the livestock back to kill. How easy it is," I said carelessly. Then he took a few more mouthfuls of pasta. There was silence on the dining table. I looked up and found that everyone was staring at me. "What's the matter?" "I have flowers on my face." I couldn't help reaching out and touching my face. "Govan," Lance said with a dull expression. "Why can you always think of what we can't think of? Why don't you come up with such a good idea earlier? If we do what you say, we can eat meat every day." I thought I was proposing to use an airship to go to Marathon. You can think of it when Leah's wall collects rare items. I shrugged and said helplessly, "In the middle of the night, a burst of bean-like gunshots awakened me from my sleep. I couldn't even wear my shoes." I jumped off the bed and took out the holy silver dagger next to the pillow and ran to the window to look out. I saw the sound of 3 flares transformed from signal flares slowly rising, and the flames of the muzzle in the distance were constantly appearing. What comforts me a little is that most of the gunshots are made by machine guns, which means that even if we do not have the upper hand, we are at least evenly matched. I teleported directly to the door, looked around, and found that a few people in the next room were walking out sleepily. I pulled out a PA card from my belt and placed it next to my mouth. I shouted, "The enemy attack? Everyone is ready for battle." The inside and outside of the villa exploded. Both people who were just awake and not yet awake all rushed out, picked up their rifles and rushed to the shooting port closest to them. In the chaos, many people ran out barefoot and disheveled, and they knew they had just gotten up from the bed. "Where is Lance?" I asked a soldier who was running past me. He turned to look at me, shook his head and said, "I don't know. The second and third shifts establish a line of defense, the fourth and the fifth shift to support." A vigorous voice sounded on the other side of the corridor. I turned my head and saw a middle-aged man with a big beard and a sturdy body, running towards me in full gear. I immediately recognized the visitor, Lothar Cofield, the deputy leader of the armed forces. "Loza, where is Lance?" I asked. It has been nearly a minute since the gunshots sounded. Even Lothar came out to command and Lance did not move at all. This made me both angry and irritated. Some worry. What happened to him? "The team leader went to patrol," Lothar replied. He hurried past without paying a salute to me, and began to command the soldiers to establish a line of defense. "Lance is on the front line." I was stunned for a moment. It hasn't stopped now, and there is no yellow lightning, indicating that they can hold the scene. After a little analysis, I suddenly found that there was nothing to worry about. I can now go back to my room and put on some shoes. My feet are almost frozen in winter. Boom, boom, there was another explosion of grenades in the distance. It seemed that they were playing quite violently. Of course, it could also be because the flares had just dimmed and they had not had time to launch new ones. The purpose of throwing grenades was to prevent the opponent from approaching in the dark. "Gane, how's the battle going?" I just finished wearing my shoes and Eric broke in. He was holding a revolver in one hand and a machete in the other. 2 guards followed him. "I don't know," I shrugged. "It sounds fierce, and someone has been sent to support them." As soon as the voice fell, the fierce gunfire suddenly stopped, and the world fell silent. "What happened?" Eric asked in a little panic. The machete in his right hand subconsciously lay across his chest, and the muzzle of the pistol was slightly lifted, ready to fire at any time. I also changed the sacred silver dagger in my hand from an offensive forward grip to a defensive reverse grip. I pulled out a lightning spell card from my belt with my left hand and said, "Maybe the battle is over." Boom! The wall on the side of the villa was suddenly collapsed by explosives, and the strong shock wave caused everyone to fall to the ground. No, the tiger was moved away from the mountain. I suddenly reacted and looked up. Only 9 figures were pulling. The rope broke through the window. My ears are still full of buzzing sounds. Faced with the enemy entering through the broken window, I couldn't help but slow down. I didn't make a counterattack until they shot and killed someone. The lightning spell card turned an enemy directly into coke also hit an enemy hard, but at the cost of their attention being drawn to our side. I saw a guard open fire and the bullet hit an enemy, but I heard no sound. Damn it! Temporary deafness. I cursed inwardly, then drew a lightning spell card from my belt and threw it at the enemy. The scene was extremely chaotic. The 4 restoring soldiers who were guarding outside the room were killed by the enemy in the first place. The others couldn't come to support it within 10 or 20 seconds. Now I, Eric and the 2 guards have to face it. 7 enemies. When I threw the second spell card, everyone shot. One of the 2 guards got a headshot on the spot, but he also successfully hit an enemy, and the other guard blocked for Eric. 4 shots hit 1 person, Eric also hit 1 person. Unfortunately, I got 2 shots, but none of them were critical parts. Boom! The thunderbolt exploded by the lightning spell card immediately killed 2 people, and now there were 4 enemies standing. It was only 5 seconds since they entered, and the first round of attacks was over. Huh? I finally heard the sound again. Eric fired 2 shots and knocked down 1 person. The other 3 shots while running towards us. I didn't even think about it, but a teleport blocked in front of Eric. Normal, the bullet can't hurt me. Eric is an important and ordinary mortal. If he dies, the restorative plan will be ruined. How to choose is self-evident. There was a pain in my abdomen and chest at the same time, and the strength seemed to disappear in an instant. I immediately fell forward. I was hit in the heart. Today is a bit bad luck. I couldn't help smiling bitterly in my heart. Kay's panicked cry, "Gane." Just a second later, my magic circuit took over the function of my heart, and started to repair my heart, and the power returned to my body. Every demon hunter has 2 sets of circulatory systems, one is physical, and the other is an illusory magic circuit. Relying on any set of systems is enough to guarantee the survival of the demon hunter. To kill a demon hunter, both systems must be destroyed together. I want to destroy the magic circuit. I can only rely on magic power or spiritual power, magic, or original power. No matter how they are called, they are the same thing, something that mortals don't possess. With the action of dumping, I sprinted forward, holding the dagger and opening a person's neck. The dagger cut open his trachea and aorta. The blood spurted out immediately. My movements did not stop at all. Pounce on the second enemy. Huh? He shot behind me with a shot. Obviously my movements were faster than his dynamic vision, leaving an afterimage on his retina causing visual deception. The dagger was once again, and another person fell over his neck, and now there was only 1 enemy left. Before he fired, I teleported to him, grabbed the barrel of the gun and pushed it up, and kicked out with my yin leg. Huh? The bullet hit the ceiling, and the guy's face turned pale, his legs were clamped, and his trembling hands covered his lower body and slowly fell down. Hey, I caught a live one, and waited for him to wake up for trial. I turned my head and looked at Lothar, who had just arrived at the door dead, and pointed to the enemy who was brought down by my yin leg and ordered, "Boss, are you okay?" Lothar was taken aback for a moment, and asked in a hesitant tone. I opened my mouth, but my throat was blocked. I coughed twice before spitting out a deformed bullet. Gane, how are you? Eric asked quickly. He stretched out his hands and wanted to hold it. I looked at the blood on my body and didn't know where to start. I'm fine. I waved my hand and said disapprovingly, what should you do? Check if there are any hidden enemies. Just feel good. Lothar and the others, who knew my magic, naturally acted on orders, while Eric looked stunned. Wait, don't you care about his injury so badly? How could it be okay to say that nothing happened? Eric cried out to Lothar, who turned away. The boss said nothing would be fine. Luo turned his head and said in a deep voice, huh. Eric showed an unbelievable expression. Okay, you go, I'll explain to Eric. I waved to them, and Lothar immediately took people left the room. Don't worry about Eric, this kind of thing can't kill me, I said after controlling my muscles to squeeze out the remaining bullets in my body, but I clearly saw the bullet hit your heart. Eric said in a daze. Gavin, are you also the power holder of Titan? I am not. I waved my hand and pulled out 2 healing spell cards from my belt to use on myself, but I am not an ordinary human. In short, physical attacks alone cannot kill me. Eric stared at me in a daze, and after a long silence, he said, Lance once told me that you are not immortal, but I never thought you were so powerful, and, although I don't understand, but is there anything that is immaterial? I silently stretched out my right hand, and a holy flame lit up abruptly in the center of my palm. It is not very accurate to say that it is immaterial. To be precise, it is magic. Of course I will not tell how did you kill me. Eric blinked and said sincerely, I still don't understand. You can sit down and rest a while, and satisfy my curiosity by the way. I rolled my eyes at Eric helplessly, and sat down. By the bedside, mutual understanding helps to improve the relationship between allies. Ask. Gane, are you human? Eric asked cautiously. He shrank his neck, seemingly worried about being raped by me. Beat it up. I sighed helplessly, and gave him a middle finger. The explanation of the relationship between humans and the demon hunter is too complicated, so I don't plan to tell him about this part. You can think of me as an extraordinary person among humans. I said in a deep voice, my physical fitness is several times that of ordinary people, and my abilities are far beyond ordinary people. Memory, reaction, and intelligence are all yes, and I also have superpowers that ordinary people don't possess, such as teleportation, holy flames, spell cards, etc., and I am immune to most of the drugs and poisons in this world. About this is what I can say. Now hurry up to find me something to eat. The wound healing is very energy consuming. Stop asking like a curious baby. Good, good. Eric smiled awkwardly, got up, and left. After the enemy's plan to adjust the tiger away from the mountain and the surprise attack was shattered, there was no suspense left, and the remnant enemy was quickly swept away. Duke George recovered the whole territory at noon the next day. Eric was about to start dealing with his own territory. In a mess, Roskadov will arrange for the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce to assist in the economic recovery of the territory, while Lance and I will have to make a post-war summary and improvement. Spit up, the phone's broken input method. I wrote the dark characters 10 times before it reflected the correct characters, and this input method only has handwriting mode. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. In this half month, Eric basically got his fief back on track. The refugees have all been properly settled, and the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce has also settled in Duke George and started to help Eric issues for economic recovery. In the past few days, the armed forces have also been dispatched several times and fought several battles with the private armies of other nobles. Those private armies were undoubtedly beaten to the ground. In the end, other nobles negotiated with Eric, paid compensation, and ceded a fief ended. Regarding the White Glove team, it is still in the state of being formed, and the production line of various ammunition has begun to be established on the Duke George's collar. In short, everything goes well, but the process is lackluster. We have made targeted remedies for the shortcomings exposed by the armed forces team in the last few battles. We have also dealt with some minor problems with equipment. Now, in the office, Lance was talking about me. The report summary of the armed forces group. It's worth mentioning that since I produced the form and the template for reporting affairs, the efficiency of the restoring party has improved a lot coupled with the existence of the catalog. I can, after dealing with various affairs of the restorationist, I spared time to practice holy flames, teleporting and other techniques to improve individual combat power, so my combat power has also grown a lot in the past 2 months. Lance's report had just made 3 points, and the knock on the door suddenly sounded. I frowned slightly, stretched out my hand to signal Lance to suspend the report, and then said loudly, "Please come in." Leader, Yake immediately pushing the door and walking in. Lothar followed. "We have encountered some complicated situations that are difficult to handle, and you need to make your own judgment." I noticed that when he said these words, Yake's expression was very strange, and Lothar he has a dark face and a complex expression. "What's the matter?" I glanced at them, and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Lance couldn't help standing up after seeing their expressions and asked nervously. Yake and Lothar glanced at each other. Lothar took a step forward helplessly, and said softly, "Let's talk about it." The base was snatched in by someone secretly. "She found me after a few laps. He said he wanted to see you." "What?" Lance's eyes widened. The heavily guarded Fuquan No. 1 base was sneaked in silently, and there were still people who hadn't been patrolled. "Found that this is simply a great shame." Lance's face immediately became gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, "How is this possible? Not to mention the open and dark whistles we set up, but the various traps in the forest are already troublesome enough. How did he sneak in? In what capacity did he come?" I also said. This intruder didn't just embarrass the entire armed force group. Although the defense of the number 1 base was arranged by the armed force group, I, as the leader of the restorationist group, also faced if there is no light, the meaning of getting off the horse is obvious. Lothar and Yake looked at each other again, with hesitant expressions on their faces. "Say something soon." Lance scolded, "Forget it, I will meet him." I stood on the chair. He got up and said, "Yake leads the way, I want to see who can sneak into our experience." "Yes, the leader." Yake responded, showing embarrassment. "I only consider him because of the force. Dereliction of duty and embarrassment." Under the leadership of Yake, the 4 of them walked towards the room where the infiltrator was received in a spirit of grief and anger. The door is closed. I don't know what, I seem to have a familiar aura inside, but I never remember who it is. After grabbing the doorknob and looking at Lance at each other, I took a deep breath and pushed open the door with a straight face. Actually, I should knock on the door before going in, but first, I didn't plan to give him a good look. Second, this is my territory. Third, I was a little nervous and caused my actions to be a little bit ignorant. Knowing the defense line deployed by the armed forces group, I would not necessarily pass through without hiding the spell cards, but the opponent did it. But in terms of stealth, he is definitely a strong one. The first thing that catches the eye is a set of gray hair, then a set of relatively simple and somewhat wrinkled brown cotton coat and a pair of white hands holding a snack to her mouth. When she heard the sound of opening the door, her ears moved slightly. She moved, raised her head to reveal the delicate face of a doll. Her eyes suddenly showed joy when she saw me, and then put down her snack and ran towards me. "Brother Gane!" Mia exclaimed happily, with a harder one. He jumped on my body, wrapped my arms around my neck, and my legs clamped my waist. It hung around my neck like a large pendant. I was so hung that I was not pulled to the ground by her. At this moment, my whole person is in a daze. Is it her instead of him? Also, that sneaker turned out to be Mia? I turned my neck stiffly to look at Lance, and found that he was also dumbfounded. I went to the wrong room. Lance muttered to himself, "It's not wrong, it's Mia." Yake said helplessly. Hearing someone calling her name, Mia rubbed her face against my face, loosened her legs and fell down, but her hands were still around my neck. "Brother Gane, you really are here," Mia said triumphantly, shrugging my refined nose. "I smell you." The corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch, and my right hand wrapped her waist and asked, "Mia, how did you find this place?" "It's very simple," Mia replied proudly. I smelled my brother's breath while passing by the edge of the forest, and realized that the breath was left over from the day before yesterday. Although it is very light, I can still follow the trail. I followed the trail into the forest. The breath in the forest is a bit mixed. For this reason, I also lost a paragraph. After searching for about an hour, I found this restorative base and sneaked in with the hidden spell card left by my brother. After wandering around for a while, I didn't find my brother. I took the initiative to find someone who seemed to be of very high status and told him that I was Mia Manking and I was looking for Gao Wen, and then my brother came. "What about my brother? Am I not good?" Mia said more and more. Lothar's face became more gloomy. The heavily guarded and trapped base was sneaked in by a 12-year-old girl, and she wandered around for a while without being noticed by anyone. This was just hitting them in the face. Even so, they couldn't have any anger towards Mia. Of course, Mia was not even a peripheral member of the Restoration sect in terms of position, but it was different in terms of importance. Mia is the daughter of Mark, the former leader of the Restorationist Force Group. The current backbone members of the Restorationist Group, including Lance and Lothar, are all brought out by Mark. If anyone dares to attack Mia, they will definitely be the first to attack. Come out to find each other desperately, and I now treat Mia as my own sister. The position of the leader of the reinstatement is not just for fun. There is Mark's relationship, plus I cover the importance of Mia. It goes without saying.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.